limits racing. No limits racing.
No limits. This is
No Limits Racing.
No limits racing. No limits racing.
No limits. This is
No Limits Racing.
No limits.
Season is upon us. Sunday's action is beginning, and the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy and the No Limits Premier Sport Cup is first on the schedule today. And well, of course, this was meant to be race 5 of the weekend originally, and well, it got pushed back to Sunday. My name's Lewis Rae. Joining me for the entire weekend is Ross McIntyre. William White, Nathan Harrison and Eddie Wormold are on your front row for this one. Owen Miller should be starting in P4 despite a crash yesterday. Hopefully they've got that triumph fixed for today. And Taylor Rose and Kieran Sembiante start on row 2. And well, Ross, this looks to be an exciting start to Sunday's schedule. Of course, Saturday this race was red flagged. There was some overheating issues on the grid with some of the bikes. We decided to push it to today, and now we've got an action-packed schedule.
We do indeed. Only a short and sharp 6 lap of this one, and I'm not seeing William White down on that pole position slot either, so may only be a 2-bike front row. Nathan Harrison will love that clean run down into turn 1. He was so quick away at the lights in the first attempt at this race yesterday before the red flag, and using all of that road racing experience to his advantage. The flag marshal's out of the way. We are ready to go racing here to kickstart Sunday's action at Brands Hatch. Great launch there by Eddie Wormold. He will have a great run down into Paddock Hill Bend and should get the lead unless Harrison could sweep round the outside. No, decides to tuck in to second place. So strong start there from the number 92. Run up to Druids though. Is there a gap there potentially for Harrison? No. Maybe just taking it a bit more calm and gentle in this second attempt at the first race on Sunday morning here at Brands Hatch. So it's the front 2 swapping places with no William White in sight. Third place looks to be Kieran Sembiante. Quick start once again from the number 12 rider. Is that William White making his way down the pit lane or somebody else potentially? It's not William White, but someone has definitely not made the start of this race, to say the least, as we head onto the Grand Prix loop for the first time in this 6-lap contest. Wormold from Harrison on the run down into Hawthorns. Let's see if there's going to be a change. Front 3 already breaking away.
Great start from Eddie Wormold. Sembiante in third at the moment, chasing Nathan Harrison. Nathan Harrison, though, having a little look at the moment. Unable to make it work this time out. Obviously just the opening lap of action, so he's not going to want to make any silly mistakes through Westfield. Now we drop it down the hill for Dingledale, up the curve yet again through Sheen, and then yet it's going to be Stirling's. Of course, we've seen plenty of moves at Stirling's yesterday, and it's been one of these corners that's been super impressive. It's one of these corners that can set up a move straight away. It takes a couple of corners to actually make it work, but it's a key overtaking opportunity here at Brands Hatch. This, of course, is just a 6-lap dash for the cash. It's a very, very short race. That's because yesterday's races was shortened due to some delays, so they've still got their original race schedule for today, and actually a little bit longer, because after the red flag it was originally meant to be a 5-lap restart. Now they're getting the whole 6 here, Ross, of course, and well, Nathan Harrison, it looks like he's not going to go down without a fight.
No, he is not. Certainly trying to push to find a way through Wormald. Can't find it yet, though. As you said, tried to get the race restarted yesterday with a 5-lap affair, but then we had bikes overheating on the grid. It was brutally hot yesterday. A little bit cooler today, thankfully. It is a lovely day for motorbike racing here in Kent, and you can see them sliding their way through Graham Hill Bend. Now front 2 still breaking away. Sembiante holding on to third. Class leader Aaron Dakin in P5 for the No Limits Premier Sport Cup. Second place O'Hare, third place Rushton. They're P11 and 12. Everybody else in the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy. Run down into Hawthorns once again, and still no way through for Nathan Harrison. He's very much on the tracks of Wormold, but just seems happy following him. He's not really pushing, not trying anything to find a way through, just maybe assessing his opponent early doors.
Yeah, just assessing things for the moment, trying to work out where he can actually get a move done so far, because, well, Wormold, he's not a stranger to a scrap in his championship this year. I mean, he's been involved in some real classic dogfights, especially at the likes of Donington Park earlier on in the year. Now, though, making their way towards the final sector now, and then we'll get on the power towards the final corner. And here we are yet again at Clearways. Wind up the power yet again. Nathan Harrison, a good run out of here. And actually, a move could be coming on the run to turn 1. Obviously, multiple lines through the final corner, multiple lines at turn 1. He's going to take a slightly wider approach here. And well, he's trying to set something up here, and now back on the power up towards Druids. It's going to be a heavy braking zone now. Nathan Harrison still sitting behind, unable to find a way past, and then unable to even break some sort of a gap as Wormald.
Wormald, of course, championship leader coming into this round, an 18-point gap to his advantage ahead of Kieran Sembiante, who runs in P3. So that could pay huge dividends if they finish like this and continue to run at these paces across the weekend, and he can see that gap extending further as we head to our 5th round for the sprint guys anyway, down into Cadwell Park in around about a month's time. Although, Nathan Harrison, you've got to start thinking as we approach the halfway mark, you'll want to be trying to get a move, but still no way through. Wormald riding really solidly here. Not doing anything outstanding. He's not really pushing the limits. The bike looks very settled, but he's doing just enough to stay ahead and keep that number 2 bike behind. Sembiante running in a bit of no man's land P3. Then it's Matthew Dawes P4. Dakin in P5, the class leader, of course, in the No Limits Premier Sport Cup, with then James Lemaitre in P6. Then Dylan and Owen Mellor 7th and 8th. And Harrison up the inside. That's a nice move.
A great move there into Stirling's. Job done. And well, now we exit towards the final corner at Clearways, and it looks like he will be holding the lead all the way through that straight. Can he hold it all the way to the line? Wormald, he's already back a couple of bike lengths here, and if he's not careful, he can easily lose touch of me. Nathan Harrison, he's such an experienced racer, he's such an experienced rider. Now, back towards turn 1, obviously, used to a big roads campaign this year. It's been a good couple of seasons on the roads. At short circuit, however, constantly building up the pace. It's a completely different mindset on a short circuit, and well, he's proven he's still got that mindset now of full-on attack. Let's not forget Sembiante remains in P3 for the time being on board the bright pink R6, and Dawes in P4. Dakin still the class leader for himself on the 29 on the Ducati. Obviously Dakin, he's been a little bit in no man's land all season long in terms of class racing. He's been very strong for sure, but he's having to compete with bikes in other classes. So although he's remained P1 in class, he's still got that hunger to get the finger out and scrap with the other riders around him.
Well, this is a huge weekend for Dakin because his nearest championship rivals are not here. With the likes of Matthew Dawes, he's made the move up into the Premier Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy. So his nearest rival, Jamie Wilson, some 34 points back, a no-show at this one. Dakin 6 wins out of 6 so far this season in the Premier Sport Cup. Lap 4 out of 6, and he's got no one else in class anywhere near him. So if he just stays where he is, stays on 2 wheels, he'll be all good to bring it home and collect another 25 points to his name as well. You can see some of the bikes making their way through Surtees, or Stirling should I say that is, and then down the back straight into Clearways and the final corner before we head onto lap number 5, and making their way through. All looks clean and tidy for everyone so far. It's been a pretty solid race. There is Dakin just in front of Matthew Dawes. Again, not a race for position, 2 different classes for the pair of them, although even though earlier in the season Dawes was taking part in the No Limits Premier Sport Cup, but they're going to try a new battle anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And well, Dakin at the moment, as you mentioned, ahead comfortably of Dawes. Matthew Dawes has had a good start to 2026. I think he surprised himself quite a bit. And well, this is a good scrap that we're watching. The Ducati, it's obviously one of the newer bikes on the grid, the V2. It's very strong. British Championship and World Championship. It's slowly starting to make its way towards club racing now. And actually, just behind this two, it's the 2 Mellors, and it's the younger brother, Dylan Mellor, who's managed to get the better of his older brother, Owen Mellor. So very impressive from Dylan. It looks like he might be able to get bragging rights here, but let's not forget, it was Owen Mellor that crashed out yesterday, and now continuing to his comeback. And there is Dylan Mellor at the moment, leading his older brother on the Kawasaki.
Yeah, of course, a bit more power as well for Owen, the older brother, on the Triumph 765. Yeah. Only compared to the 600 capacity of the Kawasaki, which was at one point Owen's as well, against the hand-me-down as Dylan, but making good use of his brother's machinery as it currently stands. That is amazing from Eddie Wormald to get back into the lead of the race, but it's not done yet.
Yeah, that was Owen Mellor there making a great move on Dylan. So job done for himself over at Sheen Curve, and well, a great move from Owen. It's just showing the difference in speed between himself and his younger brother. Dylan maybe not as confident in that section of the circuit. Here is Dawes though, yet again, and doing a good job so far is Dawes. There's Nathan Harrison though, your race leader, making his way through Druids. Of course, final lap of action for himself. One more circulation of Brands Hatch before the Honda rider does claim P1 yet again, you would have to say. Eddie Wormold sitting in P2 for the time being. Sembianti still in third. Aaron Dakin has picked up that spot, as we mentioned a few laps ago, on Dawes. So Dawes remains P5. Owen Miller so far hasn't got picked by his brother yet again. So Owen sitting P7 now. And Aldridge sitting P8. James, of course, on the number 6, 7. He sits P9, the number 4 of O'Hare. Let's keep in mind, he rounds out the top 10, but most importantly, sits second in class for himself. Now, we're bringing through the full order at the end of the race, but for the time being, Nathan Harrison remains in P1. He has done for a couple of laps. Now, ever since he got to the heads of the race, he was able to stretch a big advantage on Eddie Wormold, and Eddie Wormold, he's had no response at all. One more corner remains for Nathan Harrison. This race should have been ran on Saturday, but after some delays, it's pushed back to today, making a Hollywood blockbuster Sunday for No Limits Round 4. Race 1 of the weekend. Race 5 of the weekend goes the way of Nathan Harrison. He does take victory from Eddie Wormold. Kieran Sembianti does claim P3, a comfortable margin to P4 for Aaron Dakin, who wins in class and stretches a comfortable margin to the rider behind. And now Owen Miller does beat his younger brother Dylan. That race went down to the final lap as well. Still some battles as well coming out of the final corner. And side by side all the way to the line, it looks like Paige is going to get it. Just waiting for the timing screens to update, and it is going to go the way of Paige. That was the battle for P11 overall. The final couple of spots in the podium as well in class in the Premier Sport Cup. Now, though, looking back at the results for this one, Nathan Harrison does take victory over Eddie Wormold. Of Kieran Sembianti in third. P4 does go the way of Aaron Dakin, as Matthew Dawes rounds out the top 5. Owen Miller takes P6, as Dylan Miller finishes 7th. Aldridge, Lemercier, and O'Hare rounds out the top 10. Page, Rushton, Parker, Miller, and Cook rounds out the top 15, as Curte, Wilson and Thomas rounds out the top 18, and our finishers for this one. So a great race of action here, and that is all they wrote for what was meant to be race 5 of the weekend. It's essentially ended up being race 7 of the weekend with the way things have worked out, but officially it's still going to be called race 5, and it's race 1 of Sunday's action. We're not going to be too much longer, I don't think, till we have the next race, but a great race for that one. Nathan Harrison is going to be celebrating, you would have to say, but a busy day in store. Let's head down to Parc Fermé, where he is speaking to Ross.
A great way to kickstart Sunday's action. Let's kick things off with our No Limits Premier Sport Cup race winner in Aaron Dakin. Well, that one wasn't too bad.
Yeah, it's nice to get the can you hear me?
Yeah, just
It's nice to get the race underway after the cancellation yesterday. I got a bit beat up at the start, but I managed to get through quite a few people. But just want a longer race really next time.
Yeah, I mean, obviously within class, no one else really near you, but it's still another really solid result for yourself up there fighting with a lot of other people. Another 25 points in the back, can't complain about that.
No, really happy, just want to keep the consistency up, and if we can do the rest for today and then move on to the next round, that's great.
Well stuff, Aaron, we'll let you get on with the day. 2 more races to go, thanks a lot.
Thank you, cheers.
I see that does not look particularly good, does it?
No, not really.
It's a really solid race between yourself and your brother. How was that out there?
Yeah, that was good. It was nice to be back racing against my brother.
Yeah, all stuff. Thanks a lot, Dylan. Let's see if I can quickly grab Nathan Harrison, if I can find him. I cannot see him. I think he's headed back to the paddock. So we'll quickly so we're ready for the next race.
Thanks, Ross. You've just cut up at the end there, but nonetheless, we can carry on with today's racing. Obviously, a slightly different schedule for today, where we have the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy and the Dart Premier Power Cup on circuit next up. This, of course, being their first race of the weekend. This class didn't get on circuit at all, apart from qualifying yesterday. It wasn't a case of a red flag where the race had to be pushed back. And, well, the reason why Ross couldn't find Nathan Harrison in Parc Fermé there for an interview is because he was next up on circuit. So Nathan Harrison, he's already back on the grid. He'll be starting in row 3 for this one. But on pole position, it is going to be Ash Barnes. So Ash Barnes, of course, busy season for him in the British Championship, and well, he's done a good job all the way throughout the year. Good weekend at Knockhill not too long ago. Of course, he's joined by Tom Ward, very experienced rider for himself, and Daniel Stamper, one of the regulars that we have in the No Limits Racing paddock. A massive congratulations as well to Daniel, who I believe has just got married. Tommy Fielden as well, your championship leader. He starts from P4 with Luca Jennings stepping up to the 1000cc this year in P5. Jack Benerick as well. A great stint for him, opening stint in the endurance yesterday. He goes from P6, so he's still got some track time for himself. As Sean Winfield on the Tag Honda starts from 7th alongside Sam Cox, and your recent race winner, Nathan Harrison, in P9. Tom Norton runs at the top 10. Lee Murtagh and Tom Jones on row 4. Brandon Petty, Shea Stewart and Scott Stone runs at top 15, with Stephen Duncan, Jamie Boyce and Sam Cranston from row 6. Ralph Turco, David Williams and James Crow rounds out the top 21, with Paul Charman, Andy Buchanan and Tom Burbage in 8. Jack Morgan, did have a crash yesterday. If he all is okay with himself, he should be starting from P25, with Kieran Nicholson in P26, Phil Abel in P27, Contreras, Bowerbank and Needham round at the top 30. Good to see Paul on the circuit yesterday. Looks like any gremlins that they've had in the opening couple of rounds with that R1 has been well and truly fixed. I think he will have to go from 29th on the grid. Campion and Gibbons round out the grid, but of course no time set for themselves in qualifying yesterday, but they have had an entire night to get any technical gremlins fixed. So now we await to see how things are going to look in this one. They're just rounding Stirling's for the time being. Keep your eye on Tommy Fielden for this one. He did say on social media it was a long day yesterday, with of course no track action bar the morning qualifying. So a busy schedule for himself, but Ash Barnes, what can he do from P1? They pull into the grid now, and we're just moments away from getting going. Tom Ward, Daniel Stamper as well. Let's keep in mind Stamper, such an impressive talent on the R6 all the way throughout last season. Still going with the yellow theme this year. A bright yellow helmet for himself. And Jack Benrick as well. That Aprilia has pace. The Aprilia, not necessarily the bike of choice for the 1000cc's, you would say, but it seems like the bike's hooked up. It's doing everything that he wants it to do. So the final couple of riders pulling into position now. Luca Jennings, middle of the second row. He's had some questionable starts this year. Hopefully he can get things off the line this time around, because when he does get up to race pace, he certainly has the speed. The green flag does wave at the back, meaning we're moments away from lights out. Ash Barnes from pole position, Tom Ward in second. Red lights do appear on the starting gantry now. Red lights on, red lights off, and now we can go racing. It's a great start from Tom Ward, who's going to get the whole shot though in the run to turn 1. It's a tight entry, and they tip it in now, back on the power towards Druids. It looks like Ash Barnes has got the best off the line. He sweep round the outside, a much more flowing line, and now the number 8 does lead the way. Tom Ward still in second, Stamper still in third. So your top 3 remaining as was from lights out. A great start for themselves, of course. Just a 6-lap race. Jennings still in P5, and it's actually going to be Tommy Fielden who's lost some positions on this race start. Fielden down to 6th.
Yeah, it looks like Fielding just got away a little bit slow. Bit of a pickup from the front wheel, but we know how good he's been this year. We know how well he's riding at the moment. Even if maybe he's a little bit down on where we expect from himself, I'm sure he'll be able to find his way back forwards in the pack. We see the riders down at Hawthorns for the first time. A couple of close battles forming here. Early doors, front 2 of Barnes and Ward trying to break away from the rest of the pack, but it's not done yet. Maybe if the guys in 3rd and 4th start to battle though, in Stamper and Jennings, I believe that is currently holding 4th place, as they run to the back end of the circuit, coming through Westfield, Dingledale, Sheens, and now Stirling's the left-hander onto the penultimate straight. Very easy to throw yourself off the bike there, is it? Gets big camber through that corner, but everybody through cleanly on this opening lap. Then clearways the final turn at Clark Curve, and over the bumps, down the main straight, as that is a 30 in pit lane. Problems there for them, but at the end of lap number 1, it is Barnes from pole position that leads. Ward in P2, Bednarex now to 3rd with Stamper 4th, Fielding 5th, and then Cox, Norton, Jennings, Winfield, and Harrison. That's your top 10 at the moment.
Great start. I mean, Bednarek made that move over at Hawthorns just on the entry of the braking zone on the opening laps. It took him about half a lap or so to get into the podium positions. But I mean, Jack Bednarek, his pace this entire weekend has been simply astonishing. I mean, it's so impressive to see. It's so fresh to see as well. Let's not forget as well, different classes in this race. And, well, Stamper, he is currently the top of the point scorers in this one. The likes of Ash Barnes, Ward and Bednarek, they're all in the HC class. No championship points for them. It's not going to affect how your 2026 standings is going to look. And well, for your Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup class, you have to go all the way down to P13, where Brandon Petty currently leads that one. But Tom Ward, he's getting a shift on here. He's not letting Ash Barnes create any kind of a margin. And well, number 21, he's keeping Barnes honest so far.
Wildcards showing the regulars how it's done clearly here at Brands Hatch as we head back to Stirling's, as battle's still going on there. And we'll wait to see where they're going to re-emerge coming through clearways. Any changes for positions, certainly not between the top four. Although they are, looks like the two battles are starting to get a bit closer to the eye anyway. The 8 still leads the 21 as they go on to lap number 3. Barnes ahead of Ward, then Bednarek, and then Dan Stamper, of course, leading the way in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy. Technically our official race leader within our Premier class here at No Limits. And of course, as you said, Lewis, Brandon Petty down in P13. He leads the way in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. Second place, Ralph Turco, the 45 and 15, followed by P3/16, Duncan on the 78. So Dan Stamper, I must say, P4, huge opportunity for him here. He could be the first person to take a race win in the Super Series Power Trophy this year that is not named Tommy Fielding, but the 556 is with him and keeping him fairly honest so far. It's breathing room, it's not immediate pressure, but one little mistake or one good run from Tommy Fielding and it could all change very quickly.
Yeah, it can completely change for them. Heading round Hawthorns now. Such a fast entry to this corner, let's keep in mind. But you can see the entire field filtering through. Everyone just trying to use as much track as possible. I mean, it's one of these corners that if you go wide, you go off the curb, then suddenly you're on to the grass. You can see little Turco heading through your picture there. And well, Ross, we've seen earlier on this morning how much support the Laturco family have brought to Brands Hatch here. I mean, it seems like everyone is out in force supporting the entire family. Obviously, the younger son, Enzo Laturco, will be on show as well. But the leader's heading through the final corner now, and well, Tom Ward, he's still pushing. You can see the rear wheel pumping there through the back. Lap 4 of 6 at the moment, and Tom Ward trying a slightly different line over at Paddock Hill. Is it going to be set up a move for Druids? Still a little bit far back, and well, you would have to say Ash Barnes, he's good on the brakes.
He is good, but Ward now seems to be slowly reeling him in. It's only a short race here for this first race of the weekend for these guys due to the delays from yesterday and it getting pushed back. Only 6 laps, and then of course the remainder of the race from today have been shortened from 11 to 9 laps, but there is still 3 races apiece for these guys. Some of these guys are competing in other classes as well, so it could be even more for them today. And it is, although cooler than yesterday, still quite warm, still very muggy out there. So maybe they're just taking it nice and easy, early doors. We're not seeing anybody throwing it up the inside, although we may be seeing that potentially into Hawthorns, not just quite. Ward thought about it, poked a wheel, decided against it, tucked back in as he headed into the braking zone. But the 21 now, as we enter the second half of this race, now seems to have that pace advantage and seems to be wanting to hit the front.
John Winfield's having a big look behind him there as we're having a look further back down the order for the time being and just heading on to the back straight now. Is one of the riders, looks to be a Suzuki out on circuit, but yeah, we'll continue on to the back end of the track now. Burbank having a tough race so far. He's completely off the pace. I mean, it's not what we expect from Paul at all. He's running P27 and about 4 seconds adrift from Abel, who's the rider ahead of him. Now though, Ward, that is of course a shift in lead, change in lead, so Barnes now dropping back down 2 seconds for the time being. So the Rapid Honda rider, he needs to get a move on now because we're heading on to the penultimate lap of action, so he's going to run out of time very quickly. I mean, Ward, he's not a type of rider to make any kind of mistakes. He's got some world endurance experience as well under his belt over the last couple of years. So Tom Ward, an experienced rider both in the British and the World Championship scene. He's not the type of guy to crack under pressure.
But you never know. Anything can happen in racing, and it usually does, as the old adage goes. There we see the 70 of Tom Norton. He's trying to hunt down Cox on the 23, try to slide his way, and that Aprilia get onto the podium in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy. Again, a reminder, The front three in this race are in the non-classified class. They are wildcard riders this weekend. Technically leading this race is 4th place Dan Stamper, Tommy Fielding 2nd, Cox 3rd. And then, of course, in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup, our second category here, it's Brandon Petty in P13 who leads, Ralph Laterka 15th and Duncan in 16th in P2 and 3 on that one. Really good run from Ralph Laterka, by the way. Great to see him up in the podium places in class. But we are getting towards the end of this race, Lewis, and it could be tight, but it looks like Ward's starting to pull away.
Yeah, Ward's starting to pull away at the moment, and well, I also think it's going to be a question if Barnes is dropping into the clutches of Bednarek, because Bednarek in 3rd, well and truly on the number 8's tail. He soon could be dropping back down to 3rd by the end of this race, and then, well, the likes of Stamper, I'm sure they'll be licking their lips if this is going to turn into a last lap scrap. Anything can happen in the battle for 2nd. It's currently Ward who leads, 0.8 of a second of a margin, Barnes in 2nd, and Bednarek a further 1.5 tenths behind.
Dan Stamper as well has got good breathing room back to Tommy Fielding, so it looks like we may well be seeing it only took 10 races, but finally somebody else other than that 556 could be on the top step in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy here at No Limits Racing as we head down from Druids and into Graham Hills for the final time from that group. There you see that Barnes is now big time under pressure from the 91 of Jack Bednarek, but it's not a gimme. If he gets a good run out of Surtees here, potential opportunity with that toe up the hill into Hawthorns. Well, down Pilgrim's Rock, then up the hill, should I say, but it's not a good run. He's dropped too far back, so front three will stay the same. Looks like Stamper a little bit of a worse run for the race lead in the Super Series Power Trophy, so he could be under late pressure from Fielding here if he's able to grab something out of the bag last minute. But as we come through Dingle Dell for the final time in the opening race of the weekend for these guys, of course, tried to get it done yesterday. Delays meant we had to push it to today. So race 1/race 7 of the weekend technically shortened to 6 laps. But what a 6 laps it has been. Bednarek really putting pressure on Barnes on the run down into Clearways. That could be a move. I think it has been a move. Up the front, though, the 21 of Tom Ward. A brilliant ride to take the opening race win of the weekend. And is it going to be Bednarek or Barnes? It looks like it's Jack Bednarek in P2, I believe. And indeed it is. Barnes finishes in 3rd place. Dan Stamper in 4th. In the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy is the first race winner this year who is not named Tommy Fielding. Fielding comes home P5, 2nd in class, and then P3, 6th overall is, of course, Cox on the R1 as the rest of the riders making their way across the line, battling all the way to the bitter end in this opening race of the weekend. It is Ward from Bednarek from Barnes, your top 3. Fastest lap of the race for Ward on the final tour, a 1:28.2. That is ridiculous early morning here on Sunday at Brands Hatch. But Ward from Bednarek from Barnes is your top 3 in the non-classified category. Of course, wildcards this weekend. Let's have a run through the full order for you, though. As I just mentioned, it's Ward from Bednarek from Barnes. In the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy, Dan Stamper takes the win from Tommy Fielding. The first time he's not been on the top step this season. Sam Cox is P3. Then it's Tom Norton in P4. Sean Winfield is non-classified in 8th. 9th and 10th, 5th and 6th. In the Super Series is Nathan Harrison. 2 races on a trot for him. Really solid performances in both. And then Luca Jennings. Then we find Liam Murta, Tommy Jones. Brandon Petty takes the Dart Premier Power Cup in P13. Then Sam Cranston, P2 and P3 in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup is Stephen Duncan, who just got through Ralph Laterko's Kawasaki, I believe, right at the line, unfortunately. Then it's Scott Stone. They're followed by Jamie Boyce, Shea Stewart, and Paul Charman. We do have a couple more riders just to run through quickly in David Williams, James Crow, Tom Burbage, Kieran Nicholson, Andy Buchanan, Phil Abel, Paul Bowerbank, who I think may have had some issues, and somebody who definitely had issues was Robert Contreras, the number 28. Unfortunately, didn't even complete a lap, so mechanical issues for him. But what a way to kickstart the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy and Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. Let's hear from our race winners, Lewis Rae.
Thanks, Ross. Down here in Park Premier for the time being, and well, Tom Ward will quickly pop in just to see how things went for himself. Obviously, race win on Sunday morning for yourself, Tom. Yeah. You had to work hard for it. You were kept on, especially in the first half of the race. Finally got through. How was that?
Yeah, it was good fun. Yeah, it was decent. I only arrived yesterday morning at like 3 a.m, so just come back from my honeymoon, so I think we only got about 4 flying laps in qualifying, so I was a bit sketchy out there to begin with. I thought Ash got the lead. I thought I'd sit behind him for a couple of laps and see how he gets on, but it was good fun, good race, lovely weather, can't complain.
Still 2 more races to go, best of luck.
Cheers, thank you very much.
And we'll quickly head back here to Daniel Stamper before we head back up to the commentary box. I don't think we're too far away from the next race. Dan, first of all, congratulations on your marriage. And second of all, congratulations on winning class. 25 points for yourself. How was that?
Yeah, really good. Still learning this bike, so I did Donington, and obviously I missed Croft because of the wedding. So it's just like the track day on the... He did say. I was watching him on TV, actually. But no, I'm really happy. Just keep chipping away. I need to make some changes for this afternoon, though, because I nearly lost front a couple of times. But no, really good. I want to see if I can stick with these three. I mean, the first part of the race I thought, I can stick with these, but then as it gradually got a few laps in, I just started to lose the gap a little bit. So
what are you looking to change on the bike? Is it suspension, or what are you looking at?
A little tweak on the suspension and a little bit of me as well. But no, really good.
Yeah, you're doing a good job so far. You're moving up from the 600 this year on to the 1000. Still 2 more races left this weekend. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
So that's all we have time for. The next grid already heading out on circuit, so I'll hand it back up to the commentary box, Ross.
Thanks a lot, Lewis, and well, congratulations to Ward and Stamper on not just their race wins, but apparently both of them getting married at very similar times. That's a way to celebrate, isn't it? Taking victory here at Brands Hatch for the 4th round of the 2026 No Limits Racing season. Of course, Brands Hatch this year as well, celebrating 100 years of motor racing ventures. It's a special weekend, as for here. We're the only club that uses the full Grand Prix loop. And next up, we're back on schedule, proper now. It's the Metzeler Freshman Sport Challenge and the No Limits Pre-Injection 600 category. Race number 1 yesterday. It was Benjamin Berry who took the victory from J. Orchid James. Paul Beer completing the top 3 in the Freshman Sport Challenge. In the pre-injections, it was Carl Vickers just ahead of Steve Lester. Once again, the teammates doing huge battle out on circuit. P3 a bit further down was Thomas Brand. He finished 16th place overall. But the riders, they've had a bit of a sleep, had a bit of a rest, slightly cooler temperatures today. And this one as well, a slightly longer race for them. It was 6 laps for everybody yesterday. We're now up to 9-lap races here for the remainder of Sunday's action at the 4th round of the 2026 No Limits Racing season. If you're just joining us, unfortunately you have missed 2 races, but we're now back on schedule. If you're watching along trackside, we hope you're enjoying the fun. Make sure you stay hydrated. It's very, very warm this weekend, isn't it? Let's run through the grid for you coming into this one. On the front row, we've got Benjamin Berry from pole alongside J. Orchid James and Paul Beer. Gareth Ayers in P4, really solid runner from him so far this weekend. He's joined by Grant Taylor and Ryan Ballman. Carl Vickers is alongside his teammates Steve Lester and Ethan Hall. Then it's Jamie Cox rounding out the top 10 with Daniel Isaac and Laurie Myers completing row number 4. P13, Lewis Adams with 14th and 15th being Matthew McCready and Adam Ross respectively. Then it's Mark Fletcher, Thomas Brand and Gavin Hooper. Dwayne Sismore is 19th, James Johnson 20th and Natalie Crow on the 999 in P21. Alan Nunn is 22nd, Ian Henderson 23rd and Stephen Burke in P24. Matthew Smith 25th and Matthew Young in 26th place, although one of them was not on the grid for race number 1 yesterday. I will just check that for you. I believe that it was Matthew Smith, I believe, that we didn't have. I want to say it was one of the Matthews was not there. We'll leave it at that one. But riders are making their way round. Of course, the Metzeler Freshman Sport Challenge is very much for newer riders with less experience. That's why you'll see a lot of orange bibs out there, haven't got their 10 signatures on the licence just yet. But that does not mean that the racing is any worse than the other categories. Sometimes in the Metzeler Freshman Sport Challenge, we have some of the most nail-biting, the most tense and exciting races of the weekend. The lack of experience does not mean a lack of excitement. And of course, in the pre-injection 600s as well, older machinery, no electronics, just pure racing for the riders to try and contest with. Steve Lester and Carl Vickers has very much been at the class of the field so far this season in that championship. Once again, a 1-2 finish for them yesterday. And I'm sure that they're going to be looking to do something similar coming into this one. It is Leicester that led the championship coming into this weekend with a 19-point advantage. That will have slightly extended with his win yesterday. But it's so close. Those two just fight each other all day long. Teammates as well. And it's so great to see two teammates who are so close in ability, so close in skill, and race each other so hard out on the track, but still are best friends off it. Still get along so well and are doing it with smiles under the helmets. Well, probably until one of them takes out the other one anyway. But we haven't had that yet this season. Touch on wood that it doesn't happen as well, as we see the number 7 sliding into their grid spot. Jay Orchid James going off of P2. A really solid race from him yesterday. Benjamin Berry seemingly nowhere in sight, so it will be an essentially pole position for Orchid James, and then Paul Beard P3 will be P2 by the grand scheme of things. We're all ready to get racing for our first race proper of the day. We're back on schedule and the red lights are out. We're going. Great launch from both on the front row. Looks like it'll be Paul Beard that leads down into turn number 1 though. Orchid James struggling, it would seem, in fact, as they head into Paddock Bill for the first time in 9 laps. Oh, we got to ride it down as the bike goes tumbling through the gravel straight up to their feet.
But it's Steve Lester.
That could well be Steve Lester that's gone down. He's straight up to his feet, which is great to see, but we could be seeing potentially a red flag because that bike's in a pretty awkward position and the gravel there quite deep. That's going to be hard to try and recover. We'll race on for the time being anyway with local yellows up the front. It's the 178 of Paul Beard that leads. Orchid James is down to 3rd. Looks to me like it's Gareth Isles that's up into 2nd place as they make their way onto the Grand Prix loop for the first time. Disappointing start there for Jay Orchid James, dropping a couple of positions, but we know how good he is. He's going to try and fight his way back to the front. Has almost changed for the lead into Hawthorne.
Nearly a change for the lead. The 178 of Paul Beard having a good run so far out on circuit, and well, it looks like at the moment red flag has came out now, so red flag for that incident at turn 1. You would have to say we've seen no more incidents. So Steve Lester down and out in this one. I'm sure Carl Vickers will want to know his teammate is okay, but session suspended as we see. Hopefully not too much of a delay. It's just where that bike's went down. I mean, it's such a big gravel trap, and for the marshals to get to him and then get the bike, then we're going to have to have bikes going by them straight away again on yellow flags. I mean, it's going to take a while to get it out because it's deep gravel down there, and rightfully so because it's such a quick corner.
And as well, the bike took a big old tumble through said gravel, so I wonder if there's bits and parts strewn across the race. There was definitely something rather large that got thrown off. I think it might just be a bit of fair. You could just see it on the left-hand side of the bike. Great to see, though, that Steve was straight back up onto his feet. It was a pretty quick off. Of course, only the first lap, still cold tyres and all, but you still approach Paddock Hill at some rate or not. So fantastic to see these up, and the marshals straight away going to assist. Of course, a huge thank you to all of our marshals here with us at No Limits this weekend. They always do a fantastic job in enabling us to go racing as safely as possible, and we couldn't be doing it without them. So thank you once again for all their support, not just here at Brandfixx, but across the whole season as well. As the recovery van will make its way down. Looks like riders are going back to the grid. There are a couple that have headed down the... No, that's riders from another class. They're heading back through the paddock that I've just spotted. So worry not. Everybody who started that race, minus Steve Lester, should be set to go again. Now, we did see yesterday, in a different class, bear in mind, that we had an incident in early doors in a race. There was a red flag, and then we tried to get going again. Because of the heat, we had a couple of bikes overheat and just die on the grid, which is... it wasn't the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy, which is why that eventually got pushed back to today. It's a little bit cooler here today, Lewis, at Brandfixx. We're starting to get to the back end of this Europe-wide heat wave, but it's still hot. It's still very muggy. You're now thinking, okay, do you turn the bike off, or do you just sit there and hope that it doesn't get too hot? We'll wait and see. That being said, though, great to see Steve straight back up onto his feet and looking to try and assist in getting the bike back as well.
Yeah, it looked more like frustration than anything else, but just coming to do the recovery now. Obviously, a very, very hot day for themselves, but Paul Beard, let's keep an eye on him in this restart as well. It looks like for Steve Lester, he's given some of the marshals, some of the helpers, the officials some hand to get the bike away, but it looked like it was more frustration than anything else. I mean, you've seen him hitting the gravel trap straight away, so yeah, the red flag, it should be a long delay here. We should be able to think about a restart very, very soon. Obviously, no real stress as there is the restart confirmation. 1 warm-up lap, 8 racing laps will take place in this one. So Mark Berry just showing the riders what's going to happen in this one, how things are going to play out. Obviously, at the moment, they're just going to have to wait and see. Most of the riders have switched off the bike. It doesn't stop the bike, though, from collecting even more heat. It's so hot when you're sitting on board them, and the sun just beating down on them. The temperature can still continue to rise.
Interestingly, Benjamin Berry has lined up in pole position for this restart. He was not on the grid at the first go in this race because we're essentially doing a whole race restart.
Yeah, it's a new race.
Yeah, it's technically a new race. So obviously he didn't make it to the grid in time or down to the holding area in time for the first go. Wasn't let out. that is a slice of luck for the pole sitter. So he has basically been, given a real second chance here. Given he was the race 1 winner yesterday as well, he's gotten away with that one a little bit. So he'll be counting his lucky stars that Steve Lester's had a bit of a moment. Steve Lester probably a little bit less happy with the incident, shall we say. But Benjamin Berry, that is huge for him coming into this second race after a really solid performance in race number 1. It is very easy, of course, to miss the cool times. You have an issue with the bike as you're getting ready, or you forget something back in your awning and then you just don't make it down to the holding area in time. It's very easily done. Everybody's done it at some point, I'm sure, and it's a very embarrassing egg on the face moment. But Benjamin Berry getting away with it on this occasion. Looks like the bike has been recovered, so we'll just wait for the recovery van to do a quick blast around the Indy circuit. They'll cut in down at Surtees back into the paddock so we can get going pretty quickly. But hopefully this time runs a little bit better. Benjamin Berry, of course, second chance. J. Orchard James, big second chance for him as well. Really disappointing start on that first one. Looks like he was just struggling to get traction down onto the road. So this time we were looking to improve that one, see if he can get back to the front.
Yeah, exactly. I think Jay's going to want to get the finger out in this one. We know how talented he is. We know the big impact he's made in the early part of the season since he joined us here at No Limits Races. It's going to be interesting what he can get on with. I mean, 2 Yamahas on the front row of the grid. And actually, the complete front 2 rows are Yamahas, bar your pole sitter, of course, in this one. So a Yamaha ready field for sure. Carl Vickers starting, of course, as the top pre-injection 600 rider. You would have to say a big point scoring opportunity for Carl Vickers. This could be huge for the championship this year if he was to bag an extra 25 points.
Well, if he does take the 25 points, he will take the championship lead in this race as well. He took the victory yesterday, put the gap down to 14 coming out of it. So if he takes the victory here, of course, Steve Lester, his teammate / title rival, isn't going to be scoring here. So that means that a big swing. Carl Vickers will go to the top of the standings in the pre-injection 600. So that is all to play for as well, and that certainly shakes things up. Looks like we are getting ready to go back out on our sighting lap. So let's have a run through of this new grid, or same grid with a couple of changes at the restarted attempt. Benjamin Berry rejoins us and will take pole position with that slice of luck. It's J. Orchard James looking for a better start alongside him, Paul Beard P3. Row 2, Gareth Arles, Grant Taylor and Ryan Bowman. Then it's Carl Vickers, Steve Lester, of course, we've just seen had that incident, so he will not be starting in P8. We're hoping he can get the bike prepared in time for race number 3 later on. Ethan Hall completes that row. Then it's Jamie Cox rounding at the top 10 alongside Daniel Isaac and Laurie Myers. Lewis Adams is 13th with Matthew McCready 14th and Adam Ross P15. Mark Fletcher in 16th, Thomas Brand 17th, Gavin Hooper P18. Row 7, Dwayne Sismore, James Johnson and Natalie Crow. Then it's Alex Nunn, Ian Henderson, Stephen Burke and one of either Matthew Smith or Matthew Young, because they seem to be chopping and changing which one of them is making the race and which one of them isn't at the moment. So we'll figure that one out as they head round what is now an 8-lap race. We've chopped a lap off. We already chopped 2 laps off from all of the races today just to try and fit it all in, unfortunately. But again, in this heat, I don't think the riders will mind that too much. When we were finishing off the races yesterday, speaking to all the riders, even though they were all 6 laps yesterday just because of our time limitations, the main comment was, it's so hot out there. Yes, cooler today, but it's still difficult.
Yeah, I think playing to the riders, we're happy about the smaller races and shorter races for themselves. Yeah, we now continue on with our warm-up. We're not too far away from getting going in this one. And yellow flags out in the final sector. Just telling riders to slow down. But Benjamin Berry, what can he do for this one? As J. Orchard James, he's looking to start from second in this one. The number 7, it's been a great season so far. Paul Beard as well, starting in third. Paul Beard, he's been one of the best starters that we've had in 2026, not just in the Metzeler freshman category, but overall in all classes as well. He's been one of the riders you can rely on for a very, very quick start. But Benjamin Berry, a second throw of the dice for himself. Another chance for redemption, a little miss for himself earlier on today, and now it looks like finally he's going to be able to try and get the whole shot. Orchard James and Paul Beard are going to look to stop him in this one. Gareth Isles, keep your eye on the 186 and the 268 of Grant Taylor as well. Grant Taylor, he's been known for being good in the early stages as well, and Carl Vickers, well, if there's anyone that's going to compete with the newer machines on a pre-injection bike, it is going to be the number 18. Now, though, we're not too far away from getting going. We're ready to get racing. The revs will rise in a few moments' time. The red lights will appear on the starting gantry, and now we can go racing. Orchard James, not the start he was hoping for at all. He's going to get swallowed up by the pack. As for your pole sitter as well, the Honda dropping down to third as now we head round Paddock Hill Bend for the opening time of this restart up towards Druid straight away, and it looks to be Ryan Buhlman who's got the best start from P6 on the grid. So Ryan Buhlman leading the way from Paul Beard, and will your pole sitter Benjamin Berry on the restart, the first time today he started from pole after missing the grid last time out. He's down to third, now up into second though. A great move at Graham Hill Bend, but J. Orchard James down to P4 at the start.
Looks like a couple of riders just struggling with traction, struggling to find the bite point on the clutch. J. Orchard James, 2 poor starts from him. Benjamin Berry, just the one, but seemingly recovering quickly and trying to get back up in front as we head onto the Grand Prix loop for technically the second time, but the first time in this restarted affair. Anyway, Buhlman still leads on the run into Hawthorns. Beard holding off Orchard James for the time being on that 1.78, but inside line there for James. That could be interesting if he pulls it off. No, too far back on the go into the right-hander at Westfield Bend, now down through Dingledale. That's a great run from Orchard James, not going to be close enough though, and he will let off. No, he's going to stay with it to try and go around the inside. No, decides to back out of it. Still early doors in this race. Paul Beard now under big pressure from Benjamin Berry, who has to sit the bike up and get on the brake, so he'll stay there and lose a bit of time down the penultimate straight. So 2 big battles forming early doors here for first and third.
Berry is on the push here. Ryan Buhlman, he's not going to have this one easy at all if he wants any chance of winning this race. Orchard James as well, just behind him, P4. He looks to be moving in on the Paul Beard ahead as now we head towards turn 1 for the second time of asking. We get to look at the lap times after this lap for really the first time as Orchard James gets run to third, and a big move, a big error from Benjamin Berry onto the dirty stuff at side circuit. You have to say that's been left there from Steve Lester's crash, and he's done a good job to stay on 2 wheels there. He's done a good job to even stay in second place as well, but that gap to Ryan Buhlman in the race lead has now extended, and Berry, he's got a lot of work to do if he wants any hope of winning this one.
It's obviously going to take him a couple of corners to clean those tyres up as well, get that grip back to the levels that they should be at, and as well, maybe if that's a moment of fear spiking through him as he thought, oh, we're going to have a crash here, so perhaps needs to calm down on the bike as well, but seems to be continuing onwards with no real issues, just that there's an extra couple of bike lengths between himself and the race leader as it stands. It is, of course, Carl Vickers in P6 who leads the way in the pre-injection 600 category. That's hardly surprising. It has been himself and Steve Lester that have very much been the class of the field this weekend at Brands Hatch and this season as a whole. The championship leader going down and out at Paddock Hill at the first attempt of this race. It means that Carl Vickers, if he finishes where he is, or in fact he could drop down to 13th overall and be fine, he is set to take the championship lead as we quickly approach the halfway mark of the 2026 season. It's Buhlman from Berry, from Orchard James, from Beard, from Hall as your top 5 as it currently stands. And currently, the top 4 pretty close together, but breathing room between all of them. Berry could be under pressure from Orchard James soon, though. Seems like he's tried to get into the toe just a little bit, maybe thinking about setting a go up later in the lap.
Yeah, looking set it up for the time being, but of course, let's not forget the error he made last time around, and now this has allowed like Orchard James to fully catch up. So Benjamin Berry, this is going to be a difficult second half of the race. I mean, turn 1, super quick corner, not where you'd want to go off at all, as we've seen with Steve Lester, but in some respects, getting a little bit of dirt in your tyre at that corner isn't the worst thing in the world, because you've got a nice, pretty heavy braking zone, but it's a straight braking at Druids, and then you go downhill towards Graham Hill Bend where you can get away with less trail braking. Sure, trail braking is going to give you the fastest line through there and be the quickest through there, but you can get away without doing it. So it's the perfect 2 corners to really clean up your tyres before then you head over to Surtees. Now then, Buhlman, is he having some issues here? Because Berry has managed to get through. We just missed the move there. So Berry into the race lead, Buhlman down second, potentially down to third over at Westfield. Now though, Orchard James thinking better of it. Number 7, he's experienced with these types of moves. He knows when and when not to make it. But Ryan Bowman, he could be running into some issues here, and very quickly, because Orchard James has the pace. As we look at Sterling's now, he thinks better of it yet again, and instead he's going to have to line up a move down this back straight towards the final corner we go now. He's itching for a way through, because he can see Benjamin Berry slowly edging his way into the distance. Through who is to come, you can see the difference in speed. A move is coming, either on the start finish straight or over at turn 1. Orchard James wants his second position towards Paddock Hill Bend, and now still too far back.
Still, Orchard James, though, fastest lap of the race on not the previous tour, but the tour before, wow, a 1:36.8. That's about 0.3 quicker than Berry's best effort, which was the last lap with some clean air. Has now got it done, though, on the run-up into Druids. Textbook move there from the number 7 rider. And if it is Bullman that is having issues, then now he can try and hunt down Benjamin Berry. But the front 3 still very close together overall. They have broken away massively from Paul Beard in P4. He's some 3.7 seconds away from Orchard James, or Bullman was on the previous lap, should I say. They continue to push onwards. Lap 4 of 8 here in race number 2 of the pre-injection 600 and the Metzeler Freshman Sport Challenge. Berry looks like he's got a great run coming out of Surtees and onto the Grand Prix loop. He's opened up a couple of bike runs there as we follow Bullman through Hawthorns. So Orchard James, he's got through Bullman, who definitely at this point in the race seems to be the slowest out of the front 3. Now, though, he needs to get his head down and see if he can follow what that 8.48, what the race leader is doing, because we've seen Orchard James, the pace is very much there. He's clearly quick enough to win this race. He needs to try and catch and pass the race leader.
Yeah, it's a one thing to stick with the pace, especially as late in the race as well. Let's not forget, now we're entering the second half. If you're going to get tired, this is where it begins. We can just see such a big group. Carl Vickers currently in the middle of this scrap, sitting around P6 at the moment. Laurie Myers sitting just behind him. Laurie Myers, not the weekend maybe we were expecting from him, but after a somewhat difficult cross, some mistakes, some crashes, I think it's time just to get some points on the board and to start using his head as well. Now though, to the start-finish line, obviously this not being forward position if Laurie Myers manages to get through. He does indeed. You can see speed difference between the newer machine, the newer R6, and then obviously the pre-injection machine of Carl Vickers. Now though, Orchard James, that is truly closer. A move could be on the cards towards the end of this race, because Orchard James, well, he's not going to go down without a fight here. Benjamin Berry, sure, he might have missed the first start, but in this second restart, he's done so well. I mean, it's been so impressive, his pace so far. A little bit wide there through Surtees, but he's looking like an experienced rider.
Well, Benjamin Berry, a 1.6 second winning margin was it for him in race 1 yesterday, ahead of Orchard James, but in this race, it seems to have flipped a little bit on his head. The 7 is certainly keeping pace with that 8.48. Just needs to try and find a way through, getting very close there on the run through Westfields and down into Dingle Dell. It seems to me that Orchard James potentially a little bit quicker through the Grand Prix loop. Berry, though, much more at home through Paddock Hill and Druids early doors, even though it must be said the 7 is strong up at the hairpin at turn 2 as well. But again, you can see there's, 3-4 bike lengths in it at the moment as they come out of Stirling's and onto the penultimate straight. We'll see if that changes as they come to Clearways, Clark Curve, and at the start-finish line to make it lap 6 of 8. Still maintaining around that gap. Let's follow them down at the front stretch as they blast past the pit buildings. Yeah, still staying pretty similar. Orchard James does have the toe. He might fancy something to the outside here if he's very brave, but no. Uses his head, does the number 7 rider, and decides to stick with it. He did get through Bullman up at Druids. Maybe he'll try the same again as it is deep.
Bullman!
As well off the road goes Bullman. Is he going to use his motocross style? Still to try and stay on the bike. Not quite, but he did get it slowed down. And he's quite far off into the gravel trap as well. We'll wait to see if he's okay. I think he's getting up onto his feet. Looks like Berry maintaining the lead at the moment. And Bullman as well, luckily, he's up to his feet. I can see out the commentary box window and has gone down right by a gap in the barrier that he can push the bike through. So we won't have any more delays there. But a real shame for the 7-12 as high side there for Benjamin Berry. He goes down and into the middle of the track. J. Orchard James will take the race lead. He's up to his feet. But wow, what a crazy lap we've just had as 2 of our podium runners, including the race leader, have just gone down.
Yeah, that one's going to hurt. Benjamin Berry down on the deck. J. Orchard James into the race lead. The number 7 now goes...
Red flag.
Red flag stopping the race early here. You would imagine on lap 6 of 8 that might be called a result here, Ross, but obviously we wait for confirmation. Couple incidents on that lap, and Bowman, obviously, even though he is right near an escape point, it's going to be very, very deep gravel, to say the least.
Yeah, real shame there. Two pretty big incidents there for two of our podium runners as well. The recovery van will have to head straight out onto the circuit, and we'll wait to see what the results are going to be, because of course typically in a red flag you take it from the previous lap, at which point it was Benjamin Berry leading the race, Ultra James in second and Ryan Bullman in third. So even though they've both just crashed out of the race, it's possible that they may be awarded first and third place as of the standings. We'll wait to see what race control are going to say as a result of that one. But on lap 6 of 8, that will probably be the end of race 9 of the weekend. Race 2, yeah, that's going to be done and dusted. So provisionally for the time being in the Metzeler Freshman Sport Challenge and the No Limits Pre-Injection 600, according to my timing screen, of course, a big thank you to our timing partners TSL for all of their support. It is Benjamin Berry that will take the race win from Ultra James from Borman. Again, this is provisional. Taking it from the previous lap, that may change. We'll wait to see what race control are going to say. Paul Bibb P4, Laurie Myers 5th, then Hall in 6th, Adam 7th, Taylor 8th, Carl Vickers P9 takes the pre-injection win, and Isaac 10th, Isles 11th, Cox, followed by Ross McCready, Brandon P2 in the pre-injection, Fletcher, Nunn, Natalie Crow P3 in the pre-injection, and then looks like we've lost Johnson, Henderson and Burke. Again, these results, which you will see on your picture, these are very much provisional, given the red flag ending there. Of course, we'll let you know as everyone is okay as soon as we know, but it looks, initially at least, like Benjamin Berry and Ryan Bullman were up on their feet and okay for the most part, so that is a positive sign to see there. Of course, they'll be getting support from the marshals very, very quickly. You can see that the recovery van was straight out onto the track as well to make this as quick as possible. But yes, those are the provisional results for you for the time being. We'll just have to confirm that a little bit later down the line when race control have finalised everything and to see if they are happy with everything. So a climactic, anticlimactic ending to that one, I think I'd say, with two of our podium finishes hitting the dirt. But again, they may well still be awarded those places. Benjamin Berry looks like he's gonna try and wheel the bike back down into the paddock. He's come down there, coming onto the Grand Prix loop. That's coming through the left-hand of Surtees. There is Bullman as well, who looks like he's managed to get the bike going as well. So hopefully no massive repairs for both of them. Bullman did get the bike slowed down quite a bit through the gravel. I think just caught a bit of a rut somewhere and went down, so he should be okay. Benjamin Berry, though, a pretty hefty high side, so you got to hope that, I mean, if he's rolled the bike down, it might be okay, but you never know. We'll have to wait and see, or he'll have to wait and see anyway when he gets back to the awning. But still, a really exciting race for 6 laps, that one. Some really tight battles at the front of it as well. Jay Ultra James looked like he had the pace to try and get it towards the checkered flag. Yeah, he did. I mean, promoted, what you would have to say will be the race win, with the likes of Berry and Bullman not competing at the time of the red flag. So you wouldn't imagine it would be classified in the official results, but obviously we'll wait for confirmation about it. It's very, very unlikely for that. So a massive shame for them, but of course they get another throw at the dice later on this afternoon, if all things are well. Obviously, Bullman as well. I mean, up to the point where he went down, it was a very, very impressive save, to say the very least. And yeah, as you mentioned, just perhaps hit a little rut in the gravel, or it could also be the case, I mean, it's easy enough to stay in the gravel whenever you've got some speed behind you, but as soon as speed starts dissipating, it's so easy to throw it down. And even the closer you get to the wall, you might want to touch the front brake, and as soon as you hit the front brake in a gravel trap, pretty much down you go and locks the front, or digs in into the deep, deep gravel. Anyway, though, we are not too far away from getting going. Obviously, there's going to be a slightly longer wait for you folks at home and at the side of the circuit until the next race can get underway, because unlike usual, where we have multiple calls, it makes everything nice and smooth, runs great, it does mean that we're going to have to wait for all 3 calls so the riders have a nice chance to get down to the holding area before we can actually release them onto the circuit. Now, though, we are waiting for the grid to form. Neil Stevenson there. We did speak to him yesterday morning, and he was speaking about his YouTube journey, speaking about his racing journey so far as well, giving people an insight at home into what it's actually like to race on a superbike, and what it's actually like as well to get involved in racing. Maybe just as a hobby. Simon Franklin there, though, the right-hand side of your picture, number 95,
what a great season it's been so far for himself. Let's not forget his heroics at Croft too. Well, the grid's not too far away from actually forming. This, of course, being the Brandfixx Club Power Cup alongside the No Limits Old School 1K Trophy. And, well, Ross, I think it's fair to say the standout this year has been Jack Cullen. And I also think it's fair to say, of course, taking a victory yesterday, that win meant so much to him.
It certainly did. A really, really rotten weekend at Croft. 2 crashes, 2 deaths, a really big high side in race number 3 as well, that effectively ended the day's action. And yeah, it was a pretty rotten one, but it's great to see that he was okay. He's been able to repair the bike. He's back with us here at Brands Hatch. And again, the fact he was able to take that race victory, again, you could see that meant a lot, because there was maybe at the back of his mind a little bit of dent in the confidence, a little bit of caution, don't want to have the crash. And of course, after a big crash, there's always those doubts in the back of your mind. But to get that win has erased all of that, and Cully is going to be back to his best here in the Brandfixx Club Power Cup. Of course, in the Old School 1K Trophy, it was Sam Foster who took the victory. No, it was Dean Turner, of course it was, the 1, 2, 3. What do I talk about? The RF riders basically won every race this season, and I'm probably looking to continue to do the same here in race number 2 as well. But Jack Cullen, let's not say it's not going to be easy for him though. Goes off of P2 in this race. P1 pole position Jordan Hugh. Those two had a big old scrap all throughout race number 1 yesterday, and it's probably going to be something similar. Of course, can't count out the P3 rider as well, and Aaron Nunn, who finished 3rd on the road yesterday, a little bit further back from the 1 and 2, but he's had a very solid year so far. He's riding in good form, and he'll be hungry to see if he can try and get himself involved with the battles up in front. So as we're ready for our sighting lap for our 9-lap race, the second race of the weekend for these guys in the Club Power Cup and the Old School 1K Trophy, and race 10 of the weekend here at No Limits Racing round number 4. It's Jordan Hugh who takes pole position. Jack Cullen, our winner from yesterday in P2. Aaron Nunn completes the front row. Row 2 is Scott Pendleton, Perry Matterface and Mitchell Baines. Dean Turner leads the charge for the Old School bikes in P7. Steve Frizzle and Paul Spencer alongside. Andy Ashcroft rounds out the top 10 with Sam Foster P11 and Adam Summel in P12. Then it's James Logan, who had a really good run of things yesterday, alongside Philip Whitby and Robert Contreras. Behind them, Dale Hill, Ian Tune and Martin McClatchy. Row 7, Anthony Fleckney, Lee Rawlings and Dean Bednarek. Then it's Piotr Gabelich, Ed Alexander and Neil Stevenson. Craig Everson is 25th, alongside Ryan Marriott and Luke Coop. Then it's Stephen Kilby, Leonard Brookman and Nigel White. Simon Franklin at P31, apparently. That's disappointing for him, with Jeremy Page 32nd and Louis Wright 33rd. And Alan Lane is 34th, alongside Gareth Evans and Matthew Whitney. And then Vincent Gillen, our 37th and final rider, scheduled to take part in this race. We did only have 31 attempted yesterday. Simon Franklin was one of those, but he struggled to get the bike going. He ultimately did not start the race, which is why he's probably starting so far back in this one. So he'll be slicing his way through the field, there's no doubt about that. We know how good of a rider that Simon is, and he'll be hoping to at least get himself into good stead going into race number 3 to at least rescue something from this weekend. But up the front, once again, I think it's very much going to be Jordan Hugh against Jack Cullen. Hugh will be looking to try and get back in front from race number 1, but Cullen will be looking to make it 2 from 2 once again.
Yeah, 2 from 2 from Cullen. You'd imagine that's been his game plan pretty much the entire season. And well, Simon Franklin, as you mentioned, a damage limitation weekend. What could he get away with from this one? Some points in the bag wouldn't be a bad idea at all by the end of the year. Obviously, Franklin headed into this weekend, sat second in the championship, just 7 points adrift from Cullen, and that was thanks to Cullen just scoring 20 points, just 20 points from all 3 races at Croft.
And all of that in one race as well.
Yeah, exactly. Just 1 second place at Croft in race 2 gave him those points. The other ones were DNFs, and now, well, that's so far this weekend, touch wood, it's not been nearly as dramatic though. Still 2 races to go today. I'm sure he's looking focused. I'm sure he's feeling well. And let's not forget what happened yesterday, because Jordan Hugh kept him on honest, all the way throughout. And I think Jordan secretly thinks it could be on here on Sunday. He's had a chance to make some tweaks. He's had a chance to rest on it overnight. It's amazing what a sleep can do. Just putting your mind to rest, thinking that what you can do better. The red lights, though, are on the starting gantry, and away we go. It's a great start from John Hugh. It's a great start from Aaron Nunn. None on the inside line, though. Jack Cullen to go wider line. He should be able to carry more speed, but instead he's going to be hung out to dry. And Jordan Hugh leads from Aaron Nunn. P1, P2, everyone through. Nice and clean so far in the pack. Aaron Nunn diving down the inside, looking to claim the race lead on the opening lap of action, and he has done it. The BMW leads, the 183 dropping back down to second position. And well, third, that's your championship leader, Jack Cullen, for the time being. Simon Franklin, he's already picked up 4 or 5 positions in the opening 2 corners. What can he do on the opening lap? Now, though, back on the power, we wind it up, trying to keep the front wheels on the deck, trying just to get on the power, as then they appear under the bridge towards Hawthorne for the first time of asking. Perry Matterface remains in P4 for the time being, lurking away from Jack Cullen, trying to learn anything he can as the 97 remains in P3. But what a great start. What a solid move on the opening lap from Aaron Nunn.
Brilliant stuff from Nunn to get through, clearly searching for a bit of vengeance, fading away from the front two's fight yesterday. Although this time, pressure being placed on him by Hugh. Cullen still there with them as they head through Stirlings and onto the penultimate straight. A couple of riders also in tow. It's a longer race this one than yesterday. 9 laps instead of 6. But we are seeing certainly a front 3 starting to form, maybe even a front 4 as they come to the line for the first time. Make it lap number 2. Great run from Jordan Hugh. He'll have the inside into Paddock Hill. Is he brave enough on the brakes? No, not quite. Decides against it on that occasion. Again, longer race. You've got more time to just sit back and relax. No point throwing it away early doors with a silly, risky move. It is none from Hugh from Cullen. Scott Penston in P4. Dean Turner up to P5. What an opening lap that is from the 1-2-3 RAF rider, and leading the way, of course, in the old school 1K trophy class as well. Brilliant to see that from him. Looks like he's actually just dropped back behind someone, though. May well be Foster on the Fireblade. We'll wait and see as they come through. But still pressure being placed on Nunn at the moment. Cullen with the best seat in the house, but he himself could be under a lot of pressure from Scott Penston very, very shortly.
Dean Turner still remains ahead of Foster on circuit. Of course, that also be in 4 class position as well, let's keep in mind. So great to see 2 No Limits old school trophy runners close together on circuit in P6 and P7 out on track. But Aaron Nunn, he's been put under a lot of pressure here in the second lap of action. You can see on the left hand side of your screen exactly who is where, who is in what class. Of course, the Brandfixx Club Power Cup class being in the turquoise colour, and then the No Limits class being in yellow on the sidebar of your screen. And of course, if you're watching the side of the circuit, feel free either to tune in or to use TSL timing as well to see the up-to-date times, see the scoring positions, and to see who is in what category. Towards the final corner, though, we go yet again. The top 4 locking horns. It's an 8-wheeler at the head of the race. Heads on to lap 3 in a few moments' time. Jordan Hugh back onto the power. He's much closer this time around. Is it going to be a move? Not yet is the answer. It's so deceiving heading into Paddock Hill Bend. So many different lines, but Aaron Nunn, he's gone wide there at the mid-corner. Is this going to invite a move over at Druids? It looks like it is, and down the inside, Jordan Hugh goes. Is it going to push Nunn wide? Ever so slightly, but can hit a late picks yet again. But now it's Jack Cullen on Nunn's rear wheel.
And if these 4 continue to squabble, Scott Pendleton is going to be right there with them as well. This could be a 5-way fight for the lead in the Brandfixx Club Power Cup, unless maybe the 183's had enough and decides to just bolt away in the distance. But where's the fun in speculating about that one? It's now Hugh from Nunn, from Cullen, from Pendleton. Your top 3. Looks like maybe some transport issues for somebody. Jack Cullen to the inside, and all the way to the lead from the 97 down on Hawthorne's. Supreme on the brakes, a little bit deep though. Does that invite maybe Hugh to back in front? No. Jack Cullen's gone from 3rd to 1st in one corner. What a move.
What an incredible move. 2 for the price of 1 for himself. Jordan Hugh looking for another move now on Aaron Nunn, unable to make that one work this time around. But now that Jack Cullen's at the front, he's got some clear track ahead of him. What does the next lap hold? Can he stretch a margin, or can the 3 riders behind him latch on Pendleton now looks to be dropping into the hands of Dean Turner. Obviously, different classes for them, but overall bragging rights still up for stake. Now, though, heading on to lap 4 of 9. Obviously, a much longer race than yesterday, 3 laps longer than expected. As we head into turn 1 yet again, is anyone going to run wide this time around? Obviously, that was Aaron Nunn's big mistake, and I'm sure at the end of this race, he's going to be looking back on that one. Hugh looking to attack yet again, but he was on the wrong side of the corner there over at Druids.
Don't forget, just behind these guys, the fight for the old school 1K trophy raging on as well. Dean Turner and Foster on the 14 doing battle. This is the hardest fight we've seen in the old school 1K trophy all season long. Looks like Dean's starting just to bridge a little bit of a gap as it stands. As we see their battles just a bit further in front of them as well. And then pushing their way round third place currently in the old school 1K trophy. Looks to be Ashcroft, that is Andy Ashcroft on the 45. He's down at P12 at the moment. Yeah, looks like Scott Pendleton in P5 having a couple of transponder issues, it would seem. Or Perry Matterface P4, should I say. So that's why he's went down to the second turn in the P4, Pendleton P5. On our timing screens, it's Cullen from Nunn, from Hugh, from Matterface, from Pendleton as your top 5. That's what we're going to take as kosher. Look at the gap that Cullen's pulled already. He's had enough of all these antics. It is Dean Turner, though, who's right on the tail of this battle, actually. So maybe there's been a mistake from somebody, and he's able to maybe try and fight for the overall race lead.
Yeah, I mean, Scott, he just lost out on the position last time around. It seems now Dean Turner has the pace to stretch away, and he's left the likes of Foster in his trail. So Foster is fighting away with the 42 as we head over the line yet again, ticking by yet another lap. Cullen remains in P1 for the time being. We'll wait to see the orders come up. Cullen's gone down! Jack Cullen has potentially crashed out. Is that Cullen? Yes, it is. The championship leader is on the floor yet again. I mean, there's luck and then there's this bad luck. I mean, he seems to have nothing at all. At Croft, 20 points scored, only 1 race finished. This being the second race of the weekend. And while your championship leader is on the deck yet again, Jordan Hugh promoted to the race lead, Nunn in second, Dean Turner on the overall podium.
What is going on here at Brands Hatch? This is absolute madness. We stay under local yellows at Paddock Hill for the time being. Looks like Cullen dropped the front in the mid-corner of Paddock Hill and just slid off the road. It's such an easy thing to do. And heartbreak for Cullen on a weekend where he's trying to rebuild his confidence. Did rebuild his confidence yesterday. And now it could all be in pieces once again. So it's now Jordan Hugh from Nunn. Dean Turner's in third. Pendleton fourth. Foster in fifth. This is absolute madness here in race number 3. Looks like that's the number 30 working their way through. Perry Matterface is having a no working transponder according to race control. So he now has moved into second place. Turner is just behind, but still very much fighting for that overall podium. So it's now Jordan Hugh. No, is that Dean Turner in front of him? No, it is. Okay, I'm there now. Pendleton is, no, not Pendleton. Matterface is up now into second, ahead of Aaron Nunn, and then it's Dean Turner in P4. Still very much fighting for the overall podium, though. Try and wrap my head around this. It's just not working right now. There's so much going on.
Hugh doing a great ride, though, so far. None being put under pressure from the likes of Dean Turner. Dean Turner, though, looking for a move. He is going to be the outside here, unless he can break as deep as possible, and he has done it. The 1-2-3 now moves into third position overall. Obviously, not a move in class, as can Aaron Nunn respond? Not quite yet. Perry Matterface remains in second, but Matterface sitting in P2 for the time being. He can well and truly be under some pressure. Ignore the left-hand side of your screen sidebar for the time being, because Matterface is having some transponder issues still, and now Aaron Nunn looks to respond for P3. He's looking this way, he's looking that way, he's unable to do it so far. Obviously, he should have a little bit more power than that old Fireblaze, you would say, but Dean Turner, I mean, we know how experienced he is. He's not a stranger to leading in class, he's not a stranger to mixing with the newer machines. So this isn't something new for himself, as he looks to pile on the pressure now on Perry Matterface. Will there be a move made over at Stirland? The answer to that is a big resounding no so far. So towards lap 7 we head in a few moments time, and it continues to be Hugh from Matterface with Dean Turner in third.
Dean Turner, of course, has won every race in class so far this season, but we're normally used to seeing in the middle to the latter end of the top 10. I mean, it's still great riding, of course, but normally you've got a few that kind of disappear up the front. Maybe he fights with somebody else. He's currently running on the overall podium. What an unbelievable performance we are seeing. There is the 95 of Simon Franklin, that is, I believe, on the Kawasaki.
Inside the top 10.
Yeah, he is inside the top 10. He's done an incredible job to get up to 7th already. Yes, it's been 7 laps, but again, started well down in the pack after incidents and drama over the weekend. Again, with Cullen going out as well, of course, it was an awful moment. It makes a little bit of a mistake to Drew. Try not to do that and throw away the points. But as I was trying to say, with Cullen now out, of course, it was Franklin that had issues yesterday in the championship battle. That was a free 25 points for Jack Cullen with that race victory. Of course, it's not going to be a race victory for Franklin in this one, but with a great ride, getting that gap back down, it's a real gift for him in the championship fight. As we go back to what looks to be the top 5 all getting and starting to trip over one another once again. Hugh with a bit of a lead. I think Dean Turner's dropping backwards. Is that traffic or somebody getting involved?
Yes. Yeah, so the extra traffic there, some back markers to get through, but the order continues to be Hugh in the lead for the time being. And well, Jordan, he thought a win was on the cards, that's for sure. But, well, can he do it this time around? We're going to have to wait and find out, because second place continues to be Perry Matterface. Third, of course, being Dean Turner. None sitting in P4. There is the back marker, just trying to get out harm's way. Obviously, just trying to be predictable on circuit. Foster now gets through as well. And Foster actually has managed to get ahead of Scott Paylington as well. And he's well and truly dropping back into number 42, especially in this late race. So I wonder, maybe just getting a little bit tired, getting a little bit fatigued. Nonetheless, that we head on to the penultimate lap of action. Mistakes so easy to be made over at turn 1. None this time around though from the 183 as the pressure continues to be piled on behind Aaron Nunn. He's sat at the back of this group for a while now. The question is, can he make a move, or would they have done it already if there was any hope of it?
Well, he's still going to finish P3 in class if he stays on 2 wheels, essentially. Of course, 2 different classes going on. Foster at P5 is second in the old school 100k trophy. Andy Ashcroft at 45, rounding out the top 10 at the line last time. He resigned in P3. Looks like he's trying to do battle actually right there with some people ending up with some drills. I believe that may be on the defensive from Southall on the run up there, and indeed it is. So just trying to hold them back. Again, that's not a move for position, that's just level racing. It's going to be the likes of Southall, Alan Lane and Spence behind very much are racing for position, the back end of their respective top 10 places here on lap number 8. And look at that, Southall just trying to go all the way around there at Surtees. Can't quite get it done, but we're still trying to be brave about it anyway. As we wait to see, is he close enough? No, not quite. Alan Lane has lost out though to, I believe that may be the 171 actually working his way up the inside potentially of the 50 rider as they head through the back end of the circuit. So battles, as always in No Limits Racing, everywhere you look here. It's been an unbelievably crazy race, and we're about to head on to the final lap.
Heading on to the final lap in a few moments time to end race 10 of the weekend. Obviously, if you have bought a program, the schedule now back to normal. You can rely on it for the rest of the day, pretty much, or of course the timings. But look at this field heading towards the final corner in a few moments time as well, back at the front, Jordan Hugh, his margin for the time being sits at around 1.5 seconds. Personal best last time around as well though, and sets it at around 4,000 of a second slower than Matterface behind. So Matterface, he's going to have to go a little bit faster than that if he wants any hope of closing that margin. Dean Turner though remaining in P3 for the time being. Aaron Nunn, you have to say, he's doing a good job in 4th. Ignore Per Matterface's dropping down the order on the left hand side of your screen. He is still there in 2nd. Doing a solid job as the 172 heads off circuit as well. McClatchy having a big moment, similar to what Ryan Bowman did earlier on in the day. The difference is he's managed to get it fully stopped in the gravel trap, but he's going to be doing a good job to get it out from there. He might be smelling some clutch soon if he wants any hope of getting that bike out the gravel. Now though, Hugh contains the lead. A quarter of a lap remaining before he can storm to victory. We spoke about it potentially being on the cards from today. Little did we know it would be a mistake from Jack Cullen that would hand him victory in race 2, the second race of the weekend in the Brandfixx Club Power Cup. Round the final corner now, Jordan Hugh, the 183, the R1 rider, does take victory. You'll see the checker flag waving. It'll mean so much to him as second place across the line does go Perry Matterface, and third is Dean Turner. The 1K trophy rider does claim an overall podium yet again. We look at the Fan Cup riders crossing the line, and there is Simon Franklin. Over the line we go yet again. He crosses the line in P7 for himself. What a ride, coming from about 30th position or so, all the way up the order to finish inside the points. That is going to be a race that we're going to speak about at the end of the season. I mean, big point swing yet again in the championship. Race 10 of the weekend, of course, does go the way of Jordan Hugh. We'll speak here in a few moments as he speaks to Ross. But Matterface in second, Dean Turner, the 1K trophy winner, Aaron Nunn in P4, Sam Foster second in class in P5, Pendleton, Franklin, as we mentioned, in seventh, Frizzle, Logan and Spencer rounding out our top 10 in that one, finishing around 26 seconds adrift further down the order. Further back though, Adam Southwell ahead of Alan Lane. Andy Ashcroft as well, a podium for him in class as Baines Hill round out the top 15. Whitby in P16, Contreras in P17, Rollins, Fleckney and Ian Toon rounds out the top 20 runners. Further back down the order though, Marriott, Bednarek and Golich round out the top 23 as Ed Alexander, Neil Stevenson takes the top 25. Craig Evanson, Luke Coop, McClatchy we seen a few moments ago, a big moment from him as Kilby Brookman, and of course Jack Cullen. No finishes for them this time around. Such a big shame for them, but well, this is going to be an interesting interview to say the very least. Jordan Hugh, race winner yet again. Cullen in the gravel trap. Ross, down to you in Parc Fermé.
Well, I'm not going to quite call it race of the season just yet, but it's certainly already in the conversation, wasn't it? What a race that was there in the Brandfixx Club Power Cup and the old school 1K trophy. First of all, Jordan Hugh, wow, what a ride from yourself. A little bit of luck with Jack going down there, but you can't complain at the end of the day. That was awesome.
I know, I don't think I'd have caught him. It was going at a hot pace, and he went down, and I thought, right, I've just got to play smart here. I had a quick look back, saw Perry a couple hundred yards, I thought, just ride sensibly, but yeah, well chuffed.
Still, just about missed out on it yesterday, but finally got the win. Race 3 later, plan to back it up again?
Jack will come back stronger, he always does, doesn't he? And we'll probably have Simon in the mix as well. So,
wait to see Jordan, congratulations. Next up, old school 1K trophy winner and third place overall, Dean Turner. Mate, that was unbelievable.
Yeah, I'll take that. I'm happy with that. I didn't expect to be on the actual overall podium, but no, happy days. I've got no words for it. I'm over the moon.
And so 11th class victories in a row for you this season, and you had to fight for that one as well. So action-packed for yourself there.
Yeah, it was good. Seeing the board was like 0.4, I was like, Jesus, they're right behind me. But no, it's a really good race. Really enjoyed that one.
Dean, that was mega, mate. Congratulations, well deserved. We'll see you out there for race 3 and the Interservices race, of course, as well.
And the Interservices, that'll be interesting. So, yeah, thank you very much.
Looking forward to it, mate. That's what we've got time for down here. Next race coming up quickly. Back to you, Lewis.
Thanks, Ross. Always lovely to hear from our class winners. And, of course, overall winner this time around, Jordan Hugh. Now, he's expecting Cullen to come back much stronger later on. Still one more shot for themselves, but that is job done for the time being for the Brandfixx Club Power Cup. Soon though, we'll be moving on to the next race of the weekend, race 11 on our schedule. Of course, the 4th round of the year here at Brands Hatch, and free classes in store for this next one. So plenty of action to get our teeth stuck into. Around 39 riders will be taken to the grids. The Club Sport Cup, the Streetbike Cup, and of course the Fortis F900 Cup Race 2 for them this weekend is now upon us. They're going to be released out of pit lane in a few moments' time, and then of course we can get action underway and ready for more racing, ready for lights out as well. Paul Holden, let's not forget, he's going to be starting from pole on this one. He did a remarkable race yesterday with the Moto 46 squad in the endurance. Let's not forget the issues he had at Croft. Obviously, a crash on the Saturday put him out of Sunday's action. Nothing, though, of the sort here at Brands Hatch. He's all ready to go. Raring to go, to say the very least, because he's on pole with a 1:34.319. So a super quick time from the street bike rider. Now, though, that's a bit of a wait, you have to say, to get the bikes onto the circuit. It looks like we have got that all done. And of course, it will be joined by Stephen Miller and James Plummer on the front row. Both of them will be starting on board 600s. They'll be going from the No Limits Club Sport Cup class. Meanwhile, Paul Holden will be in the Streetbike Cup class. And you've got a little bit further down to see the top Fortis F900R Cup runner. But what an exciting race too we have in store for these guys. The Club Sport Cup, always one of the best races we see here at No Limits Racing. Keep your eyes on the likes of Carl Beresford starting from row 2 as well. The Triumph, it's been so strong, and while Brands Hatch, it seems to be a circuit that suits him for sure. You can just see Paul Holden slotting into pole position there. The number 6 ready to go. Callum Hurst as well, another rider to look out for. He's going to start from row 2. We'll bring you through the grid in just a few moments' time once we release the riders onto the warm-up lap. For backlights and Nicky Williams, no time set for him in qualifying. He's starting all the way down in P33. Yellow flag still waving at the back of the grid, so we're just waiting for the recovery van to come back in, and one final rider to pull onto the grid. Lewis Adams, it looks like, pulling into position, as is one final rider. So we should be all ready to go for this one. An exciting race to get going. Race 11, of course, of the weekend as well. 11 laps originally scheduled for this race. 9 laps will be in store for them, so slightly shorter than expected, but still pretty warm here at Brands Hatch. Paul Holden on pole position for Stephen Muller, James Plummer on the front row of the grid, joining the number 6 for company. Callum Hurst, Carl Beresford, keep your eye on them too. They round out the top 5 and go alongside Finlay Page on row 2. Thomas Drew, Guy Wood and Bobby Brookman go for Bayless on the Honda. 10, Daniel Williams and Adam Pearson on 12. Adam Daniels pretty much, and Lovelace 5. Chris Taylor to be able to be a Cup bike go from the top 18. Carl Freeth and Paul Barker round out the top 20 as Jamie Cox starts from P21. Jimmy Kerr go from P22, Partridge and Keeble. Further back down the order, Maynard, Hunt and Ross start on row 9, while Felton, Hansen and Sutherland round at the top 30, and not set any times in qualifying. Quite a few riders this one was Ebbs, Culler, Williams, Bayless, Warren Good, Williams, Devonport. So about 2 in a bit row, not setting times in qualifying. Red. So a big shame for them, but I'm sure they'll go back to the drawing board for a little bit later on this afternoon. But Paul Holden starting from pole in this one, you have to say he's a rider to watch for sure. Round in the final corner of the time is our pole sitter. 9 laps in store, 3 laps more than yesterday. Ross, what can Paul Holden do in this one? You have to say, judging by the pace yesterday, he's got a high chance of taking a second victory.
Well, it was a 10.2 second advantage at the checkered flag for Paul Holden yesterday over Carl Beresford, who himself was only about 4 tenths ahead of Callum Hurst. So that was very, very close, shall we say, in the Club Sport Cup. But in the street bikes, it's all about that number 6, isn't it? His nearest competitor was quite some way down. I believe it may have been Thomas Drew, who finished in P10. Was second place in the Street Bike Cup. Guy Wood in P3, just behind him, P11 overall. So Paul Holden looks pretty untouchable overall, but it's very, very tight, of course, in the Club Sport Cup. The F900s maybe a little bit less close than we've been used to. There's a couple of big names that we're missing out on this weekend here at Brands Hatch, unfortunately, and a couple of people as well who weren't able to set laps in qualifying, so start well down the back. But of course, it's the BMWs. They're going to provide some good racing anyway, and they're all going to race with each other irrespective of class, because it's No Limits Racing and we all like a bit of chaos. And everybody out there just wants to have a bit of fun and just wants to show that they're better than everyone else, because they're all racers at heart, and that is what they do. We do have red lights on at the gantry. The revs rise and the red lights drop. We're going racing. Big pickup on the front wheel from Paul Holden there. That's a great immediate launch away from P3 of James Plummer. May have the inside out into turn 1, but looks like Holden has just about held on to it despite a poor initial launch. He'll get the whole shot on the run up to Paddock Hill. Callum Hurst looks like he's getting involved in the conversation for 14 and does so. Slides up into 3rd place. Nice start there, and there's almost a collision between some of the BMWs a little bit further back in the pack. And now on the run down Alan Druitt's through the radio. Very, very quick this part of the racetrack. Only really a couple of lines you can take through the left-hander. You can see the Holden already trying to bridge a gap ahead of those behind as they make their way onto the Grand Prix circuit once again. So it was a great start from James Plummer. He wasn't quite able to capitalise it, and Holden this one relatively poor getaway. Just about held on as he swept around the outside.
Yeah, a real brave start from Holden, and well, Carl Beresford looking to make a move on the back straight there on Stephen Muller, and able to make it work so far. I mean, Carl Beresford, he loved the battle yesterday, loved getting his elbows out, loved the scrap that he got himself involved with. Callum Hurst as well, there's lots of good things on as well, so it's happy for the time being, trying to put a little bit of pressure on James Plummer, but he's not close enough anyway so far. Stephen Miller, though, what can he do this time around? Obviously, he's the rider we know has the pace in his back pocket. The opening lap of action is nearly done, and then we can see exactly who is where and what the gaps are going to be. Race 11 of our No Limits racing weekend. Here's Page and Bayless as well, coming down the main straight for the time being. They cross the line now. Meanwhile, back at the front, 0.8 of a second is the gap between Holden and Plummer in second. Hurst sits P3, Muller remains P4, and Will Beresford rounds out of top 5, or does he? Because now he gets ahead of Stephen Muller. So up into P4 is Carl Beresford. Triumph rider, an awesome move there. And well, Ross, what we've seen time and time again, that Triumph has the power and the legs underneath it.
It certainly does, and it certainly pulls in a straight line. That is where he makes up a lot of his time. That doesn't mean he's not any good in the corners as well. Beresford is a mighty fine rider, and will always do somewhat of a good job out there, regardless of what he's on and who he's racing with. There is the gap already that Paul Holden has. You're looking at about 10 bike lengths back to Plummer in P2 and of course, Plummer, of course, leading the way in the Streetbike Cup with Metzeler. But of course, you want to fight for the overall lead, of course. Four cups, I said, Streetbike Cup, Holden leads second place, 5 wins. Overall, respectively, it's Plummer, then Hurst, then Beresford, the current order in the Club Sport Cup, and then the Fortis F900R's early doors. Merchant P9 leads, Pearson P12 in second place, Barker in P15 is P3, so they're very split up. Oh, the BMWs, it would seem. There is Callum Hurst currently running in a very solid P2, as that is the 45 that looks to have come to a stop from the race. Just cooling down there in the pit lane. So Hurst, who we wanted to see if he can try and reel in Plummer, because in his head he's probably thinking, okay, Beresford, we know he's quick, we know he's got a big old motor underneath him compared to what he's got. He is going to be coming at some point in this race. If I can get involved with myself with Plummer, yes or no, it'll be a battle between us and slow him down. Three-way scrap is much harder for Beresford to navigate his way through. So he can kind of tactically use the fight to pull Beresford in, get Beresford held up, and then try and bolt away. That's probably the strategy he'd want to employ. But of course, he's got to catch up to the back of Daisy.
Yeah, he's got plenty of ground to do before he does that. Callum Hurst has got a lot of work to do so far. Right now, he does kind of remain in a little bit of no man's land unless he can pick up the pace over the next couple of laps. 6 laps remaining in this one. Well, this was the distance that they had yesterday. 6 laps being the entire race distance of Saturdays. Now we do head down as well, that would seem pretty much. But a good race so far for himself, a good fight for him. He's had a solid weekend as well. Paul Holden, though, the gap 9 tenths of a second for himself. In second place. The rider having a good ride so far. Edging towards 1 second of a margin, you would have to say. Callum Hurst, though, remains in third. Beresford for Muller. Well, after getting the five trial, he's not able to really hold on to it at all. And in fact, if anything, he's going to have to fight with likes of Finley Page out on circuit. Because Finley Page, number 30, is well and truly on the 23's back tail for the time being. Lewis Fraser yet again, though, leading one of the 600s just ahead of him. That's Brailsford behind. So having a good ride. This is the 24 and the 87. With a fight at the most importantly inside the overall top 10. But there is Muller and there is Page locked together on circuit.
Every time battle between the pair of them as they currently stand together. Muller and Page, both very fine riders in their own regards. As they push their way, coming down towards the Grand Prix. They just need to take the left-hand turn. It's not quite a hairpin, but it's a big old left-hand sweep up. well. You need to be careful getting on the power. As you get up to bigger and faster machines, very easy for the front wheel to pick up. You get on very easy to drop the rear and then throw yourself over the handlebars as a result in that one. Leads the way still from Plummer Hurst in actually top 3 overall. Plummer Hurst in the Streetbike. I say, then Muller and Page just behind, scrapping over 5th in Class P5, P6 overall as it currently stands. Through the left-hander, there you go. Is there anything for Finn Page as of yet? I don't think so. Good run out of the corner, just behind them, Guywood and Bayliss on the 1-2-4. That is not the position. 2 different classes, but those guys were very late on the brakes. Coming into Clark Curve, maybe trying to establish a run down at the front straight is Finn Page. He can tuck into the toe of Stephen Muller, but I don't think it will do. Looks to the outside of Paddock Hill, but nothing there on this occasion, so they'll stay put as Similar will go behind. Again, those two not fighting for position. Little look to the inside once again for Finn Page. Just not quite close enough to get that.
Not quite close enough. Neither is Bayliss. Bayliss sits P8 for the time being, trying to put a little bit of pressure on Guywood. Yet again, though, these two completely different classes. This isn't for class position at all. So no matter what, they are going to change position for overall position, but no championship points will be exchanged at all. Into the last half of the race, though, so not too much longer left in this one. We'll have a procession the second half, but Carl Beresford, he's now onto the back wheel of Callum Hurst. So the battle for the overall podium places could be on here, and now Beresford diving down the inside, looking to make the move work over at Westfield. He has the inside line all the way for Dinglesdale, but Carl Beresford, look at that. Round the outside, sweeped it round. That triumph, what an exit to be able to get. What a great engine that 3-cylinder provides. It packs a punch for sure. And now Callum Hurst, he's going to have to respond if he wants any hope of being able to get back through. Lap 5 of 9 we're on so far. We're about to head on to lap 6 of 9 though, as we round the final corner. Look at the difference in speed over the front straight between these two bikes. Carl Beresford winds up the power yet again. It was a good exit from Callum Hurst, it has to be said. But even then, not any closer at all. Plummer, you have to say, has kept holding on this. I mean, we're just 3 laps away from the end of this one. And James Plummer, he's still there. It's definitely not going to be the complete and utter domination that was seen yesterday. The real question is that Plummer making a step, or is that Holden using his head?
It's hard to tell, to be honest. 1.5 seconds is the gap in the line last time. 3 still to go. Beresford 6.7 back from Plummer himself. I think we just need to see how much Carl Beresford on this next lap to make an estimation, because if the closing in is not that much, then you can argue it's probably Plummer taking a big step forward. To be fair, Plummer was on a very similar pace and certainly fighting with Carl Beresford for much of yesterday's action. Holden, I mean, a 1:33.4 is his best lap of this race so far, which is not too bad whatsoever. His best lap yesterday, in fact, 1:30. Tracked a lot more or even the downward we had yesterday. So maybe that's just a case of everyone taking a step forward at the same time. Who knows? It's certainly, though, that it's a lot closer between Holden and Plummer for the overall race lead, even if they're both still leading in their respective classes. So we'll have to wait and see what the outcome of that one will be. Still battles a little bit further back in the pack as well, as we see these guys just making their way out of Stirling's and down through Clearways, Clark Curve, and then the main straight awaits them, of course. And it's pretty tight between them. One of them just washing out ever so slightly. Of course, back to the battle between Stephen Muller and Finn Page for P4 and Class P5 overall. Page has been staring at the exhaust pipe of Muller for lap after lap after lap now, and is probably getting a little bit bored of the rear of that Kawasaki. Wanting to make it in soon, and he is starting to run out of time a little bit as well. This time looks to the outside of Druids. 23 closes that gap down to Druids. Still 30 is far too far back anyway. Just can't get close enough. He just needs to get ever so close enough. He can just launch something audacious and hope it sticks.
Yeah, he's looking to try and make a move. He tried to line that up all the way from the final corner, taking the wider line as well through turn 1, trying to get the apex and sweep it down towards Druids, but number 30, as you mentioned, too far back this time around. Just behind them as well, Guy Wood and Bayliss are well and truly locked together on circuit. I mean, it looks like a move can be coming between them two as well. So two great battles on circuit for P5, 6th overall and 7th and 8th overall as well. So we do continue on, and Guy Wood will be looking for a way through. Obviously, that one's not for class position, it's just overall position. There they are, and Bayliss has got ahead. And Guy Wood, well, obviously, completely different machines, still able to do very, very similar times. Obviously, Bayliss got through last time around. He set at 1:38.1. Guy Wood, 2/10 slower last time around as well. So completely different for themselves. And as well, Guy Wood trying to land the move towards the final corner. We're heading on to the penultimate lap in a few moments time for these guys. They're already on the penultimate lap, however, and even behind these guys, even more battles going on outside of the top 10.
Certainly is, even if some of the battles not necessarily for position, it's just overall scraps between a lot of the different classes. A reminder, 3 classes in this race. We of course have the Streetbike Cup with Metzeler and the Fortis F1 cars as well. Haven't talked much about the BMWs in this one. The two BMW leaders in much Pearson are actually pretty close together out on the racetrack at P12 and 13. There's a bit of a train that's formed behind Brailsford in P9. They might form overcut, so it could be that the 94 looks to upset the apple cart a little bit, slide through the number 87, see if he can steal that class victory. Jack was actually down in the previous lap to 1.3. Perhaps that's Plummer pushing on the door again, as you mentioned earlier. Those could be Paul Holden just holding back in this race. He knows he doesn't need to risk it. He knows he has the pace. There's no
Either way, we're going to find out. We'll have a chat with him after the race and find out if there was anything left in the tank. You would imagine so. I mean, the pace, he does have the fastest lap of the race as well. No real surprise there, though. 1:33.4. Last time around, both of them inside the 1:35s. Last lap flag, though, now out. The yellow flag with the black cross as we head through turn 1 for the final time of Askin. It looks like some traffic to deal with on this last lap.
Yeah, a little bit of traffic to contend with. Shouldn't be too much of an issue, but it can, of course, cause a bit of chaos. That's not Holden or James Plummer will be wanting to see in the lead of their respective races. Maybe James Plummer thinking about it just a little bit. See if he can hold up the number 6 and maybe he can try and get the overall victory as well. So around about half an hour, Grand Prix section and a bit to go, should I say, from Holden. Another really, really solid ride from the number 6 machine as he makes his way down the hill. Again, no issue working his way through the traffic. To continue to the jobbers on that driving. He's just been riding so masterfully all season long. Getting to the point where we're starting to run out of superlatives a little bit to describe what this guy does in the Streetbike Cup. He just seemingly wins and wins and wins and just does it in dominant fashion every single time. His nearest class competitor is Wood down in P8. P3 in the Streetbike Cup is Drew in P10. 73. He's having a very solid race. Up at the front though, not exactly a surprise, is it? Paul Holden will come to the checkered flag and will take yet another race victory this weekend. Yet another race victory in 2026 for the number 6. Another masterful ride. James Plummer takes a very well-earned second place and class victory in race number 2, as well as the order of first and second in the Club Sport Cup are reversed from race number 1 yesterday. Carl Beresford, after getting caught in traffic, settles down towards the end of that race and finishes it, brings the load home in P3. Looks like Finn Page did finally get through Stephen Miller to finish in 4th. Callum Hurst just in front of them on the podium in class. Miller will finish in 5th, although was he fighting with Bayliss all the way to the line? I think he may have been. Oh no, that was Bayliss and Wood, in fact, just there. So Bayliss in P7, just behind Miller, then it is Wood, Brailsford and Drew. And then we wait to see what's going on with the BMWs when they come across the line, because it was all a bit tight there. I think it will be the 87 that is going to hold on for the class victory. Fraser Much, another fantastic ride, led basically the entire race in class, but did have big pressure from eventual 7th place finisher in Alex Pearson on the number 94. But that brings to the end race number 2 of the weekend in the Club Sport Cup, the Streetbike Cup with Metzeler and the Fortis F900R Cup. The final few riders just making their way across the line. It is Paul Holden that takes victory once again. James Plummer the win in the Club Sport Cup, with Carl Beresford second and Callum Hurst in P3 in class. Then we've got Finn Page, who finally got through Stephen Miller a little bit later in the day. They're followed by Jamie Bayliss. Guy Wood is second in the Streetbike Cup, and it's Evan Brailsford rounding out the top 10. P3 in Streetbikes is the 73 of Thomas Drew. Fraser Much does take the victory in the BMW F900R Cup, and then it's Bobby Brookwood. Alex Pearson second in the BMWs. He's followed by Adam Daniels. P15 is Paul Barker, third in BMWs. They're followed by Paul Manning, Roger Lovelace, Ryan Arnold, Lewis Adams and Carl Freeth, who's been a little bit quiet, unfortunately, this weekend. Hopefully we'll see a bit more of him in race number 3 later on today. Then it's Jamie Cox, Matthew Maynard, Ian Keeble, Jamieson Carney, Michael Partridge, Patrick Ebbs, Jamie Locke, John Hunt, Adam Ross and Liam Hansen. Drown out your top 30. They're followed by Mark Felton, and it looks like Nicky Williams may have pulled into the pits on the final lap potentially. So Nicky, it is a home round for him. He only lives a little bit down the road from Brands Hatch, but struggling a lot this weekend, unfortunately for him. Let's head down to Lewis Rae though.
Down in Park Fermi now with our race winners, class winners of course as well, but the overall race winner might be no surprise here, but Paul Holden. First question is, was there anything left in the tank there, or was that all you had?
I used every bit I had in the first couple of laps, and then just tried to keep a gap.
And finally, 2 races coming up later on. One final race coming up later on, I should say. How are you feeling towards that? Is there anything you can tweak with this bike to go a little bit faster, be a little bit more comfortable?
No, I'm struggling with ground clearance fairly around here, and every time I lift it up, it just handles worse. So just leave it as it is now.
Yeah, leave it how it is. You're fast out there. Congratulations yet again, and still one more race before then looking ahead to Cadwell Park.
Yeah, well, I'm not at Cadwell, unfortunately.
Well, yeah. a big bowling championship points. Now it's time to make up some championship points.
Exactly, yeah. I'll take it while I can.
Well done.
Thank you.
And we'll move it round to James Plummer as well. P2 for yourself, but a winning class. You've got to be happy.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant race. Thoroughly enjoyed it. I didn't realise I had a small gap to the people behind, but I just assumed they were there from a really close race yesterday. Brilliant, fantastic.
And the Honda, not the most popular bike on the grid, but it certainly seems to be going well for yourself, both here and in the endurance.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant bike. Brilliant stability. It might not be the most powerful bike, but the stability is brilliant.
Well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
And, I know the next grid's already coming now, but I'll quickly see. I don't know if we are going to be able to get them. But Fraser, just at the end of the holding area, we'll quickly grab a word with him, obviously. F900's winner this time around. Fraser, well done, obviously. A great ride from yourself. You seem to be going very well in the BMW.
Yeah, it's a really good track. I'm just first time here, and I just thought, I'll have to go for it. And then he came by me on the last lap, and I just dive-bombed him, and the group in front, they were just quicker in a straight line, so I was getting kind of held up, but I still made it work, so what a race.
Yeah, what a race as well for yourself. A long drive home tonight though, still one more race to go. Let's make race for you worth it.
Oh, of course we will.
Well done.
Cheers.
Well Ross, that's all from you. Next race already on the grid, ready to go out in the warm-up pack, back up to the commentary box.
Cheers, Lewis. Thanks a lot. Great to hear from those guys there. Long old drive for Fraser Much and Lewis Rae as well, of course. The Scottish contingent making the trip down to Kent. To be fair, it's a long old drive for me as well to get back up to Manchester, but I'm not complaining. We've got Cadwell up next round, of course, after Anglesey. Cadwell for the next sprint round anyway. So could be worse, I suppose. Anyway, it is time to move on very quickly to the next race. I believe we have rejoined you trackside as well, so apologies if there was any issues there, but we are back. Me and Lewis get to annoy you once again. Let's get ready for the SORN cover stock twins, the Trackday Addicts Supertwins, and the next gen Sportbikes. We'll run through the grid for you. It is Harrison McKay who did take the overall victory yesterday on pole position. Taylor Rose and the always fast Lewis Smart alongside. Joe Ellis is in P2 with Sam Green, Joe Ellis is P4, should I say. Sam Green P5 and Lewis Harris in P6. Row 3, Jack Dunnerby, Marlon McKenzie and Tyler Naveros. Then it's Charles Couso, John Copland and Scott Page. Max Dawson is split 13, looks like Ian Tune and Rory Creef. Then it's Louisa Benny, Marco Holt and Noah Guillory. Liam Kirk is 19 with Jensen Bishop and George Dudson alongside. They're followed by Enzo Laturco, Blake Didwell and James Eggington. Archie White 25th, Ben Harnick 26th and Lewis Knox 27th. Then it's Callum Rowe 28th. Then it's Seb Evenden 29th. Holly Goodson certain. We had 3 riders not set a lap that we may or may not see at the back of the grid. We definitely didn't see them yesterday, though. Christian Johnson, Isabel Carter, and Alex Cook. Of course, there are technically 4 different classes out there in this one, and today, coming out in this one, we will be seeing a couple of Moto 4 British Cup riders. They, of course, are not classified into this one. See how that's all going to unfold with those guys. It is, of course, Jack Dunlop, who many are considering the favourite for the Moto 4 British Cup title this season. He is the leading rider out of that cab. He starts, of course, from P7. Elsewhere, the other Moto 4 riders coming into this weekend. We have the likes of Marco Holt. We have already seen already this season back at Snetterton even, it was. We've also got Jensen Bishop on the 19, Rory Creeth on the 8, Marley McKenzie on the 146 as well. So those guys can go out. They put on a pretty good show for us in race number 1 yesterday. Upset the apple cart a little bit, as there we do see Mark Berry ready to set them on their way behind the lights. Harrison McKay, race winner yesterday overall, makes his way into the box. Of course, it was all a load of next-gen sport bikes up the front. Lewis Harrison taking the win, the Trackday Addicts Super Twins, and the stock twins, it was Noah Guillory who took victory. But it's a big old grid here for this one. Riders are all making their way into the slots now, and we are ready to get race 2 for these guys this weekend underway. Race number what is it going to be now? Race number 12 of the weekend. There we go. Found it in the end. Flag Marshal will jump out of the way, and it'll be all eyes to those red lights, which will go on in a moment's notice. We're going race number 2 in the twins and the sport bikes. Good start there for McKay initially away well. He cuts across in front of those around him to confirm himself that lead on the run down into Paddock Hill Bend. So it'll be Harrison McKay, the lead Taylor Rose getting up there as well. Making changes up the front though. The 61 still holding on. I think Rose was poking a nose to the inside, trying to find his way through as this big old grid swarms their way through the hairpin up at Druids before bombing back down into Graham Hill Bend. Still McKay that leads. Looks like Lewis Smart may have dropped a place early doors here at the start. You can see Ralph Loturco, Lorenzo Loturco even, his son, working his way through the field. Looks like an okay start from him. But as we saw yesterday, Lewis Rae, Harrison McKay, good start from the number 61, but under a lot of pressure early on.
Under a lot of pressure on this opening lap of action. Obviously here at Brands Hatch, second place, Taylor Rose looks up the inside over at Hawthorne. That's going to get tight. Luckily, no contact between the two of them. Harrison McKay holding on for the time being. A big battle forming for third place overall as well. Just behind that group, we have Marley McKenzie on board the 400. Plenty of different machines in this order. Joe Ellis in this group 2 on board the Suzuki. So Ellis doing a good job so far in this opening couple laps. He remains P4 for the time being. Page in P3, it looks like, in the podium positions for himself. So a solid ride so far for Page. Irish Smith also involved in that 4-way scrap for third. So a nice little group format. It looks like Noah Guillory and Louisa Benny having the battle for back as well. But Ellis looking around the outside at the final corner. It looks like he's going to struggle. He's going to have to tuck back into the slipstream. Can Lewis Smart or Lewis Smith attack behind? It looks like Smart's going to dive down the inside. He's too far back though. Smith, meanwhile, he thinks he's got a shot of this one. Into turn 1 we do go, and then at turn 2 it's Taylor Rose looking up the inside for the race lead. He pushes Harrison McKay wide. The 61 drops back down to second, and now it's Taylor Rose who leads the way.
Yesterday, Harrison McKay took victory by 0.06 of a second. A slightly longer race here, 9 laps instead of 6 in race number 2 of the weekend, but you already get the sense they're going to be fighting right down to the wire once again. Smart looks like he's managed to work his way back up into P4 and is holding on. Green just behind Aerosmith, of course, leading the way in the Trackday Addicts Super Twin class, just in front of the 118 John Coughlin. McKay's just gone back in front on the brakes, down into Hawthorne's as well. That's a nice move, textbook stuff from him there, but it works. A little fight back though on the inside. That's surely not going to work from Rose, coming through the right-hander there into Dingledale, and no it doesn't. He washes out a bit wide as well and drops a couple of bike lengths back. It is Marley McKenzie actually that leads the way in the non-classified / Moto 4 class. He's managed to work his way in front of Jack Dunnerby P3 in that one is Rory Creep down in 14th place. And then, of course, in the Stock Twins, it's hardly a surprise. In the SORN Cup, the Stock Twins is Noah Giller on the 41 leading the way. Enzo Laturco P2, Egginson the 52 in P3. They're down in 17th, 19th and 20th respectively. That's a quick run through of things and how they stand early doors. After that mistake from Rose, McKay has a couple of bike lengths. Looks like Aris Smith and Ellis starting to fight because Lewis Smart is holding on to that P3.
Aris Smith, he's so strong at turn 1. That's 2 laps in a row. He's been able to make a move there. Lewis Smart running all the way onto the curbs, nearly onto the green over at turn 1. But Lewis Aris Smith, I mean, what a season it's been, not only on short circuits, but also on the roads. We also seen him on the roads, for example, that he was able to have a great TT earlier on this year. Obviously, on the short circuit side of things, he had a small crash at Setton, had to rebuild the bike overnight. In reality, it was a very small mistake with a large consequence because the bike ended up flipping in the gravel. Luckily, he was all okay though. As Harrison McKay back at the front of the race, he continues to lead by about a bike length or 2. Lewis Smart, he's also stretched an advantage, and right at the back of this group that we were looking at with Aris Smith and Ellis, Green remains there as well. Charlotte Marcuse as well, just coming through your picture. She's P11 for the time being. Here is Louise Benny at the front of this group as well. The 60 also getting involved as well, the 400 in there too. So a nice group of machines. Right at the back of this though is Noah Gilray. It looks like Creef has lost 1 position this lap as well. So Liam Kirk making up yet another position as Louisa Benny tries to fend off Scott Page. Scott Page for P14, Louisa Benny P13. Different classes, of course, but overall bragging rights for themselves. This is a good old scrap, and this is another example of battles all the way down the order.
I mean, this battle, what do we got? We got a Supertwin leading a stock, leading a Moto 4 bike, leading a Super, leading a stock, I think. So you've basically got everything and everything out there. At the moment, there's some sport bikes in there. Yeah, nice move being made up in front, further down at Paddock Hill. That looks to be Benny and Page swapping places, I believe, and it was. So Page gets his way, Page gets done, should I say. So nice stuff there. Again, don't forget the sport bikes as well. They're also in that conversation, that big 5-way train. But we've got a couple of battles for me on a track, kind of clumps of 5 and 6 bikes that are all starting to close together. Look to the inside there from Page. That's laid on the brakes from the 30, but does get it done on Louisa Benny. Deep on the exit, but he will get the drive and confirms that place out of Druids. Nice move.
Now Noah Gilray looking up the inside of Liam Kirk. Oh, can he make it work? Yes, he can. Job done for himself. Now setting sights on Louise Benny. Obviously, though, Noah Gilray on board the stock twin. He's got far less power underneath him, and that's an example of what happens. Rory Creef, meanwhile, right at the back of this order. He's such an exciting rider to watch. Is Creef obviously had a few issues as well this year, last year at this circuit, if memory serves me correct. But Scott Page, now that he's been released from this group, he's been able to create a gap, and that's because these 4 are scrapping behind. Rory Creef looking around the outside over at Hawthorne. Can he make that one work? That would be a sensational move. It looks like they're still side by side. Finally they settle it out, and it is Creef that's made that move work. The 41 does move down the further order as Liam Kirk still sets sight on Benny. No room at the end so far between the two of them. We're heading towards lap 5 out of 9 for these riders. Obviously a slightly reduced race yesterday and a slightly reduced race today. 2 laps cut off the schedule. Marco Holt at the back of this order as well. He sits P18, unable to close the gap. We see Enzo Lobaez Turco as well, as we see Rory Creef trying everything. I mean, when you have less power, when you're on a smaller machine, volume position is everything. Trying to be as aerodynamic as possible is everything. As we come back to the front, it's still McKay who leads, and really he is suited this Aprilia. Let's not forget, he is a Moto 4 rider for many years, now jumping on the Aprilia RS660, and he's took it like a duck to water.
Certainly has, but still pressure being put on him by Rose behind. Bit of a wobble as he went over a bump from the rear on the run down into Hawthorne's, and it's a bit wide from Hawthorne's as well, because that's going to allow Rose up the inside. Brilliant move from the number 6, but he's going to be deep potentially. Still side by side, and still to the outside goes Rose. McKay eventually relents, and that over a handful of corners is a brilliant move, but it's not done yet because McKay is looking once again. All it took was the bike to get slightly unsettled, run a little bit wide, and that was it. And Rose was straight back through, straight back in front of the number 61. On to lap 6 of 9 we go, and it is a change for the lead. But like we saw yesterday, these two are putting on the fiercest of fights for us here at No Limits Racing. It was only 600ths in the favour of McKay at the checkered flag in race number 1 yesterday. Maybe it's going to be 600ths in the favour of Rose, but maybe not. A little look to the inside from the 61. Gets the leg down, but decides against it on the run up into Druids and decides to maybe just follow in the wheel tracks of his rival, of course. Rose would have been following McKay for a fair few laps now. Yes, he capitalised on an opportunistic mistake from McKay, but he'll have been following his rival, who knows where he's stronger, he knows where he's weak, and now it's McKay's turn to try and do the learning to figure out where to set the move up.
Yeah, he's just trying to figure out where he can make that move work. Taylor Rose has been building data now for pretty much the entire race. I mean, they've been scrapping, but in reality, it has been McKay leading most of it. McKay, though, he's not going to wait long. He's looking down the inside, though, it's like over at Hawthorne, and he looks to make that move work. But we'll wait and see how that one turns out. Lewis Smart as well, remaining in third. Lewis Smith as well in P4 for the time being. Let's have a little look down the order as Ellis sits P5. Page as well, having a good ride. He's well and truly stretched that margin. Colin as well, as Jack Thunderby as well, having a good move, but that move did stick, and Harrison McKay's already back in the lead. There's issues further back down the order. That's just by the escape roads just before Surtees. Hopefully they can get that bike going again and carry on this race, because we're so close to the end.
He's dropping down the timing tower there, the 159, and that would promote Charlotte McCutso onto the Supertwin podium as well, if that is the case. So we'll just wait to confirm that for you, as back into Paddock Hill, lap number 7 now, and it is McKay that still holds that lead.
Still McKay holding the lead for the time being. We all know that Rose loves a move over at Druids, but it's not going to be this time around. Now finally, really for what's been the first time since racing began this morning, the sun is finally beginning to peek out. It's been very muggy this morning, not as bad as yesterday for sure. There's definitely much more of a wind today, but the sun finally showing its hand here at Brands Hatch as 7 of 9 so far. Back onto the back straight yet again. Slipstream pretty important on these machines. Corner speed absolutely crucial on these bikes as well. Into the braking zone over at Hawthorne. No moves, no room, 1 lap, and finally things have settled down again at the front.
I'm sure it won't last very long, Lewis. Let's be honest here. McKay and Rose are going to throw everything at each other, and I'm sure we can expect more of the same in race number 3 later on today as well. But we've still got a couple of laps left in this contest, and we will wait to see how it's going to unfold going forward. So we push onwards for the time being. McKay in front of Rose, heading onto the penultimate lap in a few short moments. It is still in the other classes Lewis Arrowsmith that leads in the Trackday Addicts Supertwins ahead of John Coughlin and Charlotte McCutso. Now that was Tyler Viveros we saw having a mechanical issue at the exit of Graham Hill Bend. And then, of course, in the SORN cover Stock Twins, it's Noah Guillory, although he's actually been caught a little bit by Egerton and Enzo Laturco a little bit further back. He's got a bit of a gap back to Egerton, who's fighting with Laturco, but the front 3 in that class battle still very close together in our non-classified championship, or non-classified kind of class, I guess, even though they're not being classified. It is Dunnerby that leads the way ahead of Mackenzie, Rory Creek in P3, down in P14. Now our leaders, Lewis Rae, are starting to catch a little bit of traffic, and this is where Tyler Rose is going to be licking his lips, because if McKay is held up, that is the perfect opportunity for him to strike. Just find somewhere where McKay has to run a little bit deep, maybe exactly like this as Rose looks to the inside. He's going to be brave on the brakes. No, not quite. But again, if they are running into traffic over the remainder of this race, this could be Tyler Rose's opportunity. But again, if he does get the move done, like he does to the inside, mirrors what he did earlier on, forget everything I just said. The number 6 goes straight to the lead.
Straight to the lead, and as we said, luck of the draw pretty much so far with back markers. It doesn't look like there's too many of them though coming up in the picture, at least none in the near future. So with just 1 lap remaining, you would imagine, Ross, they're going to be able to get away with it, although there was a rider there just coming towards the final corner as they were exiting Starlands.
We'll wait to see. Looking out the commentary box window, there is somebody, but they're a little way ahead. They'll come to the line, receive the yellow flag with the black cross. One more tour of Brands Hatch in race number 2, and Rose has started to pull a couple of bike lengths. That's the biggest the gap has been, I think, since they were sat on the grid in this race, quite frankly. They've been inseparable. Can McKay find something, or is Tyler Rose going to be on top in race 2?
Joint at the hip going on to this final lap. Who's going to come out on top. It looks like Callum Wren was just a little bit ahead of them on circuit. That's we know Callum, super experienced rider. He's been racing with us at No Limits for a couple of years now, so you wouldn't imagine he's going to get involved too much in this league fight if he was to be lapped. Obviously, Callum Wren racing on board the standard twin, the SORN cover standard twin, while these guys in the next gen sport bikes powered by Pirelli. So you can see there, Callum Wren just heading towards Hawthorns, and there is your leader side by side all the way into Hawthorns. Rose continues to lead the way though, has the inside line. Is this McKay lining up a move over at Westfield? Can they make it work? Or the leader's going to get held up. They head towards Dingledale in a few moments' time. Who's going to come out on top in this one? Rose gets through nice and clean. So is McKay. McKay much tighter, looking for a move over at Sheen. No room at the end so far. Over at Starlins though, a good overtaking opportunity. Now if he wants to make it work, it's going to be on the run to the line. There's a few riders ahead of them, but they're not going to catch up to them. They're not going to interfere with the battle, you would say. To the line in a few moments' time. Exits in the final corner, winding up the power. Rose leads the way. McKay in the slipstream. It does look like it's going to go the way of Rose. The number 6 takes victory. 91 thousandths of a second. What a battle that was. Lewis Smart now towards the line. He comes. He rounds off the podium. In a few moments' time, we should be seeing Lewis Arrowsmith just finishing in P4, just getting ahead of some back markers for himself, it looks like. Over the line he does come, that is P4. Ellis does take P5 as well. So the back markers getting involved in the fight there, but what an incredible race that was. The Triumph 660 of Rose taking victory. McKay, of course, as we said, in second place as well. They kept each other honest all the way throughout. The checker flag is waving now, of course. 3 classes in one race, obviously not including the HC class as well. So technically 4 with the Talent Cup machines out. But nonetheless, Taylor Rose takes victory over Harrison McKay as Lewis Smart rounds off the podium, and as well in the next gen sport bike class. Lewis Arrowsmith takes the class 1 in P4 ahead of Joe Ellis, Sam Green, Jack Dunnaby in the HC class, John Colam and Marley McKenzie round out the top 9. Charlotte Macuso does take P10, as we mentioned, on board the R7. A good ride from her as Max Wilson, Scott Page, Liam Kirk, Rory Creef and Marco Holt round out the top 10. Solid ride from Louisa Benny in P16 as Noah Gilray takes the SORN cover stock twin win in P17. Egginton into Tobias Luturco in P19 as Archie White takes 20th. Lewis Cox, Dudson, Jensen Bishop, Ian Chun and Blake Didwell round out the top 25 as Callum Wren, Seb Evenden, Paul Richardson and Ben Hardwick round out the top 29. Tyler Viveros, as we said, ran in some issues there in the closing laps. He would have been finishing in P30, but he will not be classified in this one. 30 riders, a great fight, you have to say. Well, that is going to conclude your twin action for the time being. That was race 12 of the weekend. Rose, McKay and Smart, of course, your podium finishers. 10 seconds separating the podium. But more importantly, less than 1/10 of a second separating first and second on circuit as well. So Rose and McKay finishing after an incredible fight. The fastest lap also going the way of Taylor Rose. Obviously, Taylor Rose, he did show up last year at Brands Hatch, and he did exactly the same, to be honest. He impressed, to say the least, as more riders make their way towards the Holden area. We won't be hearing from our race winners this time around, but of course we'll bring you all the reaction from the upcoming race in the Pirelli Super Series Sport and the No Limits Premier Sport Cup as well. They're just being called to the Holden area. In fact, they've just had their third and final call. So yeah, a lot of these riders, with them being sprint riders and with there being so little pit garages this weekend, because let's not forget, we had the European Endurance Cup, the Classic Endurance Cup, yesterday taking place at Brands Hatch. So they took up quite a lot of the pit garages, and understandably so, super professional setups, and they needed the space for all the tires, all the fuel and all their equipment for the, what was in the end, a 3-hour endurance race. Today though, if you are a sprint rider and you were not lucky enough to get one of the few spots remaining inside of the pit garages, you have to make your way through the tunnel from turn 1, which is just at the left-hand side of your screen. And then they have to go through the tunnel into the inner paddock head to the end of the inner paddock, and then into the holding area through there. But bikes already returning to circuit, race 13 of the schedule. We're a little bit ahead of schedule this morning, around 20 minutes ahead of schedule to what we were expecting. This race originally planned to get underway around 1 p.m. on a revised schedule, but well, we're not going to complain about that for the time being, as the sunshine is out, bikes are out on circuit, and now it's time for the Pirelli Super Series Sports Trophy and the Premier Sport Cup. Of course, this will be essentially their second race of the day, and that was after their original race got pushed back this morning, so they had to do it on Sunday instead of Saturday. So 3 races in one day for this class, and especially for the likes of your pole sitter Nathan Harrison, it's created a very, very busy day where he's going to have about 5 or 6 races to do in one day. So Nathan Harrison on pole position, Eddie Wormald in second, and Aaron Dakin in third. We're about to head out on our warm-up lap now. We're just waiting for Taylor Rose to join us, and well, we're not going to slag him off for being a little bit late, because he has just came from winning in the next gen sport bikes and winning overall in the twin race. So Taylor Rose, let's hope his bike doesn't overheat this time around, because well, he had some issues yesterday with that, and that's one of the reasons why this race was delayed to Sunday. Now though, out on the warm-up lap, Nathan Harrison does go for pole, Eddie Wormald in second, Aaron Dakin in third, as Kieran Sembiante, Stephen Thomas and Matthew Dawes starts on row 2. Simon Aldridge, Owen Mellor and Dylan Mellor, let's keep in mind the Mellor battle in race 1, they go from 7th, 8th and 9th on the grid on row 3. James Lemonsieur, Bear and Page 4. Harley Rushton, and Stuart Parker round out the top 15s. Aaron Cook, Max Wilson and Stephen Miller round out the top 18. Taylor Rose obviously didn't start or didn't set a time, so he's all the way down in P19, as Matt Waldron, William White, if he's able to get that Ducati on circuit here today, he goes from P21. There's Brandon White, Corey Barron and Alex Mullaney is meant to be at the back of the grid as well. It'd be nice to see Alex Mullaney back on the grid. I didn't quite see him on there, but I might have missed him. You never know, but obviously no time set. So if he does start, he's going to be going from the very back of the grid. But I have seen on social media doing pretty well in the supermoto side of things as well. So I don't think he's going to be too bothered if he's not taking part in this, but he's still having success elsewhere. Nonetheless, though, Nathan Harrison for pole in this one, Ross. A 131.6 gave him that honour. He's going to be challenged all the way to at the very start anyway by Eddie Wormald, because we all know how good Eddie Wormald can be in the opening couple of laps.
He can be, but it is a fresh front tyre for Nathan Harrison. I think he's running a slightly scrubbed rear, but there's definitely a sticker on that front wheel. So that is obviously going to give him a bit more of an advantage braking, getting the bike to bite as he tips it into the corner. And again, we know how quick he is as well. But Wormald, of course, did get in front of him at the start of race number 1, and certainly put on a solid showing. Tried his best to keep him behind, but it, of course, wasn't quite to be at the end of that one. Nathan Harrison eventually taking the victory by around 2 seconds. Kieran Sembiante in P3. Aaron Dakin, of course, was in a little bit of no man's land in P4 and taking the victory in the No Limits Premier Sport Cup. Of course, 2 classes to keep our minds on. There's not that many Premier Sport Cup riders with us this weekend, unfortunately, only the 5 of them. Most of the guys out here part of the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy. And should be interesting to see how they're going to fare out there for this one. So the riders, final few just making their way into their respective grid slots. Can see Taylor Rose has just got in right at the back. He seems to be the final rider in P19, but we might be missing a couple in front of him potentially. I'm not seeing second place for Eddie Wormald either, so that could be a very easy run home for Nathan Harrison. Then red lights go out and we go racing. Very, very solid launch there from Kieran Sembiante, hardly a surprise from 4th place, and actually up the inside of Nathan Harrison. Almost contact there between himself and Aaron Dakin, but Harrison was brave around the outside at Paddock Hill and is already trying to shoot off into the distance. Aaron Dakin, great launch there though on the inside, late on the brakes, and again nearly the 2 leaders coming together. but I believe it is Dakin that now has that second place. It may actually be Sembiante that's just slid through, so a bit of a change there. But up the front, Nathan Harrison, after that initial challenge into Paddock Hill, he looks comfortable and okay. With no Eddie Wormel, who seemed to be the only rider who, at least in the first half of the race, was able to match his pace, this one could be fairly easy for him.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. I mean, we were not expecting as good of a start from Aaron Dakin. I think that's fair to say. Sembiante is well and truly dropped down the order now. He's down to P7 or P8 on the circuit. So some big issues for himself. Hopefully, he can carry on in this one, and it's not any issues with the bike itself. Nathan Harrison, though, what a start to the race it was. Obviously, we're just for himself. He's all the way in P1, already restricted to the bike clips on margin. 2 laps less maybe than what we're expecting in this one. But Nathan, always happy, always cheery. Joined us for a couple of rounds now here in 2026 in the No Limits racing season. As we head towards the final corner now, for the first time of Askin, we're preparing to enter our first flying lap of action as well. Of course, this being the second race of the weekend for this class, and also the second race of the day after the race was pushed back from Saturday as well. We look at the order for the first time. Harrison from Dakin, Thomas in the 21 machine, all the way up to third. Dylan Miller is your rider in P4 as well. Then it's Matthew Dawes separating himself and Owen Miller. Sembiante, as we fall, down to P7. So after a great initial start, fight to the way at turn 1, Sembiante is the real loser of that first lap.
Yeah, there must have been an error, or he got shoved out somewhere and hung out to dry, surely, because a rider of Kieran Sembiante's caliber should not be running down in P7. Wow, that's a big surprise, and especially given the quick start as well. But we'll see if he is maybe able to try and fight his way back through the pack. Actually, seemingly stuck behind, or just in front of Owen Miller, should I say, stuck behind his brother Dylan as it stands. The 31 and the 130 try not to get the pair of them confused. As there we see the 29 of Aaron Dakin holding on to that second place very respectively, and of course leading the way by quite some margin in the No Limits Premier Sport Cup. Over the 4 riders joining us in this one on this occasion. In that Russell is second, that is 2 11 overall. 30 is P3, the 13 overall, and then the 30 of Finn Page, who's been doing many a race this weekend, as there is someone from another championship just making their way into the box. Clearly somebody from one of the endurance teams. It seems the yellow flag is that, or is that a lack of adhesion flag potentially, down into the final couple of corners. Either way, the front runners are continuing to push onward, so we'll keep our eyes on that one and see if any marshals scramble over to have a look as we go into lap number 3.
Heading on to lap 3, 1/3 into the race already. Some moves get made behind though, and that looks like Matthew Dawes clawing his way up the order into the podium places finally now. Sembiante is beginning to work his way up the order as well. Meanwhile, Dylan Miller's beginning to drop down. Now, it was Dawes that got by him last time around. It looks like now Sembiante's got him as well. So in the space of 1 lap, he's lost 2 positions. Next up is his brother, Owen Miller. Sembiante now is chasing Dawes well and true, I think it's fair to say. Thomas losing some positions. Aaron Dakin losing quite a lot of ground as well now. That's going to be Thomas through as well. Dylan and Owen are going to be licking their lips, looking for the opportunity on Aaron Dakin. So maybe some mistakes now from the 29, because we know earlier on in the year he has the pace to be fighting at the front. He has to be fighting for overall podiums, and now he's losing so much time. To have a look at this group here with Simon Aldridge on the 111 fighting out just for the final spots inside the top 10.
Yeah, lots of action going on here. Matthew Dawes, of course, 3 race wins in the Club Sport Cup. Club Sport Cup, what am I talking about? But yeah, it's a clean sweep of race wins at Donington Park in class in the Premier Sport Cup, that is. Made the jump up to the Super Series Sport Trophy here at Brands Hatch, so we know. I think he did win one of the races on the road as well, if I recall correctly, in the Premier Sport Cup at Donington. So we know he's got the pace to be fighting at the front, trying to hold off Sembiante now, again, on a little bit of a recovery ride after a messy first lap. And it's Dakin, then Dylan and Owen Miller, and Rose actually just on the tail of those guys as well. But Matthew Dawes, yes, a very nice and fine rider, and one that, regardless of what he's on, regardless of what class he's in or what he's doing, you know he can bring some action, and currently holding on to that P2 overall in class as well. It's now 5.5 seconds back to Nathan Harrison, a best lap from him of a 1:31.5. That is about 5/10 quicker down at the next closest rider in terms of pure pace, which has actually been Kieran Sembiante on the 12. Sembiante's best lap is 5/10 quicker than Matthew Dawes as well. So Sembiante's got the pace, but But again, it was a messy first lap. He might be riding a little bit angry, a bit hot under the helmet. He might be completely ignoring all of my words, though, as he looks to the outside down into Hawthorns. Can't find it.
Cannot find the move. Yeah, it's good damage recovery so far. I think it's fair to say second place would be a victory for him. It would feel like a victory because Nathan Harrison, he's running at his own pace at the moment. He's the only rider in this race that managed to break into the 131 bracket, and even then a 131.5 is confirmation of it there. Such a fast time, consistently in the 131.5 bracket. Meanwhile, everyone else 132s, 133s out there on track as well. Owen Mellor, now he's managed to get ahead and put a bike in between himself and Dylan on circuit. So Owen now inside the top 6. It's going to be Taylor Rose between himself and his younger brother out on track as well. Thomas as well on the 21 has lost touch completely here. It was an awesome start for him, fighting for the podium positions, but well and truly losing ground to the likes of Sembianti and Dawes ahead.
Yeah, it certainly is. Up to the inside, looks Sembianti a little bit too far back once again into Druids. Thomas has a great seat to watch this fascinating battle, but Sembianti just hasn't quite found a way through yet. On lap 5 of 9, Dakin not too far away behind those guys as well. Only about 7 tenths away from the back of Thomas, in fact. And then it is Owen Mellor, Tyler Rose, Dylan Mellor a bit further away from them in, of course, the Premier Sport Cup. It is Dakin that leads the way, unsurprisingly. He has been the class of the field in that category so far this weekend, and indeed much of the season as well. P2 is Rushton, P3 Curtis at the moment. Finn Page a little bit further back in P16. Tried to make it out. He may have missed the holding area, but then seemingly had a mechanical allowed out onto the racetrack. So that explains the absence of P2 on the grid, of P2 in race number 1 earlier on as well. Back to the action on track though, and still no way through for Kieran Sembianti. The number 12 must be getting ridiculously frustrated behind Matthew Dawes because he knows he's got the pace, and Matthew Dawes isn't exactly defending, is he? But as I say that, round the outside on the brakes coming into Clark Curve. That's a lovely move and up into second place.
An incredible move there for him, and well, Dawes, he's trying his best at the moment just to pile on the pressure. There's Nathan Harrison though, we've not seen him in quite some time, and even faster he goes. A 131.4, an extra tenth in the bag for himself. Dawes down the inside, over at turn 2, respond in the favour. We did see Dawes go a little bit wide over at Druid last time around. This time though, no such of errors. Impressive stuff from himself. Sembianti trying his best to pile on the pressure towards Surtees as we go in a few moments' time. And well, Owen Mellor, he's now under quite a lot of pressure, it looks like, from Taylor Rose behind. And well, Taylor Rose, there is the move. Will he run wide? Not quite. So Taylor Rose ahead of Owen Mellor, but you would suggest Owen Mellor is going to have the power going down this straight, as is Sembianti, because he's looking for a move already, just perhaps a little bit of slipstream helping him out on circuit. We're already building towards lap 7 of the race. Owen Mellor has got back ahead of Taylor Rose, so that triumph, once again, horsepower really helping him out there. Let's not forget, Owen Mellor crashed yesterday on Saturday, and now he's already getting his helpers out yet again with Taylor Rose on circuit.
And we saw as well, the after race number 1 earlier, bike was leaking just a little bit of some mysterious fluid, but seemingly fixing that and causing no issues as well. Sembianti to the outside once again on the run into clearways, won't be close enough, isn't close enough. He'll stay P3. Dakin has got up to 4th place overall in the meanwhile in his battle with Owen Mellor, so he'll move in front. Sembianti, good run out of Clark Curve, but nowhere near close enough for a try into Paddock Hill Bend. So we'll keep onwards, keep pushing in this battle for second. Nathan Harrison is now 9 seconds clear of everybody else from Matthew Dawes anyway up the front. Again, that fresh front tyre, all of that roads experience and pace being put to good use here at Brandfixx, and he is essentially using this as a test session, but he's also going to get a trophy at the end of it, such is his ability this weekend, it would seem. Looks like Dawes has actually started to pull a little bit of a gap here. Couple of bike lengths now between himself and Sembianti. Sembianti, a lot of corner speed there through Surtees. we'll see if that's going to help him or detriment him down the straight. Certainly going to help him because he got through the toe, touched to the inside. That should be done for Kieran Sembianti. Is done for Kieran Sembianti. Nice move and up into second. Maybe not just yet. Dawes with the switchback and the inside into Westfield, and it's still not done because they're side by side once again. Sembianti's too deep though, and it will be Dawes who somehow holds on to the position.
Dawes, a great response. I mean, that was textbook. Just line up the bike on the exit, not worrying about your rival one bit, and knowing that they're going to have to be pushed wide, knowing that they're going to have to wait a little bit longer to crack on the throttle. Now though, Sembianti heads into the final corner now, looking to respond, but again, too far back. It's so deceiving, but look at the run that he's getting on the exit towards the start-finish line now. He needs to be careful not to go to the wrong side of the circuit here. The lines, of course, will converge as they go towards Paddock Hill Bend, and then things settle back down yet again. Druids is next up, of course, though. Heavy braking for them too. This battle is going to go all the way to the finish line. And actually, if they're not careful, Dawes is down over at Druids. He's crashed out. Dawes, the number 8, from second position, has handed Sembianti second place.
Oh, it was the simplest of errors, just a little bit too much speed in the corner, maybe tap the brake a little bit and just drop the front. Oh, you can't believe it, Matthew Dawes. Your heart goes out to the number 8. Kieran Sembianti was piling the pressure on and on and on, couldn't find a way through, but finally forces the error and gets up into second place. That gives overall third place to the Premier Sport Cup leader in Aaron Dakin as well. Oh, but wow, Matthew Dawes was having such a great race. Oh, I can't believe that.
I cannot believe it either. I mean, they're pushing each other to the limit, perhaps a little bit quicker than what he wants to go into the corner and just trying to trail brake all the way into the entry. The front end saying no, losing the front, down he goes. Obviously, there won't be too much damage to that bike, luckily. And now Matthew Dawes, he can only watch from trackside. Frustrated, I think, is a polite word to use as we head on to the final lap of action. As I was going to say, Dakin, he's got himself back into the mix here. I think he would have been hoping for Dawes and Sembianti to scrap a little bit and just help him out even more. But still, for Aaron Dakin, it's not out of the question for second place overall.
No, it certainly isn't, as they head up towards Druids, and Sembianti holding on. Dakin seemingly trying to get up into second place for the time being. But Sembianti, again, we know he's got the pace, but maybe he's used a bit of energy, a bit too much tyre as well in that fight to get up into second with Dawes and the scrap. So we'll wait to see if Aaron Dakin has anything left in his locker. Sembianti's got just enough to hold on as well. Nathan Harrison, of course, is going to win this race. 12.2 seconds was the advantage last time out. As we continue to watch this, not quite a battle. Dakin's just a little bit too far back, but again, if maybe Sembianti's used the tyres a bit too much, put a bit too much heat through the brakes as well, it could all change. Very tight line there coming out of Hawthorns. That's really interesting. Run into Westfield. It does look like Dakin is closing. Maybe he needed a couple of extra laps just behind as well. Owen Mellor and Tyler Rose are going to have a ding-dong for what is now third place in class as well. Nathan Harrison rounds Clark Curve. He will take the checkered flag. He dominates race number 2 here in the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy. But the real question on everybody's mind is Sembianti and Dakin, and then Mellor and Rose for third in class as well. It looks like it will be Sembianti who holds on by the skin of his teeth for second. Dakin still takes the class victory in the Premier Sport Cup, and then it's tight as you like, but it is Owen Mellor that gets up onto the podium places in the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy. P4 overall. Tyler Rose not quite close enough at the end of that one. And then we just have to patiently wait for everybody else to bring it home. A lot of space between a lot of riders towards the back end of the field. But wow, what a battle. Your heart once again has to go out to Matthew Dawes, but Kieran Sembianti threw all of that pressure at him, and eventually it was Dawes that crumbled up into Druids on the penultimate lap of this race. And you can see him there, probably a little bit frustrated, probably a little bit confused, and probably quite warm as well. Still not quite as hot as it was yesterday, but very, very muggy once again here at Brands Hatch. It is Nathan Harrison who dominates. 14.1 seconds was his victory advantage at the end. Sembianti takes P2. Only just ahead of Aaron Dakin, though, who does take the victory in the Premier Sport Cup. Owen Miller takes third place in the Super Series. He's followed by Taylor Rose, Simon Aldridge, Dylan Miller, James Lemessurier, Harley Rushton is second in the Premier Sport Cup, and Aaron Cook rounds out our top 10. A bit further down the order, we've got Stephen Miller. Jake Curti was third in final podium place in the Premier Sport Cup. He's followed by Stuart Parker. P14, Finley Page, our fourth and final Premier Sport Cup runner. And they're followed by Max Wilson, Matthew Dawes and Stephen Thomas, both DNFs, unfortunately. And then Eddie Wormold, unfortunately, was not able to make it out onto the grid at the end of that one. But what a race, what a battle, especially between Sembianti and Dawes will be a little bit heartbroken at the end of that one. But he's still got time to change it. Still race 3 coming later on. Let's hear from our winners in that one, though. Down to you, Lewis Rae.
Down here in the hole in the area now, and well, Nathan Harrison, he's going to be happy after this one, you would say. Nathan, what a great ride from yourself. You stretched the gap and then kept yourself nice and comfortable at the front. How was that from your end?
Yeah, it's all good. Obviously, I've not ridden my bike since the TT, so we've seen the weather forecast and we've seen it look like it was good weather down here. So we made the long trip down from the Isle of Man and spin some laps before the Southern 100 next week. So just get some bike time, and like you say, the TT's weather wasn't the best towards the end, so we didn't actually get much mileage. But the sun's shining this weekend and we'll be able to get some laps under our belt.
Yeah, I was about to say the big one, of course, out the way this year for yourself, but still the Southern to go. What have you learned so far this weekend? Still one more race for you on the 600. What is there to learn?
To be honest with you, I never really ride my 600 on circuit, so it's like a new thing for me. I only ever ride it on like the TT, the Southern 100 and the Northwest 200 when I go. But it's a completely different way of riding compared to the big bike. It's actually quite nice compared to the big bike. So it's all good, and like you say, we'll probably ride it a bit more this year as the year's finished, because obviously we've got it. So it's been good, and it's like it's something different.
Yeah, something a little bit different, and P1 for yourself anyway. Well done.
Cheers, thank you.
And we'll head over to Kieran, who of course finished second in that one. A great battle with yourself and Matthew. Sadly, Matthew going down over at Druid, but how was the battle up to that point?
Yeah, it was really good. It was really good to have a battle with him. Crofty came off at that one as well, so it was good to have a battle with him, and it was just a really good race.
Yeah, and still one more race for yourself as well. The R6 seems to be going pretty well this year.
Yeah, it's going well. It's set up really well thanks to the team and everyone helping out this year. So, can't ask for much more. Thank you.
Yeah, one more race to go. Nice conditions for yourself anyway for later on. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And third place as well in class before we head over to Aaron. Owen, obviously yesterday didn't go the way you wanted. Croft certainly didn't go the way you wanted either. But how was that for yourself?
It was all right. Struggling to get up the pace. I've currently got a makeshift throttle, but we're just doing what we can. Finish the weekend, try and get as many points as we can, and that's all we can do.
Yeah, a few technical issues for you this year, I think it's fair to say. What is the issue with the throttle?
So yesterday in the crash, the throttle just was shredded to smithereens. So we've sort of Frankensteined it back together for it to work, and it's a bit sticky out on track, but it's feeling all right. Pace isn't there where I want to be at this point in the weekend, but obviously we've got all the mental effects and all that with the crash, so we're just pushing. We're pushing for as many points as we can get this round.
Yeah, still pushing. It's amazing what a bit of duct tape, zip ties and a bit of lock wire can do. Well done.
That's it, thank you.
And we'll head over for the finals chat to Aaron Dakin. Aaron, solid race from yourself, I think it's to say. You dropped back a little bit in the mid part, but you managed to fight yourself back to the podium positions again overall.
Yeah, it was. I got duffed up a bit at the start, but once I've settled in, I went faster than I did on the race this morning, and still on the older tyres as well. So I've not put any new tyres in yet. But I think I can go faster. I was looking at having a move on Kieran at the end, but just kind of it was getting a bit greasy out there, and I thought, to be honest, he's not really against me. He's in the other class, so I just came in behind him.
Yeah, and still one more race for yourself. I mean, it seems like you're going pretty well in terms of class victory. It seems like that could be safe for race 3, but what are you looking for? Do you think you could go second or even first position overall?
Yeah, I'm hoping just to be as high up as I can in the whole grid, and if I can drop my lap time down into the next range, into the 31s, I'd be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, well, best of luck for later on, and still one more race.
Thank you, cheers.
And well, Ross, it's a little bit quieter down here than what you would expect, because right now it seems like we are on a little interval, little lunch break, so I'll hand it back up to you in the commentary box for the time being.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Lewis. Yeah, it does seem like we've just changed up the schedule a little bit. So we're going to go to lunch break. Well, we are now on lunch break, 3 minutes in, slightly earlier than anticipated. We were scheduled to go on lunch at 1:30 British summertime here in Brands Hatch, but we are just going to cut it a bit earlier. So we should return, I'm expecting, at 1:30. It will be the Dunlop NL 500 up next, race 14 of the weekend, their second race. Then we'll have the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy coming up after that, alongside the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. So the two races that were supposed to be before the lunch break, they'll just get shoved to afterwards, no problems there. And then it will be the UK Armed Forces Interservices Championship. And from that onwards, we are running as we expect all through the end of the day. So we are going to take a little break here at Brands Hatch. Grab yourself some lunch, whether you're trackside or at home. Grab yourself some drinks on a very warm day here in Cunt. And we're going to take a break here in the commentary box as well. We'll be back with you in not too long to bring you the rest of today's action. Coming up first will be the Dunlop No Limits 500 category. Some CB 500 racing for you here. We hope you've enjoyed all of the action so far across the day. We will see you in a little while.
Racing. No limits racing.
No limits. This is
No Limits Racing.
Hello everybody and welcome to NLR TV. We're here in the fourth round of the No Limits Racing season. Here, of course, at the iconic Brands Hatch. Join us for the entire weekend on NLR TV, live and free. Now then, of course, we're here in Pit Lane, where, well, it's high activity at the moment. There's plenty of people out just getting the final checks before racing gets going this weekend. Qualifying currently underway at the moment, but as we said, scorching conditions so far this weekend. Yesterday it was sitting at around 35 degrees or so, and well, today it looks like we're going to be back in the 30s yet again, much the same as well for the entire weekend. So scorching conditions, and well, unlike UK weather, that's for sure. But yeah, so we're down here in Pit Lane, just myself, Lewis Rae, for the moment. Of course, Ross McIntyre will be joining me throughout the entire weekend of action, where we have over 20 races in store, and of course a lengthy endurance race, and over 120 laps are going to be done on Saturday afternoon. It's set to be one that you don't want to miss anyway, that's for sure. But as I said, fourth round of the season here at Brands Hatch. We came from Croft just 1 month ago, where we were pretty lucky with the conditions yet again, same as of course Donington Park as well earlier on in the year. So it's not seeming like UK weather, but as we said, at Brands Hatch, celebrating the 100th season of racing, a century of racing. But as we mentioned, down here in Pit Lane, and well, we'll try and hop into a couple of garages as well while we build up the excitement for this weekend. Now, I have just seen Enzo to buy some Turco. We'll head in this side of the box over here, and well, as I say that, he goes round to his other side. So, nonetheless, this is TV for you, and well, starting off the weekend, our first interview of the entire weekend, actually. Enzo, how are you? Because, well, coming here at Brands Hatch, a new circuit for you, and you're coming off the back of a great round at Croft, having a good battle, fighting for the podiums in class in the stock category.
Well, early morning, isn't it? Everyone's waking up a little bit woozy, but we're doing well. First in the championship right now, luckily. Mainly it's just about me staying on the bike now, finishing all the races properly, trying to get good qualifying, because I'm still not sure if the last sector's really wet or not. So it's just a bit of a dodgy one coming into this one, but hopefully we make it out in one piece and get up to the front again.
Yeah, well, we're here at Brands Hatch. This is an awesome circuit. As you mentioned, the final sector can be a bit tricky with the tree lines, especially around the circuit. But how are you finding Brands Hatch as a circuit? Because for many, it's a bucket list track.
I've done the Indy before on a track day, the year before I came here. Now, coming back here, I really enjoyed Paddock Bend, all the other tracks. Now I've gotten to the last sector thinking, no way, this is almost flat. And I've tucked it in fifth gear thinking, wow, this is basically flat, this corner. So it's just getting used to the speed. It's an amazing track, much better. It's one of the better quality tracks of the country, you know. It's the best one, I'd say. But I really love that last sector there where you come around for the big right-hander after the bridge. It's a really lovely track in general.
Yeah, it's a great track, and it's one that you definitely don't want to miss on the calendar, especially having the opportunity to take part in the GP layout. But heading into this weekend, as you mentioned, championship leader in the stock twin category. How do you approach that mentally for yourself? Is it a slightly different approach than, for example, Snetterton and Donington Park earlier on in the year?
To me, not really. It's all about just consistently finishing all the races for me, because I know there's boys that are quicker than me, maybe a couple seconds quicker, maybe it might close in a little bit this round, but compared to the other rounds, I'm coming in the exact same way with just a bit more caution of staying on the bike and finishing in the points, because that's what's gotten me to the lead. Compared to the other guys, they'll finish first, not finish a round because of a little collision. So as long as I can finish all the races, hopefully I can stay at the front of the championship standings or near the front.
And just for the viewers at home, obviously racing on a Suzuki SV650, one of the older twin bikes, really. Same with the old Kawasaki ERs. What is it like to race one of these out on circuit, especially the stock category where you have slightly less power than the likes of the Supertwins?
It's like a stock R7, but better value for money. That's literally all it is. It feels the same, it handles the same, maybe a little bit less front pitch, but otherwise it's a really good starter bike, especially for your first year racing.
And for multi-class racing, of course, you're out there both with the Supertwins and the next gen sport bikes. How is it out on track, sharing the circuit with faster bikes, but sometimes still at some circuits you're still able to compete with them? How is it sharing the circuit with quicker bikes?
I'd reckon it's alright most of the time. You get a couple incidents where you get someone on a Supertwin that's a little bit slower than you and they end up passing you on the straight, but by the end of the races anyways, once you start getting into the groove, you end up riding quicker and end up finding your own pack to race with. For example, almost all of my races end up with a couple R7s, a couple stock twins, and because the R7s are so close in power, we can end up battling quite well. So it ends up for a really good race by the end of the week.
Finally, hopes for this weekend. What are you hoping to get result-wise?
Podium would be nice, but as long as I get to the lap times I'm happy with, I'll be fine. I don't really try to focus on other riders. I try to focus more on myself and how I'm riding, because as long as I progress personally, it doesn't matter if the other riders progress quicker. I know how much I can progress, and that's okay.
Well, best of luck for this weekend, and hopefully we can see you in the podium, even maybe the top step.
Thank you very much. I hope so as well.
Well, smile on his face anyway, that's for sure. But as you mentioned, a brilliant circuit is Brands Hatch. One of the best, if not the best, that we have in the entire country. I mean, when you think about just iconic moments around this circuit, so many come to mind, whether it be John Hopkins and Tommy Hill, their finale here in British Superbikes, whether it even be Tommy Bridewell and Kyle ride in recent years. And actually, I have seen Kyle ride much about this weekend, so hopefully we can see him out on track, because obviously this weekend as well, we have the Classic European Endurance Championship joining us as well. They're going to be joining us for the 120 free lap race later on Saturday afternoon. So we have a whole selection of bikes. We have RC30s out there on circuit. There's some two-strokes as well out there on track as well. Then, like we have here, we have the newer bikes, the 600s, the 765s, R1s, you name it, it's here at No Limits Racing. But so many iconic moments. Obviously, World Superbike used to come to Brands Hatch. Not anymore, sadly, anyway, for us, because I think we would love that anyway, that's for sure. So, yeah, currently, Pack Racing, they're getting themselves ready. They've got a busy afternoon of action as well. So we're going to continue making our way down. I don't know how far down pit lane we're going to get at the moment, because, well, there's bikes blocking the lane. It seems like it's just been a quick interruption in this session. But while the interruption's going, we might as well head back into a garage and see if we can get a few words from a couple of our riders. Obviously, we've been catching up with Pack Racing a couple of times throughout this year, but nonetheless, we'll see if we can hop in, because why not? It's becoming somewhat of a tradition, if you will, to catch up with the number 50 squad. But yeah, good morning, and how are you guys today? How's Pack Racing going so far here at the lovely Brands Hatch?
Yeah, it's a magnificent circuit. First time here for us guys. So had a great day yesterday. Felt good on the bike, learning the track. Obviously scorching weather, but survived that. And yeah, feel refreshed for this morning now, and looking to weather's dried up again, so yeah, just looking forward to getting out there and keep learning the track today.
Yeah, brilliant weather today, and it looks like it's going to stay like this throughout the entire weekend. Obviously, we have had some spells of rain that seem to have dampened the latter part of the circuit, but I mean, just describe this track. Riding it on the Superbike, going down Paddock Hill, going up to Druids, what is it like?
The first time for me dropping into Paddock Hill yesterday on the first session, yeah, it was yeah, you're probably not far off saying it's a breathtaking track, really, because as you get a bit of speed, and it's such an iconic track. Yeah. That it's a privilege really to be able to come here and ride and do the full GP.
and yeah, it's just a great experience.
And finally, hopes for this weekend. How are you going to approach this massive endurance race?
Yeah, we're going to approach it with full attack mode as usual, and we got a strong team. The usual guys are here, so we're learning as we go. Every round, we seem to, we're taking something from the last round, and we're going to try and apply a different tactic and just keep moving forward and do our best. Yeah.
Get stuck in. Exactly what you do on YouTube and what people can expect from your channel.
Right, so I came as a newcomer last year, being a younger person, and on the thoughs before the rules changed, and I documented on YouTube all about coming amateur racing, so you can find out how much it costs, what happens on a weekend, what to do in control, everything to do with coming racing as an amateur and not knowing anything. So, and I documented it last year. This year, I'm not doing bad actually, better than I thought. I didn't expect any points, so I got 1 point at Snetterton, and I didn't at Donington because I got taken out by Peter. I'll get that in there. And Croft, I did endurance at Croft. That were a hot one. Hour 512 actually, fireworks. you did us out of it? No, they didn't. But no, I'm not doing endurance this round, it's just sprints.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very long endurance race this round, let's be fair. But, yeah, an eventful Croft for yourself, as you mentioned. Fireworks, super apologetic about the whole thing, I think, to say the very least. But
we had other issues anyway, so...
Yeah, exactly. And, well...
I have changed colour.
Yeah, I was about to say, a gold bike for this weekend, anyway, for yourself. Is that a sign of things to come this weekend? Maybe some gold silverware at the end of the weekend?
No, not this weekend. Hopefully, but no, it's one where I've literally... So I'm doing a thing on wrapping. Yeah. And as you can see, don't get too close, but as you can see, my wrapping skills are literally bottom.
Yeah, if you squint, it looks quite good. I think it's fair to say.
From 3 metres away, it's brilliant. It's just when you look close.
But yeah, as you mentioned, results have been pretty good this year. I think it's fair to say for your second year of racing. But heading into this weekend, such a technical circuit, a longer circuit as well. What are you expecting in terms of results?
Well, I've just qualified really well. A second slower than last year, but I think that's to do with the heat. Same as yesterday's track day. Everyone were like a second off. But I've qualified 23rd. So I'm not normally in that position, so which is really good for me. I did get held up, to be honest, in my qualifying. So it's one where I might have got a few more places, but I'm just putting because of the heat, I'm going to put a SCX tyre on, which I've never run before, and it's just because of heat. It should last the 9 laps. We've got nine laps this afternoon, and SCX should do that.
Yeah, I was just about to talk about tyre choice, actually. So what sort of things are you looking at this weekend? Also, you mentioned the SCX. What about the front? Are you running SC1, SC2?
SC1. So yesterday, with the heat, I had an SC2 on to begin with, just kept sliding, put an SC1 on, took 4 seconds off. So, and then with it being hot today, I've got an SC0 for tomorrow, and I just thought 9 laps, because it's 11 laps tomorrow each race, and I just thought, it's got 9 laps, and SCX will last that, especially with me riding, so it'll come in still fresh.
Yeah, well, let's hope the tyre bill's not too expensive this weekend, and best of luck.
No, thank you. No limits.
Hello everybody and welcome to NLR TV.
This is
No Limits Racing.
We're here in the 4th round of the No Limits Racing season. Here, of course, at the iconic Brands Hatch. Join us for the entire weekend on NLRTV, live and free. Now then, of course, we're here in pit lane where, well, it's high activity at the moment. There's plenty of people out just getting the final checks before racing gets going this weekend. Qualifying currently underway at the moment, but as we said, scorching conditions so far this weekend. Yesterday it was sitting at around 35 degrees or so, and well, today it looks like we're going to be back into the 30s yet again, much of the same as well for the entire weekend. So scorching conditions, and well, unlike UK weather, that's for sure. But yeah, so we're down here in pit lane, just myself, Lewis Rae, for the moment. Of course, Ross McIntyre will be joining me throughout the entire weekend of action, where we have over 20 races in store, and of course a lengthy endurance race, and the over 120 laps are going to be done on Saturday afternoon. It's set to be one that you don't want to miss anyway, that's for sure. But as I said, 4th round of the season here at Brands Hatch. We came from Croft just 1 month ago, where we were pretty lucky with the conditions yet again, same as of course Donington Park as well earlier on in the year. So it's not seeming like UK weather, but as we said, at Brands Hatch, celebrating the 100th season of racing, a century of racing. But as I mentioned, down here in pit lane, and well, we'll try and hop into a couple of the garages as well while we build up the excitement for this weekend. Now, I have just seen Enzo to buy some Turco. We'll head in this side of the box over here, and well, as I say that, he goes round to his other side. So, nonetheless, this is TV for you, and well, starting off the weekend, our first interview of the entire weekend, actually. Enzo, how are you? Because, well, coming here at Brands Hatch, a new circuit for you, and you're coming off the back of a great round at Croft, having a good battle, fighting for the podiums in class in the stock category.
Well, early morning, isn't it? Everyone's waking up a little bit woozy, but we're doing well. First in the championship right now, luckily. Mainly it's just about me staying on the bike now, finishing all the races properly, trying to get good qualifying, because I'm still not sure if the last sector's really wet or not. So it's just a bit of a dodgy one coming into this one, but hopefully we make it out in one piece and get up to the front again.
Yeah, well, we're here at Brands Hatch. It's an awesome circuit. As you mentioned, final sector can be a bit tricky with the tree lines, especially around the circuit. But how are you finding Brands Hatch as a circuit? Because for many, it's a bucket list track.
I've done the Indy before on a track day, the year before I came here. Now, coming back here, I really enjoyed Paddock Bend, all the other tracks. Now I've gotten to the last sector thinking, no way, this is almost flat. And I've tucked it in 5th gear thinking, wow, this is basically flat, this corner. So it's just getting used to the speed. It's an amazing track, much better. It's one of the better quality tracks of the country, you know. It's the best one, I'd say. But I really love that last sector there where you come around for the big right-hander after the bridge. It's a really lovely track in general.
Yeah, it's a great track, and it's one that you definitely don't want to miss on the calendar, especially having the opportunity to take part in the GP layout. But heading into this weekend, as you mentioned, championship leader in the stock twin category. How do you approach that mentally for yourself? Is it a slightly different approach than, for example, Snetterton and Donington Park earlier on in the year?
To me, not really. It's all about just consistently finishing all the races for me, because I know there's boys that are quicker than me, maybe a couple seconds quicker, maybe it might close in a little bit this round, but compared to the other rounds, I'm coming in the exact same way with just a bit more caution of staying on the bike and finishing in the points, because that's what's gotten me to the lead. Compared to the other guys, they'll finish first, not finish around because of a little collision. So as long as I can finish all the races, hopefully I can stay at the front of the championship standings or near the front.
And just for the viewers at home, obviously racing on a Suzuki SV650, one of the older twin bikes, really, same with the old Kawasaki ERs. What is it like to race one of these out on circuit, especially the stock category where you have slightly less power than the likes of the Supertwins?
It's like a stock R7, but better value for money. That's literally all it is. It feels the same, it handles the same, maybe a little bit less front pitch, but otherwise it's a really good starter bike, especially for your first year racing.
And for multi-class racing, of course, you're out there both with the Supertwins and the next-gen sport bikes. How is it out on track, sharing the circuit with faster bikes, but sometimes still, at some circuits, you're still able to compete with them? How is it sharing the circuit with quicker bikes?
I'd reckon it's all right most of the time. You get a couple incidents where you get someone on a Supertwin that's a little bit slower than you and they end up passing you on the straight. But
by the end of the races anyways, once you start getting into the groove, you end up riding quicker and end up finding your own pack to race with. For example, almost all of my races end up with a couple R7s, a couple stock twins, and because the R7s are so close in power, we can end up battling quite well. So it ends up for a really good race by the end of the week.
Finally, hopes for this weekend. What are you hoping to get result-wise?
Podium would be nice, but as long as I get to the lap times I'm happy with, I'll be fine. I don't really try to focus on other riders. I try to focus more on myself and how I'm riding, because as long as I progress personally, it doesn't matter if the other riders progress quicker. I know how much I can progress, and that's okay.
Well, best of luck for this weekend, and hopefully we can see you in the podium, even maybe the top step.
Thank you very much. I hope so as well.
Well, smile on his face anyway, that's for sure. But as you mentioned, a brilliant circuit is Brands Hatch. One of the best, if not the best, that we have in the entire country. I mean, when you think about just iconic moments around this circuit, so many come to mind, whether it be John Hopkins and Tommy Hill, their finale here in British Superbikes, whether it even be Tommy Bridewell and Kyle ride in recent years. And actually, I have seen Kyle ride much of them out this weekend, so hopefully we can see him out on track, because obviously this weekend as well we have the Classic European Endurance Championship joining us as well. They're going to be joining us for the 120 free lap race later on Saturday afternoon. So we have a whole selection of bikes. We have RC30s out there on circuit. There's some two-strokes as well out there on track as well. Then, like we have here, we have the newer bikes, the 600s, the 765s, R1s, you name it, it's here at No Limits Racing. But so many iconic moments. Obviously, World Superbike used to come to Brands Hatch. Not anymore, sadly, anyway, for us, because I think we would love that anyway, that's for sure. So, yeah, currently, Pack Racing, they're getting themselves ready. They've got a busy afternoon of action as well. So we're going to continue making our way down. I don't know how far down pit lane we're going to get at the moment, because, well, there's bikes blocking the lane. It seems like it's just been a quick interruption in this session, but while the interruption's going, we might as well head back into a garage and see if we can get a few words from a couple of riders. Obviously, we've been catching up with Pack Racing a couple of times throughout this year, but nonetheless, we'll see if we can hop in, because why not? It's becoming somewhat of a tradition, if you will, to catch up with the number 50 squad. But yeah, good morning, and how are you guys today? How's Pack Racing going so far here at the lovely Brands Hatch?
Yeah, it's a magnificent circuit. First time here for us guys. So had a great day yesterday. Felt good on the bike, learning the track. Obviously scorching weather, but survived that. And yeah, feel refreshed for this morning now, and looking to weather's dried up again, so yeah, just looking forward to getting out there and keep learning the track today.
Yeah, brilliant weather today, and it looks like it's going to stay like this throughout the entire weekend. Obviously, we have had some spells of rain that seem to have dampened the latter part of the circuit, but I mean, just describe this track. Riding it on the Superbike, going down Paddock Hill, going up to Druids, what is it like?
The first time for me dropping into Paddock Hill yesterday on the first session, yeah, it was yeah, you're probably not far off saying it's a breathtaking track, really, because as you get a bit of speed, and it's such an iconic track. Yeah. That it's a privilege really to be able to come here and ride and do the full GP. And yeah, it's just a great experience.
And finally, hopes for this weekend. How are you going to approach this massive endurance race?
Yeah, we're going to approach it with full attack mode as usual, and we've got a strong team. The usual guys are here, so we're learning as we go. Every round we seem to, we're taking something from the last round, and we're going to try and apply a different tactic and just keep moving forward and do our best. Yeah.
Get stuck in and see what happens.
100%.
Well, best of luck in with this weekend.
Thanks very much, guys.
And, well, we'll continue out at the back of this garage because, well, a lot of shout out to, of course, YouTube stickers on the front of his bike. I mean, would you expect any less? But we've not spoken to you since Snetterton, I don't think. So, first of all, yet again, anyone at home, just remind us of your name, what class you're racing in.
Neil Stevenson, Brandfixx Cup Thou, or Cup Power, should I say.
Yeah, and I'm sure many people might recognise your face, whether it be a thumbnail or on Facebook, but just describe exactly what you do on YouTube and what people can expect from your channel.
Right, so I came as a newcomer last year, being a younger person, and on the thous before the rules changed, and I documented on YouTube all about coming amateur racing, so you can find out how much it costs, what happens on a weekend, what to do in control, everything to do with coming racing as an amateur and not knowing anything. So, and I documented it last year. This year, I'm not doing bad actually, better than I thought. I didn't expect any points, so I got 1 point at Snetterton, and I didn't at Donington because I got taken out by Peter. I'll get that in there. And Croft, I did endurance at Croft. That were a hot one. I were 5-1-2 actually. Fireworks. you did us out of it? No, they didn't. But no, I'm not doing endurance this round. It's just sprints.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very long endurance race this round, let's be fair. But, yeah, an eventful Croft for yourself, as you mentioned. Fireworks, super apologetic about the whole thing, I think, to say the very least. But
we had other issues anyway, so...
Yeah, exactly. And, well...
I have changed colour.
Yeah, I was about to say, a gold bike for this weekend, anyway, for yourself. Is that a sign of things to come this weekend? Maybe some gold silverware at the end of the weekend?
No, not this weekend. Hopefully, but no. It's one where I've literally... So I'm doing a thing on wrapping. Yeah. And as you can see, don't get too close, but as you can see, my wrapping skills are literally bottom.
Yeah, if you squint, it looks quite good. I think it's fair to say.
From 3 metres away, it's brilliant. It's just when you look close.
But yeah, as you mentioned, results have been pretty good this year. I think it's fair to say for your second year of racing. But heading into this weekend, such a technical circuit, a longer circuit as well. What are you expecting in terms of results?
Well, I've just qualified really well. A second slower than last year, but I think that's to do with the heat. Same as yesterday's track day. Everyone were like a second off. But I've qualified 23rd. So I'm not normally in that position. So which is really good for me. I did get held up, to be honest, in my qualifying. So it's one where I might have got a few more places. But I'm just putting because of the heat, I'm going to put a SCX tyre on, which I've never run before, and it's just because of heat. It should last the 9 laps. We've got nine laps this afternoon. An SCX should do that.
Yeah, I was just about to talk about tyre choice, actually. So what sort of things are you looking at this weekend? Also, you mentioned the SCX. What about the front? Are you running SC1, SC2?
SC1. So yesterday, with the heat, I had an SC2 on to begin with, just kept sliding. Put an SC1 on, took 4 seconds off. So, and then with it being hot today, I've got an SC04 tomorrow, and I just thought 9 laps, because it's 11 laps tomorrow each race, and I just thought it's got 9 laps, and SCX will last that, especially with me riding, so it'll come in still fresh.
Yeah, well, let's hope the tyre bill's not too expensive this weekend, and best of luck.
No, thank you. No limits.
No limits racing. No limits racing.
No limits. This is
No Limits Racing.
Hello everybody and welcome back on Sunday afternoon. We have a lunch break at the moment, and we thought we'll give you a little bit of coverage before we get the second half of racing underway this afternoon. The UK Armed Forces Interservice Championship is next up, and myself, Lewis Rae and Ross McIntyre will be bringing you through the entire rest of the day. Race 16 on the schedule officially. So there's a slight shift with the schedule on Sunday after some delays earlier on. So judging by what we were given last night, it should be race 16, and then we'll go into race 15, and then we'll go into race 14. Before then, we go back in a normal order from races 17 all the way to 23 at the end of the day. But Ross, a slight wait in proceedings, of course. I don't think it's going to be too much longer until we start seeing calls for riders to get back down to the Holden area. But nonetheless, we're running around 20 minutes ahead of schedule to what was put on a revised schedule for today's proceedings. So, a good morning for everyone. And we've seen some excellent racing as well on circuit.
We have indeed, Lewis, and apologies, I did lie to everybody. I read the old schedule before the lunch break and said it was the Dunlop NL 500 out next. But no, there is a revised schedule. If you do have yourself one of our programmes, if you're watching along with us trackside, that is wrong. As Lewis said, it is the UK Armed Forces Interservices Championship. Up next, they're returning after missing out at Croft. Then we'll be going to the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy and the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. And then it'll be the Dunlop No Limits 500. And then race 17 onwards, Metzeler Freshman Sport Challenge, No Limits Pre-Injection 600. That is running as normal to the end of the day. All of these will be 9-lap races as well. And we do just have a little bit of a wait. Again, I did also say it's probably about half an hour for lunch, and I was wrong. It's a bit longer than that, so you've got a bit more time to relax and get yourselves comfortable before we jump back into proceedings. But yeah, Lewis, some great races this morning, lots of drama, a couple of fairly sizable crashes as well, but only a few small delays, red flag-wise as well, which is great to see. And we've been able to, as Lewis said, get pretty quickly ahead of schedule for the most things. Now, of course, as I said, coming up next, it is the UK Armed Forces Interservices Championship. Of course, yesterday was UK Armed Forces Day, so celebrating, well, funnily enough, the UK Armed Forces. So it's a bit of a special race for these guys out there. It's very much been the Army team that have been on top coming into this one. They have been pretty dominant throughout the season so far. And it is Jack Morgan who leads the way in the championship. However, Jack was involved in a pretty big accident yesterday morning. He will not be joining us today. He unfortunately had to go to hospital as a result of the incident yesterday morning during the qualifying session. So we are sending all of our best to Jack, and we're hoping that he makes a speedy recovery, of course, and hopefully he can join us at Cadwell Park in a month's time. But that, of course, does take out the championship leader and one of definitely our foremost riders coming into this weekend. And as a result of that, it's all a bit changed. Dean Turner will be starting on pole position for the RAF. Now, Dean has had a monster weekend. Of course, finished third overall in the, obviously he won the old school 1K trophy race a little bit earlier on, but did finish third place overall in race number 2 in the Brandfixx Club Power Cup Old School 1K trophy, which was an absolutely phenomenal performance for himself, and he now will line up on pole position for this race as well. Alongside him on the front row will be Sam Foster and Tyler Viveros, but just before the lunch break in another race, he had an issue with his bike, so hopefully everything's okay there. Interestingly enough, I'm not seeing on the grid second in the Armed Forces Championship, which is of Jack, Jordan Warren Good even, should I say. So it looks like the front runners in the championship standings, both not here. Obviously, Jack Morgan, after that incident, again, he'll be watching, hopefully not from a hospital bed, but he won't be taking part. And again, we are sending our best, hoping for a speedy recovery for him. Jordan Warren Good, nowhere to be seen here at Brands Hatch. So Dean Turner is sat in a very, very solid position to take the championship lead here today for the RAF. He's got a really solid haul of points so far this season. He's currently sat on 56 points, 6 points adrift from Jack Morgan. Warren Good 1 ahead of him. Sam Foster, though, who will start from P2, he's only 6 points back from Dean Turner. So tight there. So it could be either one of those guys that's here to reap the reward. But Dean Turner, I think, is certainly in the prime position. He can afford to drop a place or two to Foster and still take the championship lead as a result. But either way, Lewis, coming out of this one, we are going to see a new championship leader in the UK Armed Forces Interservice Championship, which will be very interesting to see. Top Navy rider, meanwhile, is Adam Francis Mile. He's down in P19 overall. The Navy Marines not having as great of a season as the Army and the RAF boys, shall we say.
Yeah, exactly. And, well, I mean, if you look at the setups, there is clearly a difference in presence. And the Army team guys, well, this weekend they took part in the endurance race with 2 teams. Let's keep in mind, the first time we've seen them with 2 teams the entire season so far in 2026. So yeah, a lot of track time for their riders, and actually a couple of the riders, some of the RAF riders, already making their way down towards the Holden area in a few moments time. So we shouldn't actually be too far from getting going here. And well, it's a huge race for the UK Armed Forces Interservice Championship, and well, you can see on the screen there, thanking all the armed forces that are taking part this weekend. It's a special weekend for them anyway, and yeah, what a way to go motorcycle racing, celebrate this occasion with them.
It certainly is. Again, yesterday, UK Armed Forces Day here in the United Kingdom. Funnily enough, that's what the UK, was what UK stands for in UK Armed Forces. Don't know if you knew that one, Lewis. But yeah, again, a big thank you to everyone who's taking part here. Because, of course, it's not just the riders in the UK Armed Forces Interservice Championship that are part of the Armed Forces. It's the teams as well, the guys on the spanners, the team managers, and they all put in a huge shift both at the track and, of course, in their day-to-day job within the services as well. So a big thank you to all of those guys. You can see them forming up down there in the holding area now, so we are probably not too far away. Of course, they'll get sent round. There'll be one sighting lap and then a 9-lap race. All of our remaining races will be 9-lappers, presuming we don't have any delays as it stands. So we'll just see what's going to be happening with this one. Dean Turner, again, huge opportunity for him, started from pole position. And really interesting to see if he can take the RAF's first win this year at their third round of the championship. Of course, missing out at Croft last time. And, of course, making it the championship lead as well. So big opportunity for the RAF boys in the form of Dean Turner. But he is surrounded by a whole host of Army riders. Sam Foster and Tyler Viveros joining him on the front row. Gareth Isles, P4 as well. He's often very, very quick here. So keep your eyes open for him as well. He should be quick away off the line on the 186 bike. So that should be a lot of fun to keep our eyes on, shall we say. But it's all to play for here. Again, only the one race per round as well for this championship. So it does make it a bit more special. Even though all of the riders typically do compete in other championships, of course, the Army team have normally one endurance squad. They had two this weekend. They took a podium, the second squad. The first one, unfortunately, had some reliability issues. The RF 617 Dam Busters were also taking part in our Biker Lawyers Endurance Championship. No Navy, though, unfortunately. Again, they've been a little bit off the ball over the last couple of years. It
would be nice to see them.
It would be nice to see them. I think they've been focusing their efforts a bit more on four wheels over the last couple of years, unfortunately, than on two in a motorsporting sense, which is a bit of a shame. But it looks like we are ready to get going. Riders are heading round to the grid, and we are ready to get ourselves underway in
Sunday's action, as you were going to say, Ross. And this afternoon, a big grid, of course, for the UK Armed Forces Interservice riders. As we see pretty much every single round, obviously a slightly different format to them to any other class. As, on Saturday, most other classes, every other class, in fact, has qualifying, bar the UK Armed Forces Interservice Championship. They have their qualifying on Sunday morning, and it also does mean riders can just turn up as a Sunday rider and get going with things. Nonetheless, though, Dean Turner goes from pole in this one, and what's going to be a 32 bike field. So a very, very comfortable sized grid yet again. We always see big numbers from the UK Armed Forces guys and girls. And, Dean Turner in pole position, Ross, I don't think it's that much of a surprise. Obviously, no Jack Morgan that looks like taking part, obviously, following yesterday's crash. But Dean Turner, whether it be in the old school 1K trophy or whether it be in the UK Armed Forces class, he's so fast on board that Honda.
Dean's had a really, really solid season, don't get me wrong. He's been riding well, both in the old school 1K trophy and in this series as well. But here at Brands Hatch, he is riding out of his skin. He clearly is loving life at the moment on board that older Fireblade. And here in the Garden of England in Kent as well. Lunch break is over. We are on our sighting lap and we are ready to get going in the UK Armed Forces Interservices Championship on the weekend of UK Armed Forces Day. Talk about a special treat for us here at No Limits Racing, the fourth round of 2026. Let's run through the grid for you. It is Dean Turner who starts on pole position. Joining him is Sam Foster and Tyler Viveros on the front row. It is likely that Turner or Foster, one of those two, will be taking the championship lead pending a disaster at the end of this race. Row 2, Gareth Isles, Samuel Boot and Michael Partridge. Ed Alexander is 7th alongside Pieter Gavaluch and Anthony Fleckney. Ethan Hall rounds out the top 10 with Alan Sharp in 11th and Jameson Carney in P12. 13th is James Leslie with Matthew Maynard 14th. Joe Collier is 15th. They're followed by Peter Dudson, Jamie Locke and Matthew McCready. Row 7 is Seb Evenden, Brandon McCormick and Mark Felton. Liam Hansen, Natalie Crow and Ian Henderson just behind them. Then it's Stephen Burke, Phil Stearman and Alexander Sons. And then a load of riders, 5 in fact, who did not set a lap time in qualifying, so hopefully they'll be able to join us anyway. It is Louis Wright, Stephen Thomas, Jack Morgan, of course, won't be joining us. And then Jordan Warren Good also didn't set a lap in qualifying. So hopefully he is here. Again, he is second in the championship, a point ahead of Dean Turner. So he, if he's able to fight his way through, Son at the back, you never know, could maintain or get into the championship lead as well. It's all a possibility. Also, Liam Sutherland expected our 32nd at the final rider. We'll wait to see if we are expecting any of those guys at the back. But the riders are, or the front of the pack anyways, making their way around clearways and through Clark Curve. We are almost ready to get going here for the afternoon's action at the 4th round of the 2026 No Limits Racing season here at Brands Hatch. It's been an amazing weekend so far, and you are joining us just in time after our lunch break. Whether you're joining us live on NLR TV or with us trackside here at Brands Hatch as well, someone has just pulled in to the pit lane. That may well have been Tyler Viveros.
Yeah, I think it is Tyler.
Yeah, we saw him having issues earlier on. He was going off a P3, and it could well be that his race is done before it even starts with more reliability trouble today.
Yeah, it's a big shame for him, and no front row start for him today, of course. He's had a busy schedule, and, well, earlier on in the twin race, he was struggling to say the very least, and now it looks like it is going to be back to the army tent. He does go, and that bike's been wheeled back into the awning. So that's it. Job done for himself before it even got underway here today. But nonetheless, the grid is ready, and we are finally ready to get going. The sole race of the weekend, as always, on UK Armed Forces Weekend. I mean, what an incredible setting this is. There's no better place than Brands Hatch. Dean Turner on pole position. The revs do rise. The red lights are on. Lunch break is over, and the UK Armed Forces Interservice Championship is go. It's an awesome start from Turner. Leads the way from Sam Foster at turn 1. Some issues for some bikes further back down the order as well, but comfortably into turn 1 it was Dean Turner. Sam Foster, though, getting nice and close enough for a move up at Droids. He's on the wrong side of the corner, though. He's on the wrong side of the bike. He's not going to be able to get a move done around the outside through there, because Dean Turner, he's so strong. It's also been a good start as well, it looks like, from Samuel Boots, who's managed to slot himself into 3rd position behind. There's a big gaggle of riders behind them, so the front three nice and spaced out, you have to say. They've got themselves away from harm's way, because the thing about the UK Armed Forces Inter-Service Championship, if it's your first time watching trackside or on NLR TV, there's so many different types of bikes in this. There's 1000ccs, 600s, twins, pre-injections, BMWs, you name it, it's in this race.
And there's a whole different host of experience and abilities as well. If you want to give this championship a go and you're in the armed forces, they will let you have a go. If you've never raced before, if you just fancy to go on the spanners, fancy helping out, they will let you come along and try out. It is such a welcoming championship, even with the on-track rivalries and the disdain. Well, not really. It's a friendly rivalry, but it's a rivalry nonetheless out there. Turner is starting to break away at the front of the pack, and Samuel Boot is looking to try and make it an RAF 1-2 out there. He's pressuring Foster on the run down into clearways as the rest of the riders still trying to fall over each other again. A whole host of different bikes and experiences out there. You get a very, very big field split as a result. Dean Turner crosses the line on lap number 1. He has a huge advantage. 3.5 seconds clear already at the front of the pack is Turner. Foster holds on to P2 with Samuel Boot up in P3. Then it's Thomas, Leslie, Gavalich, Hall, Fleckney, Alexander and Gareth Isles in P10. Gareth Isles dropping 6 places on that opening lap. Normally fast starting, but just seemingly struggling out there today at Brands Hatch at the moment, as the rest of the riders still trying to figure out what's going on, figure out who they're racing with. Up the front though, Dean Turner could have already checked out.
Yeah, Dean Turner, he looks like he's going to get himself into a rhythm nice and early here. Of course, started from pole with a 136.029. Obviously that was this morning. Now he's setting a 139.2, obviously from a standing start, so we'll have to wait and see what happens with that one. The 114 though, running very, very wide, so Fleckney losing yet another position over at Surtees. It's a big shame for him. So down into P9, he's at the risk of actually dropping outside the top 10 if he's not very, very careful. Meanwhile though, RAF leading the way, of course, and more RAF machines out on circuit. A big group of riders though in this pack. It's so nice to see the RAF squad be really competitive this round. We've seen in the past with the likes of Kenny McLeod over the last year or so, he's been really strong in this championship. Sadly, no real showing from Kenny in 2026. We can see him back though in the pack. He was always one of the RAF's strong suits. However, Dean Turner, well, he's well and truly took the reins. That does look like a nice little move though for the Triumph rider. So Thomas picking up yet another position, and job done for himself, and moving back the fellow army rider 1 place.
Dean Turner, of course, does have 2 third places so far this season. He's very much been the best of the rest in what, to be honest, has been a bit of the Jack Morgan and Jordan Warren good show. But with those 2 not being available to race this weekend, he is grasping at the opportunity with both hands. Leading Navy and Marines rider seems to be Carney, the 97, stuck in P13. So the Navy guys still struggling a little bit, unfortunately, it would seem. But Turner leads from Thomas from Foster, Sam Boot in 4th, and then Leslie in P5 as well. So lots of battles going on further back in the pack as it stands. We follow some of the guys on their run through Surtees and onto the Grand Prix loop. Of course, very special, the fact that we are the only club in the UK that does utilise the full Grand Prix layout here at Brands Hatch. I mean, we've got the circuit, may as well use it, I think was the mantra, and it's been so amazing to see. It's such a brilliant piece of road down there, and it's so fast, so challenging, and so rewarding as well. And I'm sure all of the riders are loving the fact that they can utilise the full layout here at Brands Hatch. There we see that was a move there by the 758 Alexander, I think may have just got through on Hall. That'll be for 7th place as they head through Hawthorns and then on the run down into Westfield Bend. And Deagle Dell, of course, follows that along that awkward curve up the right-hander, and then you've got to get it tucked in properly to a very blind right-hand kink. Then you come into Stirling's for the penultimate corner, and then it's the penultimate straight down Clearways and into Clark Curve, and then he's starting another lap. It's already lap 4 of 9 here. Flying by is this one. Dean Turner still with a huge lead, holding firm at about 3 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, the battle that we're watching right now on screen is for P5 out on circuit. So Leslie at the head of it on board the 32. Boot just ahead of this lot. But Samuel Boot, well, he's well and truly into the distance. Don't think you have to worry about that too much as a move is made. That's going to be Ed Alexander diving down the inside. Job done for himself so far. So yet another position gained for Team Army this time around. So a solid race so far. Now the real question is Leslie going to be put under some pressure this time around from Alexander? Yellow flags out, it looks like, on the exit of this corner. So hopefully everyone is okay. But we are going to carry on with the action out on circuit. 4 out of 9 so far, but the yellow panel was definitely flashing there. But as we carry on, it does look like the 114. Now Fletney, we did see him go wide earlier on at his very corner over at Surtees. Yet again though, struggling with corner speed through there and still continuing to lose some ground. Down the back straight though we head yet again. Still this battle for the final spots in the latter half of the top 10. Leslie under pressure. Fleckney trying to fight back through. And there is a rider down. One of the RAF riders down on the deck. So a massive shame for them. Obviously when we find out exactly who it is, we'll let you know. That does look like it could be Samuel Boot actually. He hasn't came through that first sector point of course, and that was up at Druids that the rider went down. So I think Samuel Boot, of course, running quite high up in the order. Yeah, he's beginning to drop down the order.
Yeah, that's a real shame for the 69 rider. Must have just been a small error there on the run out of Druids and maybe lost the rear or something, but he's up on his feet. That's the main thing to see, and you can see on the timing tower, of course, dropping down. And we'll wait to get that confirmed on our live timing in the commentary box as well, provided by TSL. Of course, you can follow along with the live timing over on the TSL website. Yeah, it's definitely Sam Booted, isn't it? Oh, what a shame. He was running so well out there. Up the front, Thomas is closing in on Dean Turner. He's just set a fastest lap of the race, a 1:33.3. The 21 rider has got the gap down to 1.7 seconds, so there could be a battle for the lead on our hands shortly. As almost there, the 32 of Leslie coming together with Alexander in this massive fight that we see. All of these riders so close together. I believe that is from 3rd onwards down, so that'll be Foster till about Hall, I want to say. That is potentially even further back. A lot of riders all going single file at the moment, but moves to be made at every single opportunity, every single corner, as Fleckney once again likes to run it deep there at Surtees, doesn't he? I'm not sure it's helping him, it's benefiting him, but he's sticking with the line. Maybe he knows something we don't.
Yeah, Fleckney doing a decent job at the moment, but it is now the Kawasaki rider that has got ahead, so doing a good job for the time being. And well, this is a good old scrap. It looks like, well, Sam Foster that we did know was fighting away. He's now up into the distance. This group around 23 seconds behind the likes of Sam Foster out on circuit. So a little bit away from the overall podium battle, but nonetheless we are going to carry on. It does look like Alexander doing a good job now at the head of this group, just ahead of Leslie. So Alexander, it's been a busy old lap for him, I think it's fair to say, up into P4 for the time being for the 758, as now side by side they go all the way towards the final corner. Who's going to come out on top in this one? We await to see. Shoving the front nose up the inside. That was Leslie, but you're not going to get that move made, and certainly you're not going to let the move stick, especially if you've got a Kawasaki ZX-10 right up your exhaust pipe in the form of Fleckney. Meanwhile, though, interestingly, the fastest lap of the race going the way of Stephen Thomas.
And Stephen Thomas didn't qualify. He started 20.
And he's overtaken him. He's overtaken Turner.
He's got through. Stephen Thomas has basically done a last to first challenge. And on lap 6 or 9, he could be home and dry unless Dean can follow him and try and copy the line, copy the rhythm, and find something special. Thomas, of course, out there on a Trans 765 compared to Turner's older Fireblade, which he races in the old school 1K trophy, of course. So differences in machinery, but Thomas is flying, and he's come from 29th and up into the lead of the race, but Turner isn't going to let him escape just yet. He's going to try and stick with him as we soon head on to lap number 7.
They're going to catch some back markers before the end of this race as well. Things are going to get spicy in this one with just 3 laps remaining. 3 laps to decide race 16 of our round 4 venture to Brands Hatch. Thomas, for the time being, does lead the field through. It was just under 0.2 of a second was the margin. A 134.8 that time around, so quite a bit off his best lap. That's Natalie Crow, just ahead of this lot on the 999. So the top 2, they're going to have to be very, very careful and very cautious of where they decide to get through in these back markers, because it is about being sensible. Sometimes it is better waiting an extra second so you're not costing yourself on the exit of a corner.
Absolutely. I think Turner may have been taking it a bit easy the last couple of laps. He does, as up the inside, nicely getting around the back markers. There goes Stephen Thomas, but Turner, yes, he gets held up just a little bit. I think the last couple of laps he was taking it easy, just to kind of in cruise mode. Didn't obviously realise the pace of Thomas, because he's now turned the wick back up. You can see that's about 10 bike lengths or so now separating the pair of them on lap 7 of 9. It's not done and dusted just yet. We've seen time and time again this weekend, all it takes is one mistake, or you catch a little bit of traffic in the wrong place and it can all change. But right now it's looking good for Stephen Thomas from 29th on the grid.
Unbelievable stuff for himself. Now, yes, another back marker to get through. They're going to be quite careful this one, because it's an awkward place of the circuit. Could be Felton just trying to get ahead of at the moment. There is Natalie Crow, and there is Foster as well, just coming through your picture, but you're going to have to do that over at the final corner and get that done. But there is another rider down, and very, very frustrating indeed. So trying to pick up that bike straight away and at least off the side of it. That could be the 114 actually that's right down. So Fleckney, we've been talking about actually, that looks to be over where the Indy section cuts in, and that is over by Surtees. So wherever there was contact, or we were speaking about his line through there, and certainly not looking comfortable, well, that's where he went down anyway. As we head back to the front of the race, yellow flags will still be out of that corner the next time these pair arrive. So even if the likes of Dean Turner is close enough from now on, he's going to have to wait until at least Hawthorne to make that move.
Turner has closed in. It was a personal best lap last time and a 10th quicker than Stephen Thomas, so he's really turned the whip back up now. It is still yellow flags through this section though, but Fleckney is up on his feet and okay, that's the main thing. I think he just dropped the front potentially midway through the corner, and the bike, ended up on the Indy section. Don't want to go that way, unfortunately. But Turner looking potentially to set up a move. Of course, he does have a 1,000 cc's at his disposal compared to the 765 of the Triumph, but it is a slightly older Fireblade, so maybe a slight power advantage. It's tough to make that call, but he's definitely closing in now, and this could be a very, very close fight as they come through Dingledale, then up to the right hand. They're very awkward through there. They'll disappear from our view. Then they come to Sterling's. Bit more traffic. That's going to be awkward for Thomas to negotiate with. They're going to catch them just on the exit of the corner. Okay, maybe they'll just about get away with it on that occasion. 1 to go though. Thomas wants to make it 3 wins out of 3 for the Army. Dean Turner is set to take the championship lead and wants his first win this season, and the first for the RAF as well.
One final lap. You can see the speed through the final corner there, and well, we're going to carry on for one last Joe through another back marker to go over at turn 1. A busy old race in this final 3 or 4 laps or so. Thomas though, can he hold on to the 765 Triumph? Such a great engine, so good. In fact, he used it for Grand Prix World Championship. Quite a little bit wide though from himself there. Is that going to hand Dean Turner an opportunity? They're side by side all the way into Graham Hill Bend. Thomas does hold on to it a little bit tight though. He's going to struggle to get the drive on the exit. Once again, you would expect Dean Turner to catch up. He's going to be on the outside line though, nearly on the grass, on the white line. He's on the outside all the way through Surtees. He's going to look for a late apex here. Crank up the power yet again down the back straight with half a lap remaining. Next up, Hawthorne. Who has the faster bike in the straight line? Dean Turner powers through, but he's on the outside. They're side by side all the way through, and it's Thomas that holds on for the time being. Turner, though, trying to get the undercut down the inside over at Westfield. He's made it work. Can he make it stick? The answer to that is a big resounding yes. Now towards Sheen we head, and well, Dean Turner, he's left it late. He's looking loose, and now have 2 corners left to navigate. It looks like P1 will be going the way of the 1-2-3 unless Thomas can invent something really special at this final corner. There is a back marker or 2 to deal with, but I don't think they're going to catch them in time. And well, Turner, he's stretched that margin on this final lap. It's looking comfortable. 3 or 4 bike lengths of a lead. He crosses the line to win the race, the sole race of the weekend for the UK Armed Forces Interservice Championship. Dean Turner wins as Thomas takes second. We'll wait to see where Sam Foster is going to be. There is Leslie. Sam Foster does cross the line. Leslie still at the head of this group for the time being. They still have about half a lap to go. There is Gareth Files as well, also involved in the scrap, close as well at the back of it. That could be the likes of Sharp and Golich getting nice and close together on circuit. A couple corners left to go now for this group, though, all the way in P4 for the time being. An incredible end to the race. We've got to wait a little bit before we see the next group of riders. Natalie Crowe does cross the line, and while the 617 of Sharp obviously takes part in the endurance race on Saturdays, today his eyes are all on sprint race, and round the final corner this group goes. And well, it does look like Garfiles trying to pick up a late position here. Can he get it? It is going to be Leslie in P4, but who's going to get the positions behind? Alexander stays in P5, and Golich gets Isles at the checkered flag. The final lap, the final corner, and Gareth Isles picking up a place for himself. 9 laps of action for that one, and well, I think it's safe to say it delivered right the way to the end. It did look like Dean Turner wasn't going to have it his own way, but well, in classic Dean Turner fashion, he managed to pull it out the bag. Victory for himself, 6/10 of a second over the line, as Stephen Thomas finishes P2, Sam Foster 3rd. James Leslie, Ed Alexander P4 and P5, as Golich, Isles, Sharp, Hall and Cairn rounds out the top 10. Cairn, of course, the top Navy rider. Now though, to look at the paddock and look further down the order. Partridge, Culler, Maynard, Locke and Dugan rounds out top 15. Everton, McCready, Hanson, McCormick and Felton rounding out our top 20 riders. An incredible race that was, and always nice to see her on circuit. Natalie Crowe, we did see her there, just getting lapped on the final couple of circulations there, ahead of Henderson, Burke, Sones, Stearman, Fleckney and Vivera. So Fleckney, we've both seen their crashes, and Viveros unable to take the start after running into some issues on the grid. So that's Mark Herman.
Well, if that's not a way to celebrate UK Armed Forces Day, I don't know what is. It looks like we're going to have a very quick turnaround here, so we'll quickly get a word out of our race winner. Dean, that is your first race win of the Interservices Championship this year. It's the RAF's first race win this year, and you've just taken the championship lead as well. And what a way to do it.
Yeah, fairy tales existed, eh? Obviously, shame few of the Army lads aren't here this weekend. Obviously, wish Jack a speedy recovery. But no, buzzing with that race. Had a good little battle with Tomo in the last couple of laps. So, it was really good fun.
You're riding out of your skin here at Brands Hatch so far this weekend. You've still got one more race yet to go as well. You must be feeling confident going into it then.
I am, but the energy levels are depleted big time. So go take some sugar on board and stuff, and see if Sam puts me through my paces in the next race.
Awesome stuff. Well, that's certainly a way to celebrate UK Armed Forces Day for yourself. Congratulations on the win, on the championship lead, and we'll see you out there for your final race a bit later on.
Lovely, thank you very much, appreciate it.
That's all we've got time for, unfortunately, because we're quickly heading back upstairs. Next race is ready. Lewis Rae, back over to you.
Thanks, Ross. Always nice to hear from the UK Armed Forces guys and girls, as we are already getting ready for the next race of the day. So that was officially race 16 of the weekend. What was meant to be race 16 of the weekend anyway. Our first race after the lunch break, and that will be their sole appearance. But now not too much longer until we can turn our focus on to the next lot of action. So an incredible day here at Brands Hatch. A nice little crowd as well on watching the action. And well, some fans well enjoying the race, a picnic, and some fans well enjoying the race up in the grandstand. A couple of grandstands to enjoy all the action this weekend. But now we look towards the next race of the day, the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy alongside the Dark Motorsport Premier Power Cup. So they're going to be next up on circuit. Of course, they were on track a little bit earlier on today after they didn't get on circuit at all yesterday, bar qualifying. Should be able to enjoy a whole host of action. Now, though, we wait for them just to load up the grid in a few moments' time. But now you can see Snapdragon. Obviously, they were taking part in the endurance race yesterday, and well, for them anyway, it didn't go too well. A little penalty hindering their performance, but a nice little on-watching point for them. Some tables, some snacks, some beverages, I'm sure, as well, to enjoy all the action that's going to unfold today. But next grid now, quickly forming. Just a little bit of a pack grid once more. Obviously, Tom Ward did take victory earlier on today in race 1 of their weekend, race 2 of our entire Sunday schedule. But Tom Ward, once again, all things being well, he should be starting from pole alongside Ash Barnes and Jack Bednarek. Now, Jack Bednarek, not only did he show great pace in the endurance race, but he's shown great late race pace earlier on today as well in the final couple of laps, of course. This being a slightly longer race this time around, they're going to have 9 laps to enjoy of this Brands Hatch GP circuit. It was originally scheduled to be 11, but with the extra races that we had to add on today, we had to reduce some laps to keep everything pretty much in time. Although, luckily, so far today, we are on schedule. So hopefully no commentators curse with that. But Tom Ward, Ash Barnes, Jack Bednarek is your front row for this one. And, well, they're looking pretty calm, I would say, to say the least. As well, we'll wait for them to head out onto the formation lap, and then we'll bring you through the rest of the grid. So, Ward from pole, obviously company for 8 minutes. Michael Stamper, of course, a great round for himself in class. He starts from P4 alongside Tommy Fielden. Keep your eye on Tommy Fielden. Not the race 1 that he certainly would have hoped for, but still showed some promising pace. And certainly we know in 2026 Tommy Fielden is a force to be reckoned with. Sam Cox is going to them for company 2. Tom Lawrence and John Wood. Jennings on 3. Nathan Harrison rounds out our top 10. A good day so far for Nathan Harrison on board with the 2 Honda. As Jimmy Boyce and Lee Martin rounds out the top 12 runners. Jones Duncan and Brandon Petty. Of course, Brandon Petty winning the Dark Motorsport Cup earlier on today. Number 15 does go for P15. Scott Stone, Ralph Turco, and Sam Lanston top 18. As Shea Stewart and Tom Burbage rounds out the top 20. Paul Charman as well on board this Yamaha. He goes from P21. Andy Buchanan for Eagle and Paul Bauer 9. Will Ross, sun as well and truly out here at Brands Hatch. Been very lucky all weekend long for a bar maybe in the endurance where I think the roads got soaked and then on an incredibly muddy day as it was. But today, 0 chance of rain, at least for the time. But it looks to be a great race this one, to keep in mind their second race of the weekend and also their second race of the day.
And they've still got one more to come after this one as well. So busy old day, yeah. Triple header for the Super Series Power Trophy and the Premier Power Cup as well. Of course, got to remember, got our front 3 in race number 1 earlier on. And indeed, our front 3 on the grid, they are all in the non-classified category. They are wild cards for this weekend. So in the proper championship picture of things, it was 4th place Dan Stamper, who took victory earlier on the 8 machine. First rider to take a win in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy. That is not called Tommy Fielding, who still finished second, but again, seemingly struggling for pace a little bit earlier on today. Let's see if he can rectify that. Of course, in the dark Premier Power Cup, it was Brandon Petty taking the win in that one. He'll start back a little bit further back in the field in 15th place. But riders have all made their way to the grid. The flag marshal will get out of the way And it's time for race number 2 in our Premier class here at No Limits Racing. We are go, and it is an immediate great launch there from pole position for Tom Ward. Looks like Sam Cox also got away well. Ward will hold that lead and get the whole shot coming through Paddock Hill Bend as they're all fanning out single file pretty quickly actually, so already trying to slot into places, not that much chaos on the run into Druids. So Ward holds that lead, believe that will be Ash Barnes keeping that second place on the 8, and then Jack Bednarek on the 91 just behind as well. So front 3 status quo for those guys in the non-classified championship. Is that Tommy Fielding that's worked his way up into P4? It is. So he does lead in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy early doors. Oh, that was deep there from Ward, and he could be under real trouble getting down to Hawthorns. He was well wide on the way in and was deep on the way out. Had to sit the bike up. I think he's just about going to get away with it though. That's a lucky boy on lap 1.
Holding on for the time being, Ash Barnes putting Ward under a lot of pressure on this opening lap of action. Obviously a longer race, probably a slightly different attack strategy as well for this one, although I think for Ward, after what you've seen earlier on, he's just going to have to try and get away with it. I mean, even when he managed to get into the lead in race 1, he was kept honest all the way to the line. And while Tommy Fielding and Daniel Stamper, both of their plans for this one was to latch onto this front group in the opening couple of laps, because they feel like there is a chance he could potentially go with them. And even if you can get dragged with them for 3 or 4 laps, that's going to help your race a lot, just to get away from the onslaught behind to the likes of Jennings scrapping away with a big group, and Tom Norton, Sean Winfield, Nathan Harrison also involved in that group as well. So if you can get yourself away from that, even by a half a second, 1 second, that's going to help you out and make your life so much easier. But it looks like Cox has just got ahead for the time being of Daniel Stamper. So Stamper down yet another position, and he'll be seeing Tommy Fielding moving away with this pack.
And Tommy Fielding as well, pressuring Bednarek, trying to get onto the overall podium. Front 2 breaking away, but looking to do battle as well, similar to what we saw in race number 1, where we had a battle for first and a battle for third almost. But it's not all done and dusted yet. Fielding, although he maintains 4th place and the lead in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy, Cox, Stamper not too far behind, so that could all change with a small error if they do start to scrap aggressively. It's Ralph Turco who leads the way in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup ahead of Boyce and Duncan. Brandon Petty had a rotten first lap. He's down to 16th overall, 4th in class. What a story it could be if the Brazilian could take a victory here today. We'll wait to see. He's got a whole host of family and friends here supporting him along, all in the fluorescent yellow of the Brazilian home team. Clearly feeling a bit of World Cup fever. Maybe a country that Lewis Rae is not the biggest fan of at the moment, shall we say. But it's great to see him up in the lead of this race at least.
Yeah, exactly. It's great to see him be so competitive as well in this class. Great to see as well out with his son Enzo, of course, this weekend. Enzo in the stock twins, he'll be out later on, but a real family affair for them this weekend is Luca Jennings. Right now, he's ahead of Sean Winfield. I mean, Sean Winfield, he's so experienced, especially in the British Superbike paddock, over the last 8 years or so. So, yeah, great to see Jennings ahead of him. And what is Jennings' first year on a 1000cc bike, racing it at the very least. But Tom Ward kept honest at the moment. This gap has sat pretty much the same now for 3 laps or so. I mean, Ash Barnes is trying his best here. It's been a busy old season for him. Of course, teammates of Declan Connell on board the Rapid Honda for 2026, and Bill Barnes setting a 128.1. That being the fastest lap of the race. I'm going to say so far, because I think they're going to turn up the white very soon. Barnes very close on the approach there, and well, unable to make it work so far. He slots back in behind and looks for a better opportunity. Although you have to say that could be a key overtaking place later on in this race, because it's going to be very tricky, bar maybe Sterling's until the end of this lap. Brands Hatch, there's plenty of overtaking opportunities, but so many of them, including this corner here at Sterling's, you really have to be creative and you really have to start making it and planning it nice and early.
Was that an attempt at a plan anyway from Cox on Fielding? Didn't quite come into fruition, but he was certainly looking on the run into Sterling. So Fielding now under real pressure for the race lead in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy. We'll head on to lap 4 for our leading pair. Bednarek now in a bit of no man's land if Fielding is more concerned about defending from behind. Ward now, and it looks like he's maybe got an extra bike length or 2 now in that gap ahead of the 8 of Ash Barnes. 21 sitting pretty at the moment, but Barnes again, he's not throwing everything at it just yet. He's seemingly quite happy just in the tracks of Ward just following around, putting that pressure on, but not throwing anything too extravagant out there. Still a long way to go in this race. We're on lap 4 of 9. Don't want to throw it away immediately with a silly mistake. Was that slow out of Graham Hills from Fielding? It was a little bit, and he's all coming into the pits as well, the number 93. Everything okay for them?
Yeah, that is Robert.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, Contreras comes in with an issue, a real shame for him. So we have lost. Looks like Brandfixx also came in as well, so that would explain why he's slow. So that's 2 of our Dark Motorsport Premier Power Cup riders down and out. Hopefully everything's okay. In the meanwhile, front 2 still there. I think Tommy Fielding is just about holding on from Cox, but that 23 is pushing hard for that race.
Yeah, he's pushing hard in the final, well, what's going to be the final half of the race. I mean, we're at halfway stage for the time being. And well, Ash Barnes, he's still pushing on at the front as well. Bednarek a little bit further back. It seems like later in the race, he's not able to stick with him. He's used all he's got in the first couple of laps and now decided that maybe third's going to be the best that he's going to be able to pick up this time around. Unless, of course, these two begin to trip each other up. Towards start-finish line, though, we go yet again. Ticking by yet another lap as we head on to lap 5 of the action. Of course, second race of the day for this lot. And well, Tom Ward, I think he's still plenty to say after this. And still, one more race for them to enjoy. Of course, it's been race 15 of the weekend. And then the next race has been race 14. But nonetheless, we'll bring you through the schedule as the weekday goes on. A little bit confusing maybe for some people at home. But we'll bring you through all the action as we are right now. Because Ash Barnes, I mean, he's looking strong, he's looking comfortable, he's gathering a little bit of data at the moment as there's a big group behind. Cox looks up the inside and managed to get ahead of Tommy Fielding, but for how long? Fielding swoops around the outside and shuts the front door in his face. I mean, that's how it's done. Tommy Fielding releasing the brake and just getting the throttle a little bit earlier because he knew he could easily block him off. And now it's going to be Sam Cox in the grasp of the likes of Daniel Stamper.
Yeah, Fielding, really smart riding there, and it actually cost those around them time as well. So we'll wait to see what effect that is going to have. Bednarek still just kind of there in front of him, probably unawares of the chaos that's unfolding just behind him as it currently stands. And then, of course, a little bit further ahead, we still have Ward and Barnes. Looks like Jamie Boyce has got through Router Turco, meanwhile, for the race lead in the Premier Power Cup. Still very close between those two. The whole group of riders, in fact, from Stone down to Jones, so 12th down to 16th. They're covered by about 2 seconds in total, so very close between that group. And that, of course, includes the top 3 in the Premier Power Cup as well. We'll keep a very close eye on that one. For the time being, this battle for 3rd overall, and just behind them for the top 3 in the Super Series Power Trophy still rages on the run up to Druids. Looking to the inside is Fielding. He's too far back on that occasion, as there is Tom Norton under big pressure now from Luca Jennings, who's managed to shake off Harrison behind and is continuing to push forward. Looks like Winfield's dropped back a little bit as well. He's dropped behind Harrison now, so maybe Sean Winfield just struggling a little bit on that 18 in race number 2. But Jennings now, really solid ride from him in this race and putting a lot of pressure on that Aprilia.
Yeah, Tom Norton doing a great job at the moment. I mean, all season long, Tom Norton has been one of the standout performers in this class, same as last year actually. I mean, he gels so well with that Aprilia and just gets the best that he possibly can out of it. It's very rare as well that he throws it on the floor too. I mean, right now, being ahead of Luca Jennings himself, ahead of the likes of Nathan Harrison, who's currently gathering data for the Southern 100 later on in the year, of course, but still, nonetheless, Nathan Harrison, such a world-class rider. I mean, such a big name in the paddock as well. And to be ahead of a name like that, you have to be doing well, you have to be fast. And well, now he's looking to pick up yet another position. This, of course, being the battle for P7.
Is indeed. It's also the battle for P4 in class as well. So a lot of points on offer for those guys. As we go back to this battle, Fielding still under huge pressure from Cox and Stamper behind. Stamper dropping back a little bit. And just in front of them as well, Bednar once again. I know that Fielding would love to put at least a bike's buffer between himself and the nearest rival for his win, which is what he's going to try and do once again into Druids. And once again, it's still nothing there. A reminder, Bednar is in a non-classified category for this round. He is a wild card, so overtaking him does nothing for Fielding. He's still going to win the Super Series Power Trophy, but it does put a bike in between himself and the rider who will still be in second place in Sam Cox. And that could be huge for Fielding to try and get back onto the top step of the podium and continue his winning ways after we saw the first blip of his campaign earlier on this morning. The first race win that did not go his way in 2026. He went 9 for 9 across the first 3 rounds. Still under big pressure though as the 5.56, but doesn't look like he's immediately cracking as they head onto the Grand Prix loop. He's sitting pretty, just can't find a way to get through Bednarik, but similarly, Cox can't find a way through him.
Yeah, it seems to be at the moment, it's just whatever you can do, I can do better, but it's not quite the case that anyone's able to invent something special just yet. However, as we head into the final couple of laps, you'd imagine they're going to maybe just release the brake and run someone wide if you really have to, stick up a front wheel, show at least a front wheel to try and apply a little bit extra pressure. But Tommy Fielder, I mean, he's a veteran in this paddock, he's a veteran at his circuit, and you can just see the speed as they fly past the final quarter now. An amazing shot in there from our camera ops as Cox looking down the inside, and well, that is finally a move made. Fielding pushed back yet another position, and now Fielding some work to do. Down to P5 he goes, and Daniel Stamper hot on his exhaust pipe.
Yeah, Fielding was very lucky there. He got shoved out a bit wide at Paddock Hill, which is dangerous enough. He did well to stay on the bike through that awkward part of the racetrack, but then as well had to scrub off a lot of speed as a result, and it's lucky that Stamper didn't find his way through. So now Fielding becomes the hunter, which is not a position we're familiar seeing him in 2026. And we'll see if he's going to struggle or if he will be able to work his way back through Cox. Time will tell. Lap 8 out of 9 here. And just in front of Bednarik again, he's got no idea of the chaos that's happening behind.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Bednarik, all he's going to be seeing, unless he has a little look behind him, is his pit board saying +2, 0.2, 0.0, 0.1. I mean, whatever the case, he's going to get told he needs to get a move on because Cox is well and truly coming for the overall podium spots. And you have to wonder, I mean, if it's the case that Fielding maybe just didn't have enough in the locker, but he was able to defend, or if it's just the case that Cox has suddenly found something pretty special in these final couple of laps. Whatever the case is, however, we're heading on to, well, we're currently on lap 8 out of 9. We're about to head on to the final lap of action. This group is going to go all the way to the checker flag. One last lap to decide race 2 of the 15th race of the weekend here at Brands Hatch.
Yeah, what we've been focusing on this massive battle, Tom Ward has managed to break the gap back to Ash Barnes, now 2.1. I think he's sitting pretty comfortably at the front of the pack, but still we rage on in this battle for 3rd overall, and of course just behind the 91 of Bednarik. All 3 podium runners in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy. The front 3 on the road are wild cards this weekend. They will not be classified, even if they win the race. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Ward, though, you can see how much of a gap he's extended out now, looking very, very comfortable. The 21 there is the 8 of Ash Barnes on the run into Hawthorns. And can't really do anything unless Ward makes a mistake. There's no way he's got the time to make up that gap of just 2.1 now. Even though Barnes does have the fastest lap of the race by about 200th of a second, a 128.1. He's just started to slowly drop back as the race has continued, be that fatigue, be that eating through the rubber a little bit too much, maybe even too much heat in the tyres as well. Either way, he fell away, and it left Tom Ward up at the front of the pack once again to make it 2 from 2. Tom Ward has been flawless so far this weekend, and the 21 gets the 2nd race win of the day here at Brands Hatch. A great ride from him, as Ash Barnes, also a brilliant race from himself. He comes home in P2. Now we see what's going to happen here. Bednarik's going to hold 3rd. Is Fielding going to fall behind Stamper? He does just about hold on. So Cox becomes the 2nd race winner this season in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy, not by the name of Tommy Fielding. But that was very, very tight indeed from that battle, start to finish in the fight from the beginning to end. So that is a winner piece in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy for Dan Stamper. And now it'll be Sam Cox as well up there. Tommy Fielding with 2 second places. A horrendously off weekend by his standards, but I'm sure he'll recover. He won't mind too much. He's got a huge lead in the championship anyway. In the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup, somehow it was Jamie Boyce who had a horrendous start to this race, who did end up taking the victory, with Duncan and Jones 2nd and 3rd. Ralph Laturco just falling away there at the end, with Boyce taking the win by less than 1/10 of a second as well. But there we see the order of things. Front 3, of course, all wildcard, non-classified. It's Ward from Barnes from Bednarik. Then 4, 5, and 6 is 1, 2, 3 in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy. Sam Cox takes the win from championship leader Tommy Fielding, and Dan Stamper, race 1 winner in 3rd. They were followed by Luca Jennings, Nathan Harrison, Tom Norton, and another wild card in Sean Winfield rounding out the top 10. Then it was Liam Murta and Scott Stone. Jamie Boyce takes the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup victory in P13. Then it's Steve Duncan, Tommy Jones. I got that wrong. He's in the Super Series Power Trophy in P15. So Ralph Laturco does slide onto the podium in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. P4 and 5 in class, Chase Stewart and Tom Burbage. They're followed by Paul Charman and Sam Cranston in P20. The last couple of riders now, we've got James Crow, David Williams, Andy Buchanan, Kieran Nicholson, Phil Abel, and then we saw Robert Contreras pulling into the pits with an issue. Brandon Petty, similarly, mechanical troubles early on, putting an end to his race before it really got going. So a shame for those guys, but it's another victory for Ward on the road. It's another Super Series Power Trophy non-win for Fielding. Let's head down to Lewis and hear from the riders.
Down in the home area yet again, and down in Park Fermi. And once again, Tom Ward is your overall winner yet again. And well, Tom, you were kept honest all the way throughout from Ash, but you just had the legs over him all the way throughout, it seems.
No, it's good, yeah, just sort of trying to see the conditions of the track and made a couple of little changes on the bike to see how it's feeling. But no, it was good fun. Nice to get out of the front and get some clean air, to be fair.
Yeah, and still one more race to do it, and I'm sure you're hoping you get a little bit more clean air again than that one.
Yeah, definitely, yeah, make some more changes, get some more data and information, and yeah, it's been a good weekend so far.
Yeah, it's been a good weekend, and hopefully you can get whatever those changes are done, and best of luck.
Yeah, cheers, thank you very much.
And now we'll head back around just over here where Sam Cox is, of course, because for Sam, he is our Pirelli Super Series winner this time out, and well, you've got to be happy with that one. A good fight with Tommy Fielden out there, circuit, unable to really match the pace in the latter stages of these two top guys, but you've still got to be happy with that ride.
Yeah, really happy.
Looks like we lost Lewis down there, unfortunately, so unfortunately we won't be able to hear from Sam Cox. So that's a shame, but still a great performance from himself to take the Pirelli Super Series Trophy victory. Of course, big congratulations going the way of Jamie Boyce as well, the 114, taking victory in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. That is it, done and dusted for race 2, though. In that class, we have one more second race of the weekend to go, and then we'll be getting ready for all of our final races of this weekend. Coming up next, it is, of course, everyone's favourite. It is the NL 500s, Honda CV 500s if you're a bit old school. But we just changed the name because, you know, NL, no limits, it works. And, of course, fierce racing, as always, as you come to expect with the Hondas. Proper elbows out stuff, and it's a lot of fun. But it's been a great weekend here at Brands Hatch. We wait for the Hondas to make their appearance, whether you've been watching us here live on NLR TV or you have been joining us trackside as well, and having myself, Ross McIntyre, and Lewis Rae alongside me, annoying you to death with our voices. It's been a real pleasure. Brands Hatch is always a treat when it comes up on the No Limits racing calendar. And it's been a fantastic way as well this year to celebrate 100 years of motorsport at this venue. 1926, when grass track racing first took place here, actually in a different direction. It was basically the same layout on the Indy circuit, even though it was grass, but it actually went the other way around the track. So there's some facts for you. It is time for the Dunlop NL 500s, though, coming your way very shortly. A big old grid of Hondas making their way out onto the circuit. Of course, got to remember 3 different classes in this one to keep your mind on. Of course, we have the elites, which is your front runners, the freshmans, which are newer novice riders. On some occasions there are the odd rider out there that do still have the orange bib, haven't quite got their 10 signatures just yet. And of course we do also have the senior category for, well, the elderly, well, not elderly, but the older rider, shall we say, for those who maybe prefer a bit of a more gentle ride. But it's also Honda CB500. You don't get gentle rides. This is as crazy as it gets. There is the reigning champ, the race 1 winner, and the man on pole, Max Bartel. Alongside him, the 21, his brother George, who did get the jump on him in race 1 yesterday, but wasn't able to convert that to a victory. Let's run through the grid for you as we come into race number 2, our final race 2 of the weekend, and race 14, which weirdly enough is happening after race 15 this weekend. On pole position, it is Max Bartel alongside his brother George. Carl Freeth competes the front row. John Hunt is 4th, alongside Tim Patterson and Liam Sullivan. Then it's Ian Keeble, Paul Beard and Simon Morgan. Felix Herman's out of top 10. That's man. Gary Wilson is 13th, alongside Danny Dolson and Max Clofton. Then it's Roy Wilson, Casey Griffiths and Leo Wilson. Adam Rostrom is 19th, Duncan Appleby 20th, Phil Stearman 21st, and Alexander Sonners, our final rider who set a lap time in 22nd. We may also possibly, may or may not have 5 riders who did not set a lap in qualifying. We'll just have to wait to see. Those are Steve Clowes, Lucy Smart, Adam Rostrom, Carl Bayliss and David Cobbing. Definitely had Lucy Smart out here yesterday. Only took about a lap and a bit to have a crash, unfortunately for Lucy. Of course, she had a pretty big off at the first round at Snetterton, broke her arm, had a bit of time out off the bike, finally made her comeback a couple of whiles ago, smashed herself up again at Mallory Park a few weeks back, had to get a new helmet. Back here, crashed straight away in the first race. Hopefully things go a little bit simpler for Lucy in this one, because she is a rider, at least with a lot of promise. But the Hondas making their way around through the Grand Prix loop now. Of course, we'll all be interested to see the battle between Max and George Bartle from the front row. Again, George did get the jump on his brother. Well, it was actually a red flag restart race won yesterday. And both times he was able to get into the lead, get the whole shot out of Paddock Hill Bend. But Max ultimately the pace just a little bit too much for George in the end. However, Sunday is a new day for these guys. It's the first racing action they've had all day long, despite the fact it's coming up to around about 2:30 British summer time here in Brands Hatch. Maybe George has woken up feeling a little bit more confident in himself. He's seen the performances from yesterday. We'll have to wait and see. Carl Freeth as well. Can never count him out. Of course, the senior race winner from yesterday, just in front of John Hunt. Paul Beard in P5 was our freshman race winner. Tim Patterson, second in freshman as well. So some really solid efforts from those guys. But up the front, Max Bartle and George Bartle, very much the classes of the field. And a well-deserved 1-2, but will that 1-2 be reversed today? Riders making their way into the grid. Despite the red flag early doors for Lucy Smart's crash, which wasn't that big, it was just the bike was left stranded in an awkward situation, or placement, should I say. The racing was actually fairly tame for CB500s. May well be different heading into Sunday. Yeah, famous last words. This is, yeah, let's just enjoy the racing, shall we? Final race 2 of the weekend. It is the Dunlop NL 500 Championships, and our red lights have come on now. We are go in race number 2. Great start from all 3 on the front row. George Bartle maybe has the inside line on his brother Max, but Max could sweep round the outside to maintain the lead, and this time he does so. So doesn't have to fight through his brother George early doors here, and the rider from pole position holds on to that place for the time being. George looks to the inside though, too far back on the brakes. The 21 will stay in P2, already trying to break away from Carl Freeth are this pair and do battle sibling to sibling out on the circuit. But it's not done and dusted just yet. It's only like the first 3 corners that have gone by. So still plenty of time for things to change, and maybe somebody can try and stick with them in this race as well. Looks all clean on the opening couple of corners here. Everyone still further back in the pack trying to find a position to slot into. But overall, good start from the front 3. Everyone else just about making their way through, and then they can figure out where their race is and pick up from there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Max Bartle, a great start from himself, and George, maybe not the start he'd be hoping for after how well he's been going this weekend, frankly, especially in the opening lap or so. Nonetheless, though, he's still right on the back of his older brother, and looking to make a move work. I mean, George, he's very much going for bragging rights in the household, in the Bartle household this year, I think that's fair to say. But now they slot themselves through into the final set, so we do go now, and we'll sit by and head on to lap 2 in a few moments' time. Carl Freeth, though, nice and comfortable in 3rd position. I think it's fair to say 267 as well, just behind them, so having a good ride themselves. But the CB500 grid, I mean, it's always one of the biggest that we have the entire weekend. This weekend, though, maybe a little bit more tame in numbers. It's only 27, but it's quite far down for a few of the riders. I believe there's a couple of our meetings on this weekend, so still really good numbers for the NL 500 guys out there. But nonetheless, we do carry on. We are missing some key names as well. I mean, James Cottenham, probably the biggest name that's not here, of course, fighting for the championship heading into this weekend, Ross. And, well, now he's just allowing the likes of Max Bartle to pick up some free points.
Certainly is. Cottenham, yeah, real shame he's not going to be here this weekend. Did come into this weekend with the championship lead. Only the 1 win to his name in the first 3 rounds compared to Max Bartel's 5, but it was 7 second places. And of course, a DNF for Max Bartel in the second race at Donington Park. That meant he had a 12-point advantage. That, of course, has vanished completely after race number 1. And if I do my maths correctly, I think that's now a 13-point advantage to Dave Bartel going into race number 2. Math was then my strong point. I'm trying my best. But, again, that's only going to increase, assuming that Max Bartel scores, and, again, presumably scoring well across the final 2 races of this weekend. I don't know, he might have mechanical issues and not scoring both. Never say never. Of course, hopefully that doesn't happen to him. Don't want to wish harm on anybody. That's all side by side there, down into Hawthorne. That's aggressive racing between those guys out there. As almost running 3 wide there on the run out of Hawthorne as well. Again, it's Hondas. They just get the elbows out and do what they want half the time. It's the fact that these things got raced in the first place has always struck me as bizarre, but I'm so glad they did, because it's just brilliant.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's brilliant out there on circuit. And it's one of those classes, certainly as they first got introduced, it was designed to be a very, very cost-efficient class, cost-effective class for motorcycle racing. It still is now, to be honest, especially compared to what modern bikes are. You can pick up one of these relatively cheap for a couple of grand, and you're not wasting too much money on tyres. It's not shredding tyres weekends in, weekends out. And though you can go out there, have fun, and fight with people no matter what ability you are. And that's why some riders that race in, for example, 600 or 1000s also try and have a go at NL 500s. I mean, look at Simon Aldridge. He's a busy weekend for him, 2 classes to race him for the entire weekend, 6 races to enjoy for him as well. But yet he continues to race in the NL 500s and continues to get his elbows out. I mean, we've seen him having a good scrap with the likes of Paul Beards, Patterson as well out there on circuit. So always good to see as Simon Aldridge goes very, very wide there. He could be losing yet another position. He's right on the outside. He has indeed to drop him back down now to P8 in the order.
Of course, that is not for class position, though. He's surrounded by a lot of different people in both the freshmen and the elites. Of course, up the front, Max and George Bartel, 1 and 2, leading the way in freshmen. Sylvain, P4, is 3rd in class. Carl Freeth, the championship leader in the seniors, leads the way. Hunt in P2 is 5th overall, and then Ian Keebles all the way down in P9. And again, 2nd in the championship coming into this weekend and losing out big time, potentially, to Freeth. And that gap will only be extending. In the freshman category, it is Beard that leads the way from Patterson in P2 on that 713 machine. Patterson does come into this weekend as the championship leader as well. And then P3 in that class is the 23 of Jack C. Mann. So a little bit further back to P3 for some of these classes. But there are still fights for the lead going on, especially, it would seem, in the freshman category. Max Bartel has an advantage of 3.1 seconds ahead of George at the moment, so they're not exactly fighting on the racetrack.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 3 classes in 1 race. What more can you ask for in the NL 500s? Plenty of action no matter what you're in. Obviously, the elites, freshmen, seniors, you name it. And there's going to be a battle going on. Carl Freeth did a grand job at the moment, you have to say. Comfortably ahead of all of his rivals out on track. As well, we continue to look down the order, continue to look on the latter half of the top 10 for the time being, because this scrap is well and truly brewing. It's continuing to build up. You see Gary Wilson right at the back of this as well. He has a front row ticket to all of this that's happening ahead of him. As Simon Aldridge is also trying to get back involved. He goes wide at turn 1 though, and Aldridge, the 111, has lost yet another 2 positions. An absolute disaster for himself over the last lap or so. So he's hoping to try and get back ahead. And now Gary Wilson's going to be the next rider to try and strike. So Keeble and Brinkat already ahead of the 111. And now is going to be Gary Wilson's turn. Obviously, yet again, Ross, not for class position, but for overall position.
Yeah, it's all a bit of a mess in the mid-pack of the top 10, isn't it? Lots of people tripping over each other, but all not technically fighting, but fighting anyway, because they're just having fun out there, enjoying racing, even if they are in different classes, despite the fact they're all on the same bike and adhering to the same regulations. It takes a while to wrap your head around sometimes, but at least it's enjoyable for us to watch here. And it means that you can be down in P7, lose or gain a couple of positions, and still, you know, be 3rd or 4th in class, something like that. And so it does benefit your own race a little bit as well with situations like this. Lap 4 of 9, though. Bartel from Freeth, your top 3 on the road. We'll continue watching these guys. As you were saying, Simon Aldridge, you just want to go back to really struggling in this race number 2 of the weekend for the NL 500s. Again, he's a rider who is used to seeing much further up the order, certainly fighting towards the top end of the top 10. and to see him kind of languishing down. He has just gone up to P8 on this in the last couple of moments, to be fair. And yes, there are a lot of riders all swapping places, but again, you'd expect him to be a bit further ahead of these guys. So maybe a bit of a concern to watch out for race 3.
Yeah, a little bit of a concern. Now, a few moments ago as well, we did see Paul Beard try to make a pretty aggressive move to put it lightly over at Sterling, so I don't think it paid off. But now the group well and truly locked together, going down the main street. See a couple of rides behind them as well, having their own scrap behind outside of the top 10. So always lovely to see. You can see the lovely blue skies and the fans on watching around the circuit. It's any moves going to be made this time around. Paul Beard could be losing yet another position. The 713 of Patterson dives down the inside. Alpson on the outside. Who's going to come out on top of this one? You would have to say it is Patterson, who claims the position and gets that one done. So textbook stuff for himself as he gets on the power yet again and heads out. Graham Hillbent towards 30s to start more of the GP layout. The 178 though up the inside. Paul Beard thinking better of it. That door was always going to be shut. I mean, Surtees is one of these corners that has multiple lines that if you go in somewhat side by side, but not completely 50-50, they can sometimes converge and contact can be made.
Certainly can. And, well, to be fair, contact not the end of the world in this thing, because you can get a bit rough and ready and bang into each other a little bit and get away with it. They're built tough, these Honda machines. Again, it was cheap and reliable. That was the idea behind it, and it ran no matter the weather, back when Honda kind of came up with the plans for this thing. So you can get away with a bit of contact and a bit of argy-bargy, but again, you don't want to smack into each other too hard, because then you are just going to get thrown off regardless. So you do need to be careful at corners like Surtees, up there as well, coming through Westfield Bend, the right-hander that leads you down into Dingle Dell. It's a corner that's very, very sharp and ends much quicker than you think it's going to, because it's blind, so you need to be very careful, especially on the outside, because you can suddenly wash up and be on the grass and in the gravel if you're not careful. So you're trying to avoid that, but then you're running into somebody else at the same time. It's tricky around here at Brands Hatch. It's a proper old-school circuit. It's narrow in a lot of places. There's lots of lines you can take, but they all converge into the same place at a few corners, lots of bumps as well. There's a reason it's so popular, but again, it's tough as well. It is difficult around here. And it is a circuit that very much separates the good from the great.
Yeah, it's a circuit which you have to be brave on no matter what, even on these NL 500 machines. And, well, one ride that has been brave, and, well, we actually haven't spoken about him too much because there's been no real reason to look at him because he's been out in no man's land, is Max Bartel. 10 seconds of an advantage now. He's stretched that at the front. I mean, going into this one, we were not expecting that one, but he's running comfortably within the 146 bracket. Meanwhile, his brother inside the 148. Everyone else 149s, and obviously no get surprises for who has the fastest lap of the race. I mean, Max Bartel, this is sensational pace. There is the fastest lap, a 145.091, nearly in the 144 bracket. Yet everyone else on circuit, they're doing a 147 or 148 as their best lap.
I mean, context, I think they were running 150s yesterday at the front of the pack off the top of my head. So I might be completely wrong on that one, but it just shows to show how hard they are pushing. No, in fact, they were even quicker. They were 145, so I got that one completely wrong, didn't I? But still shows that the track's changed. There was rain yesterday. It's a bit cooler today. Maybe you're on water tires, but Max Bartel is still pushing very, very hard. That is to the point. So 145.090, similar pace, but still. I'll just shut up. I clearly don't know what I'm talking about.
Clearly 7 tenths quicker today, though. I mean, the track action, the track has definitely got a little bit more rubber through it. And, well, we were continuing to look at this big, big field further back, and it seems like the majority of the field is able to run a 148 around here. And if you're within that bracket, you're going to have a really hard time doing that. I mean, Simon, for example, we know how experienced he is. We know that he's no stranger to getting his elbows out, even on a 600. But here in the NL 500s, he's stuck in this mid-pack. He's not able to break away with it. And as soon as he makes a move, then suddenly there's 2 or 3 bikes also trying to shove one up the inside. As we're seeing here, Gary Wilson up the inside. He goes with Ian Keeble also involved in that one. So great move from the 77. Gary Wilson up the inside. Job done for himself.
That was a really, really smart move. Kind of threaded the needle when the gap suddenly appeared. Well, it didn't even appear when he started. He kind of saw it was going to appear. I went, okay, I'll just aim the bike there then. And if it doesn't appear, well, we're having an accident, I guess. But really, really smart riding there to predict what was going to happen and get that place nailed down as well. Let's see if he can get the hammer down, see if he can catch up to the guys up in front, or if that gap may be just a little bit too big And in that case, he just has to focus on the defensive efforts, keeping those behind him behind, even if they're in different classes. Because, of course, you want to beat those around you to the checkered flag for a bit of bragging rights, if nothing else. It's almost side-by-side there coming through Hawthorns. It was side-by-side, actually, just behind that pair we were watching. A couple of the orange bib guys getting very aggressive out there, even with the lack of experience, still showing the bravery and the pace here in the Dunlop NL 500 Championship. Race number 14 of the weekend here at Brands Hatch. And we are soon to be heading onto the penultimate lap. In fact, Max Bartle has just gone past our commentary box and started the penultimate lap of the race. Shows the advantage that he has over everybody else. He is just, it's basically a testing session for the guy at the moment. But behind him, he won't be aware of just everybody tripping over everyone. The chaotic racing that we're getting a bit further down the top 10 is they're just changing places almost every corner.
Yeah, changing places every single corner pretty much. I mean, that's classic NL 500 stuff. Time and time again, this is what we see. This is what we came to expect. And if we don't get a race like this, then, well, we're a little bit disappointed. Obviously, I'm sure all the riders are trying their best. All the riders definitely want to have a good race because they'll be enjoying it even more than us. As, well, we head nearly 3 wide over at Druids and the group ahead of this. Gary Wilson, meanwhile, this group behind still leads it. So this is the battle from P9 onwards. And, well, this is going quite a far bit back, potentially to Dawson, all the way down in P14 in the order. Nonetheless, some bikes as well out on the green. You don't want to be out there too much, to be honest. Certainly towards the latter stages of the race. You don't want anyone complaining in the stewards room, putting in a protest after the race. But yeah, all these NL 500 guys do get along off the circuit. I mean, it's a real friendly bunch, a real friendly paddock. And the good thing is, since they're all on the same bike, if you do throw it down the road, the bike bounces a couple of times, there usually is someone in the paddock that has what you need.
Absolutely, and everyone's always helping everybody out as well. Not just in this championship, all across No Limits as well, because it is, of course, it's a family atmosphere here, even if the racing does get aggressive sometimes. And again, as you said, in the NL 500s, if you break something, someone's going to have a spare. They're more than happy to let you have. Maybe, you know, you chuck them a couple of quid or you let them past you in the next race, something like that. But at least they can help you out, and everyone is willing to do the same. As we see a couple of riders going side by side through Dingledale there. That is very brave through that part of the racetrack. As there we see that, I believe, was the 77. Oh, no, it wasn't the 77. It was 108 with Ian Keeble we just saw going through there. We are on the final lap of the race, though. Max Bartle continues to just disappear up the road. And again, he just needs to stay on 2 wheels, and it's going to be another race win this season for him.
Yeah, it seems like a race win is on the cards yet again, barring any disasters on this last lap. 13.5 seconds is the current margin over his younger brother George. And well, one thing we do know about Max, he's usually one of the coolest characters in the paddock. I mean, normally you've seen a brilliant performance where he has an epic race and he's still somehow pretty chill after the race. And it's always quite funny to watch on camera. But Gary Wilson still continuing to get involved in this fight. Ian Keeble just getting ahead of him. Now, this is the battle, obviously, for the senior podium in class for them. As we cut back to Max Bartle, who leads the way and heads towards Westfield now with just around about quarter of a lap remaining. So not too much longer for the number one to navigate, not too much longer before he sees the checker flag, and, well, he can put his feet up pretty much to nearly the end of the day. That's right, the NL 500s will be one of the last races of the day here at Brands Hatch, and, well, they'll be closing out our action in style, you would imagine. And for Max Bartle, I think he'll be looking to add yet another win to his resume later on today, because this time around, he's looked unstoppable. The fastest lap of the race, over a 13-second advantage, and most importantly, probably to him, 25 points and beating his brother out on circuit. He exits the final corner now. The checker flag awaits. And Max Bartle, your reigning champion, shows why he's so cool, calm, and collected, because he's took victory yet again with over a 13-second lead. We await to see what the official gap is going to be as George Bartle heads towards the checker flag in a few moments' time. Here he comes, second bike in picture, and that is a 14.222 second win for Max. Carl Freeth should be taking third overall, and of course the class win most importantly. But of course we'll wait for confirmation on that one. It is Freeth who takes senior victory. Paul Beard who takes the freshman victory as well. So important for them. The checker flag though is out, and well, you can see the wind actually that is gusting around this Brands Hatch circuit, and I don't think many people will necessarily complain over that after the weekend that we had with weather. I mean, it's been
pretty hot out here, to say the very least. But make sure, if you are watching track sites, you still apply your sun cream. You don't want to be burning in the wind. Certainly while watching this amazing motorcycle racing that's forming. Well, we have a look at the results. Max Bartel, as we said, 14 seconds of a winning margin over George, while Carl Free finished in third overall, and of course, the senior winner. Paul Beard takes the freshman win, and of course, P4 overall, as Sylvain, Hunt, Aldridge, Patterson, Keeble, and Wilson round out our top 10. Now, we're going to continue to keep going down the order, and luckily for Adam Rostrom, he was the rider that finished and took the final spot inside the overall top 15. Cotton, Griffiths, Wilson, and Leo Wilson as well, just by Roy finishing in P19 with Alexander Sons in 20th. Now we do continue down the order, a couple non-finishers as well in that pack. But a great race yet again for the NL 500s. As we do continue on with our action here at Brands Hatch. As well, we mentioned Max Bartel, he's a Cool Cam customer, and now we can head down to hear from him, our race winner, the number 1.
Another great race there in the Dunlop NL 500. We won't be able to speak to our freshman winner, Paul Beard, unfortunately, as he's heading straight out to the next race. But we can certainly speak to, once again, our overall winner, our elite winner in Max Bartel. Max, that was a bit of just a testing session for you, basically. You finished almost 15 seconds ahead of your brother. Just a really solid ride.
Yeah, like I said yesterday, just try and get off the line, put in a few good laps, and then just try and control it from there, really.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly did. Just out there, having an enjoyable ride in the Sunday afternoon sun, I suppose.
Yeah, I am enjoying it, but I definitely do miss James, so hopefully he's back for the next one.
Yeah, I hope so. And again, it does mean that you now have the championship lead as well, and you will have a pretty hefty advantage over James going into the next round. Are you hoping maybe he can fight back and get it a bit closer, make it exciting, or are you just trying to run away with it at this point?
Yeah, like I said, I'd rather him be here, but I know things get in the way, but yeah, we'll just keep going from there, really.
Well, still one more race left to go, Max. Best of luck for it.
Yeah, thank you.
Great to speak to Max Bartel. I'm going to see if we can find Carl Freeth, who is our senior winner. There he is. He's back there. He's hiding away from me. Can I try? I'll slide in and try to burn myself on an exhaust. Carl, a great ride from yourself. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, not too bad. Couldn't catch the little man like I said I was going to yesterday, but hey-ho. Third's okay. Third overall, first in class. That'll do.
Still, a really solid ride. Another win for yourself. Can't complain at the end of the day.
No, I'm happy with that. Let's get on for the last one, see if we can do the same.
Race 3, you going to try and fight with George, or is he still too quick for you?
If he's dragging us away from the rest of them, I'll just follow.
Sounds like a good plan. Congratulations, Carl.
Thank you.
Right, that's all we've got down for, because it looks like the next race getting ready to head out onto the circuit. Lewis Rae, back up to you in the commentary box.
Cheers, Ross. Great to hear from our class winners, two of our class winners. Of course, in the NL 500s. We couldn't hear from Paul Beard this time around, and well, that's because he's already getting ready for the next race of the day, the Metzeler Freshman Sport Challenge, the NL pre-injection 600s. Ready to get going. Of course, they were originally meant to start today at around 3:15, so still a little bit ahead of schedule, 25 minutes or so ahead of schedule. But well, the grid now forming in the Metzeler Freshman Sport Challenge. And, of course, the No Limits pre-injection 600s are preparing to head onto the circuit for their third and final race of this Brands Hatch meeting. Loading up the grid in a few moments' time, where then we can head out on our warm-up lap. And then, of course, we'll bring you through the grid, because race 2 earlier on was one of the highlights, I think it's fair to say, of the weekend. It was a dramatic end. And a crazy end to the race, actually. Benjamin Berry, of course, having the crash over at Surtees, your pole sitter in this one. First of all, he failed to make it out onto the grid quick enough, so he had to start right at the back. And then, after a first red flag, after a crash over at turn 1, we then had to restart the race, where then Benjamin Berry was able to get going again. I was just having a little look, see if we can see Steve Lester out there. I'm unsure if he's managed to make out, obviously, after his crash earlier on today. That bike did take a little bit of a beating, and so we'll have a little look as this grid does run for Benjamin Berry. Does start from pole as J. Orchard James starts from P2, with Ryan Bowman rounding out row 1. Paul Beard, Grant Taylor, and Laurie Myers starts from row 2, with Lewis Adams, Daniel Isaac, and Ethan Hall rounding out top 9. Carl Vickers starts from P10, as Garfiles Jamie Cox takes up row 4. Matthew McCready, Adam Ross and Mark Fletcher runs at the top 15. Thomas Brandt, Alex Nunn and James Johnson runs at the top 18 with Natalie Crowe, Ian Henderson taking up the top 20. Steve Lester, number 22, should be starting in P22, and it does look like he is on circuit, but the number 22 is out there. You can just see him there coming through your screen. He's out there on one of Carl Vickers' spare bikes. So, of course, teammates together out on circuit, and now instead of his normal pink colour scheme, he's now on a nice grey and black bike. So the 22 is going to be out there looking for some redemption after a very, very difficult race 2 of the weekend. And there is Steve Lester. So, yeah, that's definitely Carl Vickers' bike, and lovely to see the teammates were working together for this one, so at least getting back out there, because that bike did take a fair tumble over at turn 1 of one of those corners in UK Motorsport. You do not want to crash it, because the gravel's that deep, it's guaranteed to flip your bike and do a little bit of damage, either to the bike or the bank account. Usually, both of them are connected. Now, though, 2 corners to round on this warm-up. That before we can get moving with this race, of course. This will be their final track action. Then the fun part of the weekend begins for all the riders and team members, where they have to pack everything up and get going again. But Benjamin Berry on pole, as we mentioned. JR James starting from P2. And, well, Ryan Bowman, after his fantastic near save in the race 2, he does go from 3rd. Steve Lester will be looking for some solid points on Carl Vickers' spare bike as he starts from P22. But, well, a lot to talk about in this one, a lot to get our teeth stuck into as well. The grid is forming and we're nearly ready to get racing for what's going to be race 17 of the weekend. We're officially back on track in terms of what order and what the race is actually called. So race 18 will be after this one, then race 19, such and such, till race 23 at the end of the day.
It's nice having numbers go in the right order, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice. It makes things a little bit easier. It's not only just for us, just everyone listening in general. But Benjamin Berry, he's looking for redemption in this one. And well, JR James, well, what can he do as well on board the number 7? Billman, well, difficult race 2. The red light's already on. The red's already building. And then away we go. It's a bad start from the number 7. He's going to get completely swallowed up yet again. That's 2 races in a row that he's struggled to get the bike off the line. Ryan Billman, meanwhile, this is the 2nd race in a row that he's able to steal the whole shot on the run to Druids. Yet again, it's Billman who leads Paul Beard. He's known for being a fast starter. Now he's going all the way around the outside over at Druids. Can he make it work? Now he's got the inside line over at Grahamhill Bend, getting pushed onto the curb. And well, throughout all of that, Benjamin Berry has got his front wheel into 2nd position and now climbing his way back up to P1 after starting from pole.
Paul Beard, fresh off of his CB500 race, already trying to find his way up the front of this pack. Oh, Bowman, big wobble there, the front end chattering away on the run through Surtees. Almost looked like it was, oh, someone was very wide there out the right run out of Surtees there. That was almost onto the grass for a moment, I thought. Up the front, though, it is very much Ryan Bowman. Again, looking for redemption from earlier on, and we're seeing how he's going to push onwards. Again, had a bit of an incident, shall we say. Was ultimately not classified as it was. Benjamin Berry was J. Orchard James, who was awarded the victory following the red flag ending of race number 2, where Berry went down from the lead, Bowman went down from 3rd and brought the red flag out, and there was a bit of a... Here comes Bowman. Yes, does go up the inside. Didn't quite see if he got it. We'll have to wait and see. More moves being made further back, though.
Yeah, Ryan Billman, a big look there as Benjamin Berry also having a nice chance as well. So the top 3 changing positions on this open lap, Ross, and Will Billman currently in the race lead at the end of this open lap of action. Benjamin Berry's tried a couple of times well to get back through, but I mean, look at Paul Beard here. Paul Beard getting involved. The top 3 completely locked together on circuit, and well, we did see from Orchard James that he couldn't get the bike off the line. The real question is, what sort of pace does he have actually in the race now that it's going? Because he's still having a battle further down the order, potentially even dropping to P5 now, as well. Bowman drops down to 2nd, and now it's going to be Berry in the race lead.
Steve Lester already up to 2nd in class in the pre-injection 600, of course. Had an incident down at Paddock Hill at the start of race number 2 that damaged the bike pretty heavily, and of course when he started at the back in this race, but already up to 2nd in class. A bit of time to work towards his old rival slash teammate in Carl Vickers though, so we'll keep our eyes on that one. 3rd in the pre-injection 600 class is Tom Brand, number 44, just behind Oh no, a little bit further back now, but in 16th place. Anyway, up the front though, these battles still raging on. Berry started to pull away from Ballman. Beard, Taylor, Orchard James all in tow as well. Orchard James, of course, at this point, I believe is the championship leader following that race number 2 victory earlier on today. His title rival, Laurie Myers, has really been struggling this weekend, unfortunately. Just hasn't got to grips with the Brandfixx circuit as much as he would have liked. He currently runs down in P11, that's P10 in class, just behind the pre-injection 600 race leader in Vickers. And as well, Adams, Hall, Isles, Isaac, also not horrendously far away from that opening group. So there's opportunities for things to change and make moves. We're only just about to go on to lap number 3 as well. Up the front though, Benjamin Berry has pulled a gap of about 15 or so bike lengths as we see those two getting almost side by side. Is that Orchard James trying to launch a move up the inside of Taylor? It was indeed, and he's going to get that one done. Nice stuff.
Great stuff there. To be fair, it was a great start from Grant Taylor in general. Same with Lewis Adams. Lewis Adams well and truly dropping off this pack now. Already 3 or 4 bike lengths between himself and the rest of this group. And now can Grant Taylor even hold on? I mean, Orchard James, you'd expect him to begin to build the margin, begin to sprint into the distance, edge towards the likes of Paul Beard. I mean, Paul Beard, we know he has good pace. But the real question is, how good will it be compared to the number 7? Bowman remains in P2 for the time being as well. But Benjamin Berry, I mean, it looks like he has an opportunity here to escape into no man's land. 1.5 seconds at the line last time around. The fastest lap of the race as well, no surprise there, of course, with it being the first flying lap of the race as well. So this is going to be our first good telltale now that we're a couple laps into it to see what sort of pace everyone can consistently run out of there. Because, I mean, it's one thing being able to pull a 137 for one lap. It's another thing if you're able to do it for the entire 7 or 6 laps left.
It certainly is. So we'll wait to see if somebody that can maybe start to close that gap back down, or if that's going to be done and dusted basically already. Was that Ballman just holding on from Beard, or was that a swap position? No, looks like they were status quo, but Beard was maybe looking for the move on the 712 at least, as they come down into Clark Curve, the final turn of the circuit. And where is Benjamin Berry? That gap has come down visually anyway in terms of bike lengths to the inside now. Paul's Paul Beard, and he's going to have a great run down into Paddock Hill Bend. Will surely get the move. Does get the move. That is textbook stuff into the opening turn, but executed perfectly. The 178 moves up, but it's a great run now from Ballman, who got a real overspeed coming into Druids, but ultimately stands on the brakes and decides, no, you know what, we're just going to stay here for a second. We'll let Beard see if we can follow him. Let's see if we can catch that 848 together. J. Orchard James, meanwhile, oh, really deep there. Big mistake from Ballman coming into Graham Hill. Must have just completely missed his braking zone, and now he drops behind the 7. Potentially drops behind the 404 as well, or the 268 of Grant Taylor, should I say.
Yeah, he wasn't going to force that one at all. He's just let the bike run wide, and now, well, he's lost a lot of time. So it's going to be interesting to see what he's able to do this time around. Obviously, Laurie Myers, as we mentioned, outside of the battle for the time being, but both of him actually dropped all the way down to P22 now. So Laurie Myers potentially having some issues out there on circuit. So has gone from bad to worse, you would say, but wait for an update on that if there is one later on in the race. Nonetheless, pre-injection 600 wise, Carl Vickers, no surprise, still leads it, but Steve Lester in P12, only 2 positions behind now to his teammate, to his rival in the championship, whichever you would like to call it, and Brand's currently P3 in class, a further 2 places behind in 14th. So a nice little spread there for the pre-injection 600 runners as we have a little look yet again at Paul Beard. A busy day for Paul Beard. I mean, let's not be mistaken. He's just jumped off a completely different animal in terms of an NL 500. A big, stocky bike. Your elbows are very wide to an R6. I mean, the R6 will bite you if you get on the throttle a little bit too early. You have to be nice and streamlined as well on it. And your riding style completely different. You can carry slightly less corner speed and get away with it. Meanwhile, the NL 500's corner speed is absolutely everything.
Yeah, as you said, busy boy, lots of different riding going on this weekend, but you know, it's good training, it's good practice, and good to get through. Of course, Beard is one of the lesser experienced riders that we've got here in No Limits, only a relatively new to the sport of motorbike racing, but he's got a lot of talent already, and clearly trying to learn as much as he can by doing as much racing as he can, by jumping on as many different machines as he can, because that is the best way to learn. Just do a lot of things and do a lot of things differently at the same time as well. So I really love the commitment and the fact that he's willing to try all these different things, and he's quick on all of them as well. That's the thing. He's quick on the Honda, he's quick on the R6, and right now doing a fantastic job in this race 17, the final race of the weekend in the Metzeler Freshman Sport Challenge. And of course, the No Limits pre-injection 600 as well. There's still Carl Vickers that leads the way in that one. Steve Lester has managed to work his way up to P12, so only 2 places behind, but he's about 10 seconds back. So I think Steve Lester may have to settle for second in this one, of course. That off at the start of the first attempt of race number 2 earlier on today, meant he started this race at the back of the pack. This group still fighting away with one another for second, third, fourth, and not quite 5th place, as Bullman, of course, has dropped back a little bit. Here comes Orchid James and Beard going side by side. Then it looks like Orchid James and Taylor may have got off it. There is Bullman, and just a bit further back, Adams. Was there changes for position potentially on the run-up into Druids? Looks like it has been. Yes, it has been. So Beard now up in front of these guys. And, well, in fact, it's saying that Beard's up in front of Benjamin Berry. Has he made a problem or had a mistake? And, yeah, he is. That's Benjamin Berry just behind them. What's going on?
Yeah, so Benjamin Berry, not what you'd be wanting at all. Here we have a look at Bowman for the time being. So at the moment, it is Beard, who now is inherited the lead. Orchard James in P2, and Berry sitting in 3rd, but looking a little bit frustrated, trying to get rid of the back markers for the time being. And it was Beard who led the way over the line last time around. 70 thousandths of a second. There you see it. Fastest lap of the race as well with it. Meanwhile for Berry, a 1:38.4, so a whole second slower last time around, and roughly 7/10 or so slower than his fastest lap of the race. So a massive shame if Benjamin Berry was to close away in the final quarter of the race. But one thing we do know about him so far this weekend, certainly in race 2, with how chaotic the first start was for him, he doesn't go down without a fight. And already he's looking to respond, and likes of Jay just ahead of him. Paul, of course, leading the way as things stand. But if Paul Beard was to win this race, I think he'd be pretty emotional indeed, especially after how busy and how hot he must be on board that bike. I hope at least someone brought a water bottle down with that R6.
It didn't look like it. It looked like he literally got off one bike, swung his leg over the other, and went straight back out there. The commitment is unrivaled from Paul Beard this weekend, although Jay Orchard James now looking to the inside, can't quite find it at Paddock Hill. Benjamin Berry now in tow as well. Whether it was a mistake, whether it was a missed gear, some sort of brief mechanical issue, I'm certain that he's not going to let it get him down. He's going to still push on and try to fight to get back into the lead of this race. As Beard and Orchard James are really beginning to trip over one another now. There's not even a bike length between the pair of them on the run out of Graham Hill Bend. Bit of traffic to deal with, and it's going to be almost splitting it. They are splitting it, in fact. And here comes Benjamin Berry, 3 wide into Surtees. Paul Beard's dropped 2 places. Up to the lead goes Orchard James, and Benjamin Berry, what a brave move that was. Brilliant through there to get up into second, and could get a run into Hawthorns for first as well.
Yeah, right now, Benjamin Berry too far back in Orchard James, and well, Orchard James, you have to give credit where credit's due. Brave stuff from him, and brave stuff from Berry as well. I mean, trying to go round the outside over at Surtees, such a rare move to actually make it work, and somehow he's completed it completely. And well, Paul Beard already dropping back. That's easily 2 or 3 bike rounds that they're forming straight away. Maybe it's just the case after being flustered a little bit there over at Surtees that, well, Paul Beard just needs to recompose himself and carry on with the action on the circuit. But towards the final corner we do go now. Number 7 continues to lead the way. And, well, a couple laps remaining. We are going to be going for a blockbuster finish here at Brands Hatch.
We certainly are. It looked like Benjamin Berry had this one wrapped up, but then it was all change, and now Orchard James and Benjamin Berry, Paul Beard, it could be anyone. It could be Grant Taylor or Ryan Ballman. You never know. As up the front, Orchard James on the defensive, on the run into Druids. They've got a bit of breathing room, himself and Berry back to Beard in P3, then Grant Taylor and Baldwin. Oh, here comes Berry up the inside. Almost contact on the run into Graham Hill Bend. Must have got a great drive out of Druids. And Benjamin Berry, after whatever issue was affecting him a couple of laps to go, has now once again hit the front. Orchard James is going to get held up by traffic as well. And with around, well, not 1.5 laps, because the Grand Prix loop is quite long, but 1 lap plus the Grand Prix loop a bit is fairly long. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait where they emerge on the run down into Hawthorns. We see them now. It's a couple of bike lengths, maybe edging on 5 between the race leader and Orchard James. Beard goes around the outside for the traffic. That's brave from him, but executed well down there at Hawthorns. But is it too little too late for Orchard James? It was a great run by Berry to get through. Can he find something special here late in the day?
Yeah, exactly. We're just having a look at Hawthorns. Obviously, penultimate lap of action. You can just see some battles further back as well. But, exit the penultimate corner. We do indeed have Berry continuing to lead the way. What's the gap going to be this time around? It was 0.6 of a second the other way round. Heading on to lap 8. At the end of lap 8, however, as we exit the final corner after a good sector 1 as well from Benjamin Berry, let's be honest, this battle is going all the way to the line. Number 7 looks up the inside. They're side by side at Paddock Hill Bend, and it does look like it's Orchard James who reclaims the race lead. Benjamin Berry ropes back down to second. Up towards Druids we go. Will there be yet another move? You're going to have to think Benjamin Berry's going to settle for it at this time around, or line up a move over at Graham Hill Bend. A moment on the rear as well. Orchard James tried to stand up Benjamin Berry, couldn't quite do it. Once again, look at the drive from the 848, and to the inside he goes and gets it done once again. Still side by side on the run into Surtees there, and I think Berry's just about going to get away with it a little bit deeper than he would have anticipated though. Now the run through Pilgrim's Drop, and we wait to see who's going to emerge underneath the bridge, and they're both going to emerge side by side. Orchard James is back through before they get to the corner, but it could be a better run on exit for Berry. No, I think that James is going to hold on for the time being. Paul Beard's got a great seat watching this one, and is probably secretly hoping that they wipe each other out and he gets the race win as well. Drew Dingledell for the final time this weekend in the Metzeler Freshman Sport Challenge, and then up through Sheen Curve, Sterling's Clearways and Clark's to go, and Benjamin Berry's left it late. He's left it deep. He's gone too deep though. J. Orchard James potentially with a run. He's going to try it. There's one turn to go. There's a bit of traffic ahead. Is it last chance saloon for J. Orchard James? Almost contact between the pair of them. Berry's gone deep. J. Orchard James will win the final race of the weekend in the Metzeler Freshman Sport Challenge. And what a way to do it there. Orchard James and Benjamin Berry through everything at one another. And it is the 7 that prevails, the championship leader that stands on top at the end. But that one was aggressive, that one was elbows out, that one was physical between the pair of them. But it's the 7 of J. Orchard James that gets it at the end from Benjamin Berry. Paul Beard, a great podium for him in his second race back to back. He must be exhausted after that one. Ryan Ballman holds on to 4th after leading early doors, just faded away about the midpoint of the race. A couple of errors as well. Unfortunately for him, it looks like it was who else but Carl Vickers who did take the victory in the No Limits pre-injection 600 category. Again, no real surprise there. His nearest competition in Steve Lester was starting from the back. It's J. Orchard James who ends up winning by 4/10 after shoving Berry out wide at Clark Curve. Berry, of course, does finish second. Paul Beard rounds out the podium places. Then it's Ryan Ballman 4th, Grant Taylor 5th, Ethan Hall in 6th place, Lewis Adams 7th, Dan Isaac in P8, P9 Carl Vickers takes the pre-injection race win, Gareth Isles rounding out at the top 10 on his R6. Then it's Jamie Cox, Steve Lester, what a performance to get back into second place, even if a lap down in the pre-injection class. Then it's Matthew McCready, Thomas Brown P14 was 3rd in pre-injection, and then these guys are followed by Mark Fletcher, Gavin Hooper, Natalie Crow, then Dwayne Sismore, Aaron Nunn, Johnson, Henderson Burke, and then Laurie Myers looks like actually retired from the race with an issue. We saw him dropping down the order, potentially an off or a mechanical issue, but a real shame for him regardless. What a race that was though. What a final lap as well between J. Orchard James and Benjamin Berry. That was motorbike racing at its absolute finest. That was No Limits racing at its absolute finest. And what a way to end the Metzeler Freshman Sport Challenges weekend here at Brands Hatch as well. Of course, they'll be joining us in around about a month's time at our next sprint event when we head to Cadwell Park, a sprint-only event, of course. In 2 weeks' time, we've got our Anglesey 12-hour endurance, no sprint racing going on there. Just 12 hours of straight biker boys endurance action. But wow, what a race that was. Certainly something, to say the least, and we could all just sit back and catch our breath for a moment
Hope you are enjoying the show here on NLR TV or indeed Trackside. If you are Trackside, please make sure you are staying hydrated, even though it is a little bit cooler than it has been across the last couple of days here in the UK. The sun is still screaming down on us. It is a scorcher, very muggy as well. Don't want anybody to be having any problems. So make sure you stay hydrated. But again, also do hope you're enjoying all of the fun here at Brands Hatch as well. An absolute treat, as always, when No Limits Racing rolls into town. So that is all we have time for here for the Metzeler Freshman Sport Challenge and the pre-injection 600s. Lewis Rae, down to you.
Down in Park Ferry at the moment, Ross, and well, it's a bit of a weird one. I don't see Jay anywhere, to be honest. It's a little bit weird setup of what's happened down here. So I'll tell you what, we'll go with Benjamin for the time being, and well, second place for yourself this time out after a good day, I think it's fair to say. I mean, a little bit of issues on the first start of race 2, but now finishing the weekend strong.
Yeah, no, I didn't have a clue I was second, to be quite honest. I had no idea what happened there, but it was, yeah, I've really enjoyed this weekend, found a lot of pace, a lot of confidence, so just hopefully keep that rolling forward. Got Anglesey 12 hours to look forward to, hopefully that's a bit cooler, and then roll on Cadwell. So.
Yeah, busy time for you. Best of luck anyway, congratulations.
No, thank you very much. Cheers.
And well, we can't get the overall winner, so we'll head down to Carl Vickers here, who is our pre-injection 600 winner. And well, Carl, a great ride for yourself. You've got to be happy with that one. Pre-injection win, and obviously Steve back out there, albeit on what looks to be your spare bike.
Absolutely, fantastic weekend for me. Unfortunately, Steve crashed out in the last race, so that left the restart open for me, really. So great to see Steve back on the spare bike in second place, and yeah, 3 out of 3. Can't get any better.
Yeah, 3 out of 3, and I'm sure you're looking forward anyway to the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. It gives us a chance to get the bikes back to where they need to be again. And yeah, we're looking forward to Cadwell now.
Rebuild, reset, and go stronger. Congratulations.
Well, thanks. Thanks very much.
And well, now we head back down because the next grid already begins to be formed. Ross, back up to you in the commentary box.
Cheers, Lewis. Thanks a lot for that one. Great to hear from the riders there. They'll, of course, be joining us at Cadwell Park in a month's time. If not, if they fancy doing the endurance at Anglesey in 2 weeks, we might even see them there as well. It's time to move swiftly onwards, though. Race number 18 of the weekend. Race number 3 of the day for the Brandfixx Club Power Cup. Oh, no, race number 3 of the weekend, should I say, for the Brandfixx Club Power Cup and the No Limits Old School 1K Trophy. A brilliant, brilliant, brilliant race number 2 earlier on, where we had a bit of drama, to say the least. Of course, we saw Dean Turner putting in what at that moment was the ride of his season until the Armed Forces Interservices Championship a little bit earlier on, as he's managed to slide onto the overall podium on his Fireblade, despite being in the Old School 1K Trophy. We saw Jack Cullen going down from the lead as well, which was pretty crazy, to say the least. And I will say, I'm not seeing Jack Cullen on pole position as well, where he was scheduled to start. So maybe damages to that bike. He did slide off at Paddock Hill Bend. A little bit too great for him. So no Jack Cullen coming into this one. That does mean that Dean Turner essentially has pole position. The 1-2-3 RAF rider goes up for 2. Jordan Q alongside off of P3. He was eventually the race winner in race number 2 earlier on, following that crash from Jack. Road 2, we got Perry Matterface, Aaron Nunn and Sam Foster. Then Scott Pendleton, Steve Frizzle and Simon Franklin in P9. James Logan rounds out the top 10 with Alan Lane 11th and Paul Spencer P12. Adam Soll is 13th, Dale Hill P14, Mitchell Baines in 15th. Then row number 6, Andy Ashcroft, Martin McClatchy and Robert Contreras. Philip Whitley, P19, he's alongside Dean Bednarek and Piotr Gavaluch. Then it's Ryan Marriott, Lee Rawlins and Ian Tune behind. Then Anthony Fleckney, Ed Alexander and Craig Everson, Neil Stevenson, Luke Coop, Stephen Kilby, Leonard Brookman, and a whole host of riders who may or may not be here. They didn't set laps in qualifying. Jeremy Page, Louis Wright, Gareth Evans, Matthew Whitney, Vincent Gillen and Nigel White as well. We only had 29, we had 31, should I say, attempted to start in race number 2 earlier on. So I think so. It'll probably be a little bit less again. Some riders decided, you know what, not worth it. We're going to pack up and go home early. His name's Jack Cullen as well. You're going to be thinking, is the damage to that bike too great? And if that's the case, that's going to be another weekend where the championship leader has only scored in 1 race. Cullen won 6 on the bounce at Snetterton and Donington Park to open the season. Then a second place at Croft in race number 2 and 2 DNFs. And a DNF in race number 2 here at Brands Hatch, and a DNS, it would seem, in race number 3 as well, which, well, for Cully, not looking ideal. Did, of course, win race number 1, though, yesterday, so it could be worse, I suppose, for him. But that will bring the championship picture right back down. Came into this weekend, well, with a 7-point advantage over Simon Franklin. I think it's safe to say that Franklin will probably be the Brandfixx Cup Power Cup championship leader here at the end of this weekend, unless Jordan Hugh has a really solid result as well. Franklin's also been a bit overfixed. It could be Jordan Hugh as well that's leading the championship. There's lots of possibilities. The one thing that we do know, Jack Cullen's not here. And again, the championship leader won 6 races on the bounce, and then in the last 6, he's only scored twice.
Yeah, it's going to be a big, big shift in championship momentum in this one, you would have to say. Of course, the final race of the weekend for the Brandfixx Club Power Cup. Jack Cullen, well, he should have been starting on pole, as we said. He's not there, though. Who's going to capitalise on that? The red lights are about to appear on. The reds are already rising. And now, for the final time of the weekend, we can go race in the Brandfixx Club Power Cup. A great start, a brilliant start from Dean Turner. I mean, wow, that's exactly how you want to get Honda Fireblade off the line. Jordan Hugh dropping behind Perry Matterface so far at turn 1. Can he respond over at Druid? He does look up the inside, thinks better of it. A little bit of congestion there on the inside line. Involved in that was Simon Franklin. He's trying to get himself up ahead. He's sitting at the moment just behind Aaron Nunn on the circuit, nearly running to the back of Aaron Nunn on the entry. Luckily, no contact there. A couple more riders taking a very, very, very tight line over at Graham Hillbay. Diving down the inside, though, is Perry Matterface. The number 30 hits the front for the first time. Who's going to take victory in this one? We could have a free rider scrap in our hands already. It's a 6-wheeler at the front of the opening lap.
Really solid move there from Perry Matterface. Turner looks to the inside in Hawthorne, but that's more just to assess the situation rather than make a serious attempt at a move. But Matterface using all of the racetrack and then some there right up to the curb on the Exeter Hawthorns before they come on by. But a really lovely move. Oh, looks like Turner's under more pressure from Jordan Hugh now as well. Of course, our race 2 winner overall. He himself, of course, in the Brandfixx Club Power Cup. Even if Turner loses these places, he still leads the way by quite some margin in the old school 1K trophy. Behind, next up to him is Sam Foster, I want to say, in P5, and indeed it is number 14 Army rider will be his nearest rival for the class lead. There, though, is now your new race leader in Perry Matterface. He will break the beam for the first time in this one. Take us on to lap 2. We'll wait to see what the gap's going to be as it just takes a minute's process. Looks like half a second ahead of Dean Turner, who has got back, or has managed to maintain position in front of Jordan Hugh, should I say. Behind him, Aaron Nunn, Simon Franklin. Great start from him. Here comes Jordan Hugh. Looks through the inside. That was not Jordan Hugh, in fact. It was Jordan Hughes. He dropped back even further.
Yeah,
yes, he has. So he's actually lost the position.
Oh, a massive moment there from Simon Franklin. Simon Franklin keeping on 2 wheels for the time being. I have no clue how he saved that. It was nearly going to be a case of track sky for him. Luckily, remained on 2 wheels, and now under a lot of pressure from Foster.
Well, at least he didn't lose any positions, either overall or in class either. Yeah. Foster behind, of course, in the old school 1K trophy. Simon Franklin, he doesn't like a lot of anti-wheelie, we found out at Croft, as that is Dean Turner under a bit of pressure there once again from Aaron Nunn. Can't find a way through. But we saw, yes, back at Croft, a lot of front pickup from Franklin, and he's a rider who really doesn't like using anti-wheelie at all. Most of the time he just has it completely off. And at a place like Brands Hatch, not always a great idea. Lots of bumps and undulation here, so the front can pick up very quickly. The rear can snap away from you as well. So all of those things to consider. None now going on the defensive from Jordan Hugh as a result. The 183 race 2 overall winner down to P4 now. Still P3 in class for the time being at least. On to lap 3 will go very, very shortly. Matterface has about 10 bike lengths to Dean Turner in second place, but it's very, very tight behind them.
Very tight behind them, to put it lightly indeed. Jordan Hugh looking for a move through. I mean, Aaron Nunn, the entire weekend, he's looked fast, he's looked strong, but you have to say the podium has been missing. Yet to really stand on the overall podium this season so far. Perry Matterface first still in the race lead. A nice little margin for him as Nunn dives down the inside for an overall position. That's the job done on Dean Turner. So now yet another position. 1.5 seconds is Perry Matterface's gap. As well, we have a look at the Suzuki further down the order, just headed into Graham Hill Bend. Lovely little colour scheme on board that bike. But Simon Franklin, well, he's had a chance to reset now. He's had a chance just to get his head back together now. Obviously, Simon,
racing for plenty of years now, riding the bike on track for many, many moons. But in that time, he has had some quite significant injuries, and it's amazing that he's so quick on board the bike now and still willing to risk absolutely everything in the hope of some solid points. I mean, the last thing Simon Franklin wants to do is throw it down the road. It's another scenario of how much are you willing to risk when your championship rival is not even on track.
But of course, he himself is now fighting with his new championship rival, I guess you'd say, in Jordan Hugh. So this one could very well decide who does lead the championship coming out of this weekend. I think it will probably be Hugh, given Franklin's difficult weekend, even with a solid performance in race number 2. As up the inside there, gets the move done nice and easily, goes Sam Foster up into P5 overall, still maintaining that second place in class. He's got a bit of work to do if he wants to catch up to Dean Turner. Franklin looking to try and get a run out of clearways, can't quite find it, even down the main straight. You can see the bike all moving around on the throttle. Get that rear wheel just pushing so hard against the bumps as they make their way back into Paddock Hill Bend. Dean Turner now under big pressure as well from Jordan Hugh behind. Hugh's going to get by, and actually here comes Foster as well, potentially trying to follow through. He's going to see the gap, and that is for the race lead in the Old School 1K Trophy. Can't quite find it on this occasion. Maybe it's a Graham Hill, not quite. That's way too late from Simon Franklin. He'll go deep, but just rolls the bike round the corner and gets away with it just about. That was a bit too close for comfort, but we do now have a race in our hands for the Old School 1K Trophy. Maybe not for much longer, though, because Simon Franklin wants to get in between them as he goes all the way around the outside. Lovely move.
Great move there, heading on to the back straight, but I think Sam Foster there just got a little bit surprised for Paddock Hill Bend, let's just say. It looks like maybe he's struggling a tiny bit with ground clearance on board that bike. Certainly at the bottom, it just compresses ever so slightly. And then will upset him ever so slightly. Next thing you know, he's barreling in to Druids. Luckily, he got that bike stopped in time, but for a moment, he was a little bit out of control. Meanwhile, though, back near the front of the race, Nunn and Hugh locked together on circuit. This battle is going all the way down to the wire as well. And Dean Turner, he's not too far away. A couple more position changes between these two, and then suddenly you're going to have Dean Turner able to make a move, able to get himself involved and show a front wheel. I mean, that's what he loves the most. It also looks like Foster has managed to get ahead of Simon Franklin, at least for the time being. For how long, who knows, down towards the start-finish line yet again, however, and that is Franklin demoted down to P6. So P6 at the moment for the 95. Nonetheless, it has been a weekend of damage limitation. Let's not forget that, especially today. It's all been about damage limitation for 95. Aaron Nunn down the inside over at Druids. Job done for himself. And the number 12 moves into yet another position. Hugh looking to fight back straight away, but he's on the wrong side of the circuit.
Not done just yet, though, is it? He'll settle in behind for the time being, but with a good run out of Graham Hill Bend, which he doesn't get, he could have had an opportunity into the next left-hander, but he'll stay put for the time being. See if he can tuck into the toe, try and get some of that slipstream on the run down into Hawthorns. Use the power beneath him from that Yamaha against Nunn's BMW. But looks like that Nunn is going to hold on. So 12 goes to P2 for the time being. Behind him, third place, Hugh on the 183. Then we see Dean Turner, the 123, leading the way in the Old School 1K Trophy. Just about, well, I said just about, he's got breathing room, a couple of bike lengths back to second place in the Old School 1K Trophy in Foster in P2. Third place is Andy Ashcroft, the 45 down to P13. So they're under no threat from him whatsoever at the moment. As all Nunn, big pickup of the front wheel as Hugh's looking to go the long way round there as they're all starting to trip over one another once again, and I think it all could be changed potentially. We'll have to wait to see when they come through Clearways, through Clark Curve. That looks to be Aaron Nunn that's still holding on from Jordan Hugh. Yes, it is. What about behind them, though? Dean Turner and Foster almost side by side, it would seem. So just got a bit crazy and a bit heated there, but they're still going. Foster's going to look to the inside of Dean Turner here to the race lead of the Old School 1K Trophy. Lovely move by the Army rider, and the 14 rider goes to P1.
So the Army now ahead of the RAF, and now look for another move is Sam Foster. He's having to go heavy on the anchors there, slow himself down, and that's going to help the likes of Dean Turner. Dean Turner all the way around the outside. He's managed to respond straight away, and in his sights already, it's going to be Jordan Hugh. Aaron Nunn, of course, just ahead of them. They almost made contact there on, and again, Dean Turner round the outside on the entry to Surtees. It seems like he has no clue how to make a move down the inside because he's finding any other route possible.
If it works, it works. Just stick it the long way around, do really impressive things and make them look casual. Why not, Dean Turner? and now looking to maybe go second as well. He did finish third overall in race number 2 earlier on today. As all go down is a rider there. That's coming up the top of a Druids, I want to say. Yes, it is. That's a real shame for him. He was struggling a little bit in this race, unfortunately. Now he's dropped the front. So a shame for him, but he's up on his feet. That's the main thing to see. Turner now still pressuring Aaron Nutt. He's found a real lick of pace on this last lap and looks to the inside once again. There goes Foster on the inside of Jordan Hugh. And we got an old school 1K trophy, 3-4 it would seem, here at Brands Hatch. Oh, what a race this is turning into.
A great race so far, but still 2 laps remaining. I mean, nothing is decided yet. We've seen Aaron Dunn have his moments as well. He nearly made contact. Let's not forget a few laps to go over at Stirling. He was just trying to keep the bike, keep the front wheel down by keeping a little bit of lean angle, and suddenly there was a bike to his right-hand side. I mean, it seems like everyone is making moves at any possibility. I mean, all the way out to the curbs is Sam Foster, and now he's managed to latch onto the back of Dean Turner. I mean, we're not going to be far away from another move here as Turner goes wide in a moment on the exit of Druids. He's managed to keep it on 2 wheels. That's going to affect his drive over to Great Hill Bend, but luckily not too long before they're back on the brakes yet again. So settling things down once more. If you want to take a breather, this is your chance, because things are going to get crazy in the final couple of laps. It looks like we're all set for a brilliant finish. This is the final race of the weekend. This is the race that you're going to remember heading into the next round of the season. I mean, if you want bragging rights, if you want confidence, this is where you get it. As Dean Turner launches yet another move, it looks like he's going to have to think better of it, though. And Sam Foster's going to be watching all of this unfold ahead of him. Race 2 was so brilliant, and this one is finding ways to one-up it. What a treat the racing gods have served us here at Brands Hatch. As Dean Turner runs in a bit deep, Foster looks for the sides to back out of it on that occasion, and he'll stay put. As in fact, no, is that Turner? No, Turner's got through none. Turner's up to 2nd place now. So it's now Club Power Cup Old School 1K, Club Power Cup Old School 1K out there on the road, and Foster now needs to get onto the overall podium to try and fight for the race lead in class once again. Perry Matterface has no idea what's going on behind him. He's like 10 or so seconds up the road at this point, I think, having a great ride, but there's no point talking about him as he sets the fastest lap with a 1:33.062. Is that a change for position once again down into padding? Or not quite, or none had to get out of that one big time. That could invite Foster into it potentially. Does invite Foster into it, but just has to stand the bike up and get on the brakes ever so slightly. It's 8.6 as Matterface's advantage. But again, right now, I'm not that interested because this is brilliant in the fight for second. I'm unsure if Matterface is going to be jealous or happy that he's not involved in this battle looking back at it, but nonetheless, Aaron Nunn trying his best. That door was always going to shut, though. I think he would have known that himself. Now just trying to keep the momentum going as they head on to the back straight. They try to get the front wheels down. There's so much of a rise on the exit of Stirling. And now some back markers looks like to deal with as well. So they're going to have a lot to maneuver in the next couple of corners. And Dean Turner, he's going to be hoping, he's going to be praying that he's going to get to the back marker at a good place. And he does just about get through at Westfield. Everyone else is going to be held up. So Dean Turner, this could be the deciding moment for P2 overall.
Oh, what a brilliant moment there for Dean Turner. Yes, a stroke of luck, but well done to get through, and that gives him crucial bike lengths. Ahead of Nunn, ahead of Foster, ahead of Hugh. Again, it's most importantly Foster. That's the one he's actively fighting in class, but he wants that P2 on the road as well. Perry Matterface is going to lead us on to the final lap now. He's miles up the road. If he stays on 2 wheels, he's got this race won. But behind them, Turner has big breathing room. Is that Foster now onto the overall podium? It is. Foster's up to 3rd. We could have 2 old school 1K bikes in the top 3. This is madness at Brands Hatch, Lewis Rae.
Final race of the weekend for this championship. They're putting everything on the line. You can tell they've got a little bit of time if anything goes wrong to repair the bikes, because they do not care. They just want results, and they want results now. I mean, already Sam Foster has built a nice little margin over the rest of the field. And this is just left the likes of Nunn, Hugh and Franklin to fight away with it. Now, although this is now a battle for P4, 5 and 6th overall, it's as important for championship points. It's still for 2nd, 3rd and 4th in class. So Simon Franklin, after such a difficult weekend, can still pick up a class podium here if he was able to make a move on Hugh ahead of him, or even like Aaron Nunn. And actually, Sam Foster has lost ground again. So Sam Foster has somehow managed to drop behind Aaron Nunn in the last couple of corners or so.
So with half a lap remaining, this battle, at least for the podium places in the Brandfixx Club Power Cup, it's going to be going all the way down to the podium. Meanwhile, this is Perry Matterface. This is your race leader. He's making his way towards the final corner now with over 8 seconds of an advantage. Number 30, he's had no clue what's happened in this race. All he knows is that he's done his best. He's set the fastest lap, and he's took victory. The 25 points go the way of the number 30. Second place, who's going to claim it? You would say Dean Turner. It is going to be Dean Turner. But Aaron Nunn's behind in third place overall, and Sam Foster has dropped down to P4. It's still going to be second in class for himself. Jordan Hugh rounds out our top 5 as well. This fight as well is going all the way to the checker flag. They come to the line now, and Southwell does get pipped by both Hill and Frizzle. Southwell drops down to P10. I mean, what a shame for him. And there on the, what looks to be an issue there for Rebecca. So that was our crasher earlier on, the 606. So Golich looks like he's going to ride that bike back to the paddock as well for himself. But the checker flag does remain out. I did wonder if that would be an issue for Dean Turner, as it was around the same place as he was on the cool down lap. But nonetheless, it was just Golich. Now, though, we need to head back into the paddock now, and we have a little look at the results. Perry Matterface is your race winner yet again, and taking the Club Power Cup win ahead of Dean Turner, who wins in the No Limits Old School Trophy. Aaron Nunn takes P2 in class and P3 overall, as Sam Foster takes P2 in the Old School 1K Trophy and P4. Hugh, Franklin, Pendleton, Hill, Frizzle, and Southwell round out our top 10 in what's going to be a race that I think we're going to remember for quite some time now in the Brandfixx class. Spencer McClatchy, Ashcroft Whitby, and Contrast rounds out our top 15 runners. Craig Everson as well, rounding out the top 20 as well, further down the order. I mean, a big field, as always. 25 finishers in this one. The final of them being Brookman on the BMW, as Golich and Logan didn't take the finish. Now, though, after a great race, hopefully we can hear from Perry Matterface and Dean Turner after a race that we're not going to forget. Down to you, Ross.
That was one of those races that reminds you why you love this sport, wasn't it? We haven't got long because the next guys are already heading out, but we will quickly speak to our race winners. Perry, well, you missed the chaos behind you, but what a ride it was from you. You just flew away at the front there.
Yeah, I thought they were still just behind me, so all the way to the last lap, I was literally had my head down, bike sliding everywhere, and then I see the last lap flag come out, and I got a bit giddy, ended up going wide on the apex. I missed the apex, and I was just like, don't mess it up, don't mess it up. Finished, turned around, and I was like, there's no one there. So, yeah, brilliant. I probably enjoyed it.
Yeah, I mean, a great bump for yourself. Even if you thought you were under massive pressure, you weren't, but you were still riding phenomenally, so it doesn't really matter. It's a great way to win the race.
If anyone from Perfect Homes wants to come and pitbull me, so I know what's going on behind me, we appreciate it.
Perry, also any wrap up the weekend. Congrats, mate.
Thank you very much.
And of course, in the Old School 1K Trophy, third place overall in race number 2 earlier on. He had to go one better. Second overall in the class win again, Dean Turner. What a ride that was.
Yeah, it's been a fairy tale weekend. I am absolutely knackered. Sam has come on leaps and bounds and he is pushing me to my limit. So fair play to him.
I mean, some great battles between you and everyone else around you. Sam was running in third overall at one point as well and was pushing behind you. I mean, you were all just tripping over one another. And as well, you decided you couldn't overtake on the inside and had to go around the outside of everyone as well. What was the reasoning for that?
I just went in a little bit hot and had nowhere to go. So it's just, I was lucky it didn't end up on the grass. So if Sam had gone wide, that would have been me on the grass. But it's all part of racing and it's good fun.
Well, it certainly was good fun. Well, guys, what a way to wrap up the weekend. Can't wait for the next one. Keep pushing each other, please, because that was amazing.
Yeah, we'll do. It'll be great fun. See you at the next one.
Congratulations, Dean. Well done, Sam, as well. Well, it looks like these guys are getting out of the way, so I'm going to stay pinned exactly here and go back to you, Lewis Rae.
Thank you, Ross. Lovely to hear from the race down here in Park Fermi as we await to see the next grid already begin to form up. That, of course, being the No Limits Club Sport Cup, the No Limits Streetbike Cup in association with Metzeler, and let's not forget as well, new for land this season, the Fortis F900R Cup in association with Pirelli. Now a big grid once more, around 40 riders or so, I say or so, because there's quite a lot of missing spots on this grid. What we do know is our pole sister Paul Holden is currently not there, and I mean, Paul, he's already mentioned he's not going to be at the likes of Cadwell Parks, and he was sounded like, at least in his post-race interview earlier on, that he was hoping to be here in race 3, but nonetheless, no Paul Holden for sure. James Plummer will start effectively in pole position. Carl Beresford as well will join him on the front row, so just 2 bikes at the moment, at least on the front row. It's Callum Hurst, Philip Page, Arnold Williams, Free, and Kevo rounding out 8. Back all the way to final rated actually set the time with Mark Felton in the 32. Now get some racing here. Of course, we have a set for the next one. Originally started coming thick and fast. We've already seen some amazing racing today. I mean, I think the Brandfixx Club's Power Cup that we've just seen was definitely one of the highlights of the weekend so far. As well, there is Plummer on board the Honda. The Honda's going very well. I mean, we spoke to him after race 2, and he admitted it himself. A busy weekend as well with both the endurance and as well quite a few supporters over at Snapdragon enjoying this one with him. So as we mentioned, at least on the warm-up lap, we don't have any Paul Holden. So a big, big shame for this one. So no pole sister. But it does mean for the likes of Plummer, Carl Beresford, Stephen Muller, Page, and also Callum Hurst, the points and the stakes are going to be that much more higher. I mean, it's going to be potentially for overall wins this time around, unless there's going to be another surprise thrown into the mix as well. So let's see how this one unfolds, of course. Number 6, not there. He was meant to be starting in pole. Nonetheless, we will continue on. The racing will continue, and James Plummer will set his sights on victory. He's starting P2 officially, but he's effectively in pole position. Their start marshal moves out of harm's way, and soon the red lights will appear on. The green flag to wave at the back. The red lights are on. It's a long hold for them, but away we finally go, and it's a good start from Carl Beresford in the run to turn 1. Can he claim the whole shot? It looks like he will, but James Plummer, he has the opportunity to ride it round the outside, try and be nice and brave. He is going to be nice and brave all the way to the curb, side by side between the two of them. But Carl Beresford, he has the inside line at Druids, and still the two of them locked together, and now Callum Hurst gets himself involved, gets himself into the P2 picture, and quickly gets the move done. He was very, very cautious there. Finn Page as well, getting mixed up behind him. Well, Ross, this might not be the grid that we were expecting out here, but already it's delivering drama. It's Beresford that leads the way from Callum Hurst, and your pole sitter, fit to pole sitter, James Plummer in P3.
That was the most aggressive race start we have had all weekend. A fair few riders being really, really brave, really aggressive, as we see Beresford using that Triumph motor to his advantage. We know he's got a lot of straight line speed underneath him on that 74 machine. Looks like, is that Hurst? No one said has worked his way up into second place. Indeed it is. So he's managed to work his way in front of the 41 of James Plummer. It's all pretty close at the front at the moment. Again, no Paul Holden, so could be a different race. Well, it's going to be a different race here. Obviously, that's massive for the Streetbike Cup as well. As he's been the dominant force in the Streetbike Cup with Metzeler. Keep our eyes peeled on what's going to happen as they come towards the end of the first lap, down into Clearways and Clark Curve for the 4 times, and we can really see who has wound up where. It is definitely Carl Beresford leading the way. Hurst under a bit of pressure from Plummer behind, and as they push through, I think that Hurst may just about hold on. Plummer may have actually just got ahead at the timing line, it would seem. Vin Page 4th, Stephen Miller 5th, then Bayliss in P6. Looks like it's the 82 of Wood who leads the way in the Streetbike Cup. And then leading the way in the 4700Rs, it looks like it's Pearson ahead of Barker, P13 and 14 as it stands. Looks like Much has decided to get the trip back up to Scotland a little bit earlier than the likes of Lewis Rae, unfortunately for him. But up the front, it is still Beresford from Plummer from Hurst to top three. Looks like they swap back around once again. Page right on their tail, though.
Yeah, we're carrying on with this one at the front. James Plummer, I mean, he means business for sure in this opening couple of laps. Already up into P2 after start P2, so that's still running where he started, but nonetheless losing a position to Carl Beresford, because Carl Beresford, what a race it's been so far for himself. We're carrying on the baton this time around. So our let's bit further back in P5 for the time being. Just sitting ahead of the likes of Jamie Bayless. Guy Wood, though, being your elite bike further back down the order. Of course, 3 classes on circuit here today. Guy Wood leading the Streetbike Cup for the time being. But the 404 at the time, for the moment, Lewis Adams, he's been handed a 10-second jump start penalty. So a big penalty there for him, and that's going to push him down all the way down the time in order. I mean, that's going to be no points in this race unless he finds something pretty special indeed. Meanwhile, at the front, though, James Plummer has hit the front of the final corner. He's finally got through Carl Beresford, and now Callum Hurst look for a way free. He's going to be a little bit too far back, though. Slots in, and now who's going to break free over at Druids?
Well, that's an interesting development, isn't it? You kind of got the sense, or I was at least anyway, that Beresford was not going to run away, but certainly just hold position at the front and bring him home to the end while it was all unfolding behind him. But Plummer has decided to take things into his own hands, moves to the lead. Beresford down to second. Hurst is following. Hurst a little bit deep, though. Misses the apex at Graham Hill Bend, but you can get away with it there, and he does so. Page watching along behind a little bit further back. Stephen Muller in P5, and then even further to Jamie Bayliss in P6 as it stands. Plummer starting to bridge a couple of bike lengths to the 74, but that'll change down here because look at that straight line speed of the Triumph. Doesn't quite get him close enough for a move, but so much power from the 765 compared to the 600, the Honda that Plummer rides on. Obviously, it's a bigger engine, but also to Triumph engine as well, so it's pretty mean to say the least as they come through Dingledale, lap 3 of 9 that we are currently on. What a day of racing it has been here at Brands Hatch. What a weekend of racing it's been here at Brands Hatch, and we're being served up another one. 4 bikes fighting for the lead, and they could go all the way to the end.
Yeah, you would imagine this is going to go down to the checker flag. We're used to the likes of Hurst, Beresford and Plummer having a good thing though in 2026. Certainly Beresford and Hurst, they have some history, no bad blood between them, of course, but it seems every single circuit we go to, they're close together on circuit, they're fighting, they're trading paint, they're doing everything. As Beresford looks up the inside, he's got that one done before we even arrive at the braking zone, and Plummer is pushed back down to second place this time around. Is it going to be a comeback over up at Druids? We know how strong Beresford is in the braking zone, but is that a little bit too good? He runs wide. Plummer has the inside line. They're going to be side by side by Graham Hill Bend, and will nobody able to do it. Plummer slots in behind, trying to get a little bit more sweeping line in the finish up. He runs wide himself, and now Callum Hurst will be licking his lips behind, watching all this unfold. Finn Page as well, let's not forget, sitting P4. There's still a chance for number 30 to get involved and get a podium out of this if these front three continue to scrap it out. But well, we're continuing on at the front. As further back down over at Clearways, there has been a crash, so a rider down on the deck, up on his feet already. That does look to be Partridge on board the number 50, so he's going to have to watch from the side of the circuit. Yeah, that's number 50, the Army Team Machine. A massive shame from him.
Well, local yellows for the time being. It looks like it might be a bit beach though, so we'll keep our eyes to see if race control have to step in. The marshals, of course, a big thank you to them for their assistance, but they do seem to be struggling to get it along, but they are, I think, just about getting there, and they will get it out of the way safely, and we can continue onwards with just local yellows here, so no overtaking is allowed, and if you do, you're going to get slapped with a big old penalty. Again, the flashing yellow light, that does mean waved yellows, of course. A single yellow, just a holding yellow light, that just means caution, be careful. When it's flashing yellow on the digital, that means it's a waved yellow, no overtaking allowed in that section of the racetrack. It is Beresford that still leads from Plummer, then P3 Hurst, and P4 is now Finn Page as well. Still watching along. Ooh, a little bit deep there from Plummer on the exit of Paddock Hill, but doesn't seem to cost him any time on the run up to Druids, but not close enough to try and make a move. Hurst a little bit further back, just watching along, can't quite find anything to try and catch these guys as they slowly begin to push each other harder and harder and harder.
Yeah, continuing to beat each other for the time being. We're heading on to close to lap 6 in a few moments' time. I mean, Beresford, what a ride it's been so far from himself. 2 tenths of a second, it was over the line last time around, and now we're continuing on with this. In terms of the BMW runners, not spoke about it too much. Pearson is your lead BMW rider, with Barker actually 1/10 of a second behind, so they're battling away in 13th and 14th position as well. It's a good scrap of the BMW, it's a good scrap at the front, and Guy Wood, luckily for him anyway, he has a little bit of a margin between himself and Thomas Beresford in the middle of them. Yes, really good there for Guy Wood. Of course, no Paul Holden means that regardless of overall winner, as Paul Holden has been pretty dominant overall so far this season, let alone here at Brands Hatch, you are absolutely going to be having a new winner in the Streetbike Cup with Metzeler in race number 3. And the 82 will probably be very thankful he has that gap and that Brailsford buffer between himself and the 73, P7 and P9, 1 and 2 in the Streetbike category. Third place is the 500 of Manning, down to P12 overall at the moment. Beresford and Plummer have started to break away from Page, actually. It looks like Hurst has made a big mistake coming through the Grand Prix loop. He's dropped a long way back. So Page is he's about a second back from Plummer. And then it's 2.5 seconds back to Callum Hurst from him. So yeah, the 14 has made a big old error somewhere or had a big moment. And as a result, he drops down to P4. So then there were 2 in the battle for the lead. Beresford is very much holding on at the moment on lap 6 of 9. Maybe Finn Page can decide to get involved and turn the wick up just a little bit, but as it stands, Beresford keeping Plummer at bay. Yeah, keeping them in bay for the time being. Lap 6 out of 9 so far, and well, this was a shortened race to maybe what they were expecting going into today, with 11 laps originally expected, but with it being extra races on Sunday's schedule, we had to chop off 2 laps with all the races today, and it's going to create, and it has created so far, some excellent racing. I mean, it's proper short and snappy sprint races that we've got here at Brands Hatch. One of the best circuits in the country, if not the best circuit in the country. It's always up for debate when it's on. Maybe it's not killed. Who knows? It could be a little bit of bias in there as well. But headed into the final sector now, well, headed into Starland, it looks like Plummer is ready to attack here. The real question is he close enough at the final corner? And the answer to that is a big resounding no. I mean, the Honda, a little bit slower down the stretch, you have to say, but the bike is hooked up well. It's handling well for him, and certainly at this circuit, confidence is absolutely everything.
Plummer's riding the thing really well. That's the thing. He's doing a fantastic job, but currently just no way through on Carl Beresford as it stands. Coming through Paddock Hill once again, runs it a little bit deeper. Does seem to like getting the bike out a little bit wider, does the 41 rider. I'm not sure whether it's a benefit or not. Again, it's just probably personal preference at that point, but it certainly doesn't get him close enough into Druids. And again, Beresford just kind of would squeeze him out onto the grass if he did get close enough anyway, as we come back to 30s and onto the Grand Prix section. And it's still Beresford holds firm for the time being. Looks like Hurst is gaining bits and pieces on Page in P3. Page is also dropping back from the leading pair though. So Hurst desperate to get himself back onto the podium places, but not quite sure if he's got the pace. If he had a mistake or a moment, maybe a little bit of a dent to the confidence, a bit of a mental knock for the number 14. And as a result, just not quite able to ride at the same pace as he once did. Beresford still holding on though. Plummer putting all of that pressure on him with the 74 yet to crack.
Yet to crack for the time being. He's looking nice and confident for the time being. I mean, whenever we spoke to him yesterday after he took a great class, a great result in class, he was very happy to say this. A massive smile on his face. And he's definitely one of these small riders that we have on the 600. It's impressive that he's still able to be so quick on it. A little moment on the rear though. A little bit of movement as well. Potential the tyre. Just starting to say no. Certainly on the edge grip around that final corner. You're spinning up the rear every single lap. And certainly if you're not sticking a new set of rubber in every single time or every couple of sessions, you're going to begin to struggle on the rear tyre in these 600s. Especially the aggressive torque that the 3 cylinders have. Running it wide though about Druids was Beresford. Plummer still no way through. And while the 41 with one of the bit laps remaining, you have to say he's going to have to be pretty inventive, unless if he's already got something pre-planned.
We'll wait to see, but time is ticking and time is running out for Plummer because Beresford is still holding on a little bit deep there on the exit of Graham Hill. Not Graham Hill, Surtees even. But again, with that power, with the waft, the oomph of that Triumph underneath him, he doesn't necessarily need to worry about getting it wrong a little bit on the run into a straight because he has the power, the extra performance beneath him to compensate for that. And he's riding well enough in the corners. He can get away with it all anyway. Plummer looked to the outside there, coming through Westfields and into the Dell, but again, nothing, just can't find a way through yet.
Can't find a way through for the time being. He did have a little look there at Sterling's, though. Was that a dress rehearsal for the final lap? We're not going to have to wait long to find out for this one, but a minute and a half or so before we find out the answer to it. Beresford out in the final corner we go. We see the movement on the rear last time round. They lost a little bit of ground. None of the such this time. Pretty clean from him and already stretching the margin. I mean, if you're Plummer, you're going to have to do some pretty heroic on this final lap because so far Beresford, he's not made a single mistake. Up towards Druids we go, and yet again a defensive line from the 74. Plummer is just going to have to start throwing things at the wall and seeing if they stick because time's running out here at Brands Hatch. And there's no way through the 74 as it was seen, but mistake there as he gets onto the curb, picks up the front wheel. Is that the error that Plummer needed? Beresford has got away with that one by the skin of his teeth on the final lap. Ran it deep and wide out of Graham Hill, got on the curb, the front picked up and nearly lost the place, but now a great drive out of Surtees and he's extended the gap, extended the length of the distance between the pair of them coming into Hawthorne. Can James Plummer find something? He desperately needs to find something late in the day to take the victory here in the final race of the weekend. He needs something magical, a miracle to unfold. Is this that moment into Surtees? No, it will not be. One more turn to go, coming through Clearways and then Clark Curve. It may be too little, too late for James Plummer because the 74 of Carl Beresford is going to bring them to the line as there's a wobble there from Plummer in the background. Tries to draw alongside, doesn't draw alongside. Carl Beresford wins the final race in the street bikes, in the Club Sport Cup, in the F900s. And you've got to feel for James Plummer. He threw everything at Carl Beresford there, but just couldn't quite make it work to get onto the top of the podium. It's Beresford from Plummer, from Page or top three. Callum Hurst finishes under a second away from Page. Maybe with a couple of extra laps, he would have been able to slide onto the podium following a suspected mistake down the Grand Prix loop. Looks like in the Street Bike Cup, it will be Thomas Drew, the 73, who's going to bring it home. If you know it's not Thomas Drew. What am I talking about? It is, of course, Guy Wood on the 82, who takes victory from Thomas Drew. He was P9 overall, and then Manning P12. He's going to be P3 in that one. In the F900s R's, it's Pearson from Barker from Arnold, P13, P14, and then P19. Yet to cross the line, though, is Arnold. At the end of that one, though, in the Club Sport Cup, it is Carl Beresford from James Plummer from Finn Page, 1, 2, and 3. 1.5 tenths away was Plummer at the line. Just couldn't find a way through. Callum Hurst 4th, Stephen Miller 5th, Jamie Bayliss 6th. Guy Wood wins in the Street Bike Cup from Evan Brailsford. Then Thomas Drew P9, 2nd in Street Bikes. Bobby Brookman rounds out the top 10. Adam Daniels is 11th. Paul Manning rounds out the podium in Street Bikes. Alex Pearson and Paul Barker 13th and 14th. 1 and 2 in the F900R Cup. Roger Lovelace follows. Then Nicky Williams, Lewis Adams, Jamie Cox, Ryan Arnold, your final podium finisher in the 40s F900R Cup in association with Pirelli. Matthew Maynard rounds out the top 20. Then we have Jamie Locke, John Hunt. Looks like we lost Liam Hansen and Michael Partridge at the end of that one. You've got to feel for Plummer at the end of that one. Threw everything at him, but Beresford held on. Let's go down to Lewis and hear from at least Carl and our race winners. Down here in Park Fermi, we're going to jump in this conversation here because Carl's having a quick chat. I think about those final couple of laps because, I mean, you're kept on, to put it lightly, out there.
Yeah, it was good fun that again. Nice racing. We had good fun out there, didn't we? So nice to get another win on the scorecard. So happy.
Yeah, happy, and now plenty of confidence heading into the next rounds.
Oh yeah, definitely. We've been struggling to get a bike set up all year, and now I'm comfortable on it, and I can push it. It slides, it moves, whatever. I'm comfortable.
Massive congrats, well done again, Carl.
Thank you.
And now we'll quickly head down to the Streetbike winner this time around, because it was a great ride from Alex. Taking victory, of course, in the Streetbikes this time around. You've got to be happy about that.
It wasn't bad, but there was one element missing, wasn't there? Paul Holden let me down. I was going to have him this time as well.
Yeah, you were close to it as well. I mean, yeah, no Paul this time around. Disappointing for yourself,
man. That was coming, so he's bottled it.
Nonetheless, well done.
Thank you.
Well, it looks like the bikes are just about ahead of that, so we'll grab the F900 winner as well. A great ride for yourself, the win in the BMW F900R Cup class this time around. You've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, it was a good race. The 600 mixed in with the class is a little bit, I suppose, unfair down the straights, because you go past through the corners and then down the straights and just take you straight back. So sort of ruins a little bit of race for us on the BMWs, that's all.
Still, though, a good weekend for yourself, plenty to build up.
Yeah, definitely.
Massive congrats, well done.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Well, Ross, the next bike's already waiting in the holding area. We're ready to get racing yet again. The sun shines out. What more can you ask for? Back up to you in the commentary box.
I could certainly ask for more great races, Lewis Rae. I don't think that's too harsh for ask for, is it? Thanks, though, for passing us back out. Next race is ready to head out onto the grid. 4 races left to run here at the 4th round of the 2026 No Limits racing season here in the Garden of England, Brands Hatch in Kent. It's been a warm week, shall we say, to understate it ever so slightly. But today, cooler temperatures, perfect conditions for bike racing here. And it's been a great weekend, of course. We had our Biker Lawyers Brands Hatch Centenary yesterday. Our endurance event ultimately was cut short. It went from 126 laps to 100 laps, down to 3 hours due to time constraints and delays. But still, what a way that was to celebrate 100 years of motorsport action here at this iconic venue. And we've had more fantastic racing all across the day. Let's hope the last 4 races are of a similar vein from what we've seen across Sunday's action. Of course, in 2 weeks' time, round number 5 of the No Limits Racing Championships, endurance only. And we'll be heading to Anglesey over in Wales. We're hopping across one of the 2 borders that we do this year. International rounds, maybe, not quite, as we go for our marquee endurance event of the year, the Biker Lawyers Anglesey 12 hours, and we're really looking forward to that one. Again, only 2 weeks away, and we hope you're ready, because we certainly are. Then in a month's time, round 4 for the sprint guys, only a sprint race, for sprint riders only, should I say, for a month's time at Cadwell Park. So 2 separate round 4s in the championship before we reconvene for round 5 later down the line. That's what awaits us across the next month in No Limits Racing. And of course, if you can't join us at Anglesey or at Cadwell, you can catch all of it live here on NLR TV. We'll be bringing you all of the rest of the season, of course. Myself, Ross McIntyre, the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend that is Lewis Rae will be alongside me for all of the action. But we hope you have enjoyed everything here so far at Brands Hatch, as it looks like we are just having a little bit of a delay for the time being. Looks like they're just sweeping some of the gravel out of Paddock Hill Bend. We did see one of the riders going down there at the final corner to the marshals, just getting put to work briefly. A big thank you, of course, to all of the marshals that are here with us this weekend and indeed all season long. We couldn't go racing without them, of course. They enable us to go racing as safely as possible, and it's they always do an amazing job. So a big thank you to them. Of course, similar goes out to the medics. We hopefully don't need them, but when we do need them, they ensure that riders are given the utmost care, the best possible care that they urgently need, if that is the case. And of course, everybody else who puts in time and effort to the championship, those who are here from the championship itself in a race control, down at sign-on, down in admin, people at the No Limits offices as well, everybody who puts in so much time and effort to make No Limits Racing a thing. A big thank you to every single one of those for once again putting on a stand-up event. Up next, though, 4 races left to go. This one, race number 3 for the SORN cover stock twins, the Trackday Addicts Supertwins, and the next-gen sport bikes, and a couple of Moto 4 bikes as well, by the seams of things, but I'm not sure if they're still here, and they're not classified anyway. In the last one, it was Taylor Rose who took victory over Harrison McKay by less than 1/10 of a second. A reversal will happen in race number 1 yesterday, where Harrison McKay took victory over Taylor Rose by less than a second. McKay lines up second on the grid, and it is Taylor Rose that lines up on pole position here. Lewis Smart has not quite been able to match his pace that he had at Croft when he took all 3 victories, but he did finish third. He'll start P3 in this one as well. And that's the state of things in the sport bikes anyway. Of course, in the Trackday Addicts Supertwins, very much been Lewis Arrowsmith, the one to beat. In the Storm Cover Stock Twins, Noah Guillory's been pretty untouchable as well, as he has been for most of the season. And then, of course, we've had some Moto 4 bikes and some other machinery thrown in for the mix, the likes of Jack Dunnerby, Rory Creeth, all making the trip here to Brands Hatch to get a bit of practice in before they come. But we are getting underway on our sighting lap. Let's run through the grid for you for the final race of our twins and sport bikes. It's Rose from McKay, from Smart, your front 3. Lewis Arrowsmith is 4th, Joe Ellis and Sam Green alongside. Jack Dunnerby starts in 7th. Again, he's part of our non-classified class, I guess. He pretend he's not in the race, even though he is, and will probably do something quite good. Marley McKenzie, John Conklin, 8th and 9th. Max Wilson rounds out the top 10. Tyler Viveros hopefully putting the reliability gremlins behind him, and P11, Charlotte Macuzzo completes row 4. Scott Page is 13th, Liam Kirk 14th, Rory Creeth in P15. Then it's Marco Holt in P16. Louisa Benny is 17th, Noah Guillory P18. Row 7, James Eggington, Jensen Bishop and Ben Hardick. They are followed by Blake Didwell, Enzo Laturco, who has picked up a podium earlier on today, I believe, and then Lewis Cox. Then it's Archie White, George Dibson and Ian Tume, Callum Wren, Seth Everton and Polly Richardson. Again, 3 riders that you've not seen, but they are on the entry list, so you never know. Preston Johnson, Izzy Carter and Alex Hill, again, expecting a fair chunk of those riders perhaps won't be joining us for this one. Some people decided maybe to take the trip on early, some people may have crashes early that they won't be able to get repaired in time. But we'll wait and see what the order of things is going to be when we come back round onto the grid. We are well ahead of schedule, I would like to add as well, which is fantastic to see. Again, we had to change all the schedule up. And yeah, of course, we'll have to wait and see how it's all going to unfold. But of course, as they come round, looks like the marshals have sorted out that gravel stuff that was down at the final corner. Of course, if you do want to be a part of the marshalling crew here at No Limits Racing, do get in touch with Paula. The email address being marshals@nolimitsracing.co.uk. We're always looking for more volunteers to come and help out. And again, everyone here's a friendly bunch. They don't bite. But again, a big thank you to the marshals that are here. A big thank you if you are a future marshal potentially. And we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what gets on here. Obviously, Harrison McKay looking pretty relaxed, I think it's fair to say. Top of the way is tanked. He gets the drum. Nonetheless, though, relaxed rider's usually a fast one. Will that convert to pace in this one? Taylor Rose is going to keep him on the steady way, that's for sure. That's a guarantee. It's going to be a great race. And let's find out what's going to happen. The red lights are about to appear on the starting gantry. Now the reds are rising. And then out we go. A racing starts. Now, for the final time this weekend, the SORN Cover Stock Twins, Trackday and Supertwins, and the Next Gen Sport Bikes go racing. A great start from Taylor Rose, snatching the race lead. Harrison McKay remains second. Out on the green, that past the curb, looked to be Ellis on board the Suzuki, and then it's Lewis Smart who slots into P4. P5 looks to be Lewis Arrowsmith as well on board the red Aprilia. But a great start so far from Taylor Rose. Already Smart putting Ellis under some pressure behind everyone else through. Nice and clean. It looks like Noah Guillory still being the top stock twin rider. We do also have the likes of the Moto 4s out there and some 400s as well out there on circuit. Marlon McKenzie being one of them. I have seen Jack Dunby as well out on track. We'll see what happens, how much they can get involved as well with some of these super twin machines with slightly more power. Nonetheless, though, there is a move at the front, and it is Harrison McKay diving down the inside over at Hawthorne. Dropped down for himself on the opening lap. But what we do, though, is that Taylor Rose is going to respond. Is it going to be straight away at Westfield? Yes, it is. He dives back down the inside, responds straight away. And the number 6 hits the front. He hits back from Harrison McKay. And Harrison McKay trying to get for a third consecutive corner. He thinks better of it, though, and now they slot into position on the opening lap.
Two riders who have thrown everything at each other across 2 races this weekend. Why not do it one last time? Taylor Rose and Harrison McKay. Oh, we're in for a treat once again, everybody, as we come to the end of lap number 1. It will be Rose ahead of McKay to complete the opening tour. should be Lewis Smart in P3, not Lewis Smart in P3. Is that Aerosmith that got in front of him potentially? No, it was Ellis, in fact. Joe Ellis up the 1-2-3s.
Oh, there's Aerosmith there. Aerosmith down in the gravel trap at the final corner. Lewis Aerosmith, his second crash of the No Limits racing season. And he's going to have to watch this one from the sidelines.
And he's won both of the Trackday Addicts Super Twins races this weekend as well. So we will have a new race winner in that class here in race number 3. Brandfixx straight up to his feet, which is great to see. But again, we'll have to see if the marshals are able to recover that bike with their own force, if we need the recovery van and the red flag right now. We stay racing and under local yellows. Up the front though, Rose McKay, Smart now has got back through on Ellis. Green up to 4th, Jack Dunnerby in, green up to 5th, even Jack Dunnerby in P6. John Coughlin it is that now leads in the Trackday Addicts Super Twins. Marley McKenzie, P8, McCune. So Charlotte McCune's off for 2nd in the Super Twins. Great from her with Wilson, rounding out the top 10 in P3 in the Supers. Noah Guillory, hardly a surprise. He leads the way there in the Stocks, in the Saw-Cover Stock Twins. Enzo Turco P2, Joe Egginson in P3. Rose holding on from McKay there. There was a slight error from him as he came through Dingledale, but he's got away with it. Nothing to worry about for the time being. Once again, as we've seen, Lewis, these two just inseparable out there. Of course, waved yellows down into Clark Curve, so no overtaking here. But there's nothing to suggest that you can't try and set one up.
Yeah, you can set one up down the main straight if you really want. You can see the bike nearly at safety now, so hopefully by next time around we should be green back in that sector yet again. Lewis Aerosmith, who was immediately up on his feet as well. It does look like some damage to that bike, certainly to the exhaust pipe, which is on the other side of it, just the far side facing the firewall. But nonetheless, Harrison McKay looking up the inside. The racing will continue. He does hold the fastest lap of the race as well. On board that Pirelli RS660, of course. A much newer machine, as is the Triumph. Let's not forget the 660 Triumph. Two completely different engines. So the Triumph being a 3-cylinder, and then the Aprilia, the twin-cylinder machine. The 61 looks up the inside yet again. Door shut in his face. Still in the early stages in this one, though. The likes of Harrison McKay is not going to want to throw it down the road.
Well, we'll wait to see how it's going to unfold, but I think we're going to get similar to what we saw in race number 1 and race number 2. And that Rose McKay are going to be side by side until the very end. There's Lewis Smart once again. Really solid riding from him so far in P3, but just hasn't quite been on the pace of Rose McKay this weekend. A great weekend last time out of front, of course. 3 wins out of 3, was flapping like 4 seconds quicker than anybody else round there, and just dominated overall and in class, of course, as well. Here, though, he's still set for 3 very solid podiums, 3 third places if he keeps it on the road and on 2 wheels. So I'm sure that Smart will be very, very happy with that as a result, even if he isn't quite on the pace of the front 2 and the pace that he had last time out in round number 3. Couple of bike legs now opening up between Rose and McKay, but Rose was a bit deep on the run out of Clark Curve. Doesn't seem to hurt him too much though. McKay can't really get much out of the toe, it seems. On to lap 4 we go, and it stays status quo between the front 2.
Front 2 remaining as was for the time being, but you wouldn't suggest it's not going to be the entire race unless Rose has found something pretty special. Now, Ellis, I'm surprised how far he's dropped back in the opening lap or so, in the first couple of open stages or so, because he was right on the back of Lewis Smart, and suddenly, well, there's about 5 or 6 bike lengths. Meanwhile, though, John Coleman is having a good battle so far with Marley McKenzie. Obviously, Marley, he's had a next weekend, shall we say, initially missing qualifying due to the fact he didn't sign on, and then slowly working through up the order, of course, on a 400, so on a HC class, a non-championship class, if you would like to say, but still, he's really competitive, and with some of the Super Twins out there.
Certainly is. Cochran, of course, sitting pretty at the front now of the Trackday Addicts Super Twins class. He's got not really any competition. Charlotte McCuneso is the nearest rider to him. She is about 3.5 seconds away as it currently stands. But he may as well have a fight with McKenzie anyway, you know, teach the youth a bit of his experience, so to speak. But as they push onwards up in front of them, Jack Dunnerby continuing to run well as well. Onwards and around. Lap 4 and 9 here at Brandfixx in the final race for our twins and the sport bikes as well. There is your front pair just coming down to Clark Curve to make it lap number 5 in a short moment's time. The 6 still leading the 61. 1 win apiece so far this weekend, and it's another fastest lap from Taylor Rose, a 1:32.852. He is flying, but still cannot break away, and the lap times are so close. Best lap as well for McKay last time, a PB, a 1:32.919, within a 10th
of Rose. So it's so tight between the pair of them. They're both pushing each other to the absolute limit of their abilities. Something's got to give at some point, surely. Someone's got to make a mistake or find something miraculous. We'll just have to wait and see over the second half of this race.
A PB as well for Lewis Smart. Kurt Stint run in third position. He's a further 1/10 slower last time around as well. But it's incredible. I mean, setting PBs and then suddenly not even set the fast lap race. As there we have it, it is McKay. He's already made the move work at Hopper before we even arrive in the braking zone. And then he gets through, jumped on himself and passing Taylor Rose. Taylor Rose, once again, looked to respond straight away over at Westfield. He's unable to make it work this time around, though. So now this is McKay's chance. If he wants to dash away at the front, if he wants any hope of building a gap. I mean, we're already on lap 5 out of 9. For the time being, and we're just 2 corners away from heading on to lap 6. This race goes thick and fast, and I mean, you can see Lewis Smart did a good job at the moment. He still has eyesight of the top 2, super important for himself, still having somewhat of a marker here or there. Meanwhile, though, Ellis slightly further back as well, even further back to Lewis Smart. So, yeah, Ellis, it looks like no man's land for the rest of the race for him.
Unscheduled test session, unfortunately. This is definitely the best performance we've seen from Lewis Smart this weekend. They're getting on his way to yet another third position, you would presume. Again, oh, that was very deep, that being said, on the way out of Paddock Hill Bend, almost onto the green stuff. Lucky to stay on lucky to stay onto the curve at least, but a bit of a bumpy ride, I'm sure. But yeah, Lewis has been slowly improving over the course of this weekend, even though he's again set to finish his third race in third position across Brands Hatch for this year. But yeah, it's been a much better ride from him. Again, still very much with an eyesight of McKay and Rose, and if they do decide to smash into each other, he could be inheriting a race win. You never know. There is action a bit further back in the pack as well. As there we see Wilson just behind Charlotte Makuto. That's a fight for second place in the Trackday Addicts Super Twins. As it stands, Makuto holding on. John Cochran is a little bit too far up the road, I think, for these guys to catch as it stands. And just in front of them as well, Marley McKenzie on the 46. The 17 trying to put a bit of pressure on. Page is also there with them as well. So lots of action for these guys to move at. In fact, Wilson's actually got... Page got in front of Wilson, should I say. So Page now into the podium places. And Makuto leads this group, and then just behind them, is Kirk. So it's a 4-way fight, actually, for 2 podium places here. The Trackday Addicts Super Twin. So this one could get very, very interesting. Makuto holds on for the time being as they head into Westfield, but could all be chop and change for Wednesday.
Yeah, Kirk right at the back of his pack for the time being. No Gilray behind him, but it's a slight gap between the two of them. Gilray, of course, is your stock twin leader for the time being. And there he was there, just coming into view of the yellow plate at the front of the bike. Nonetheless, though, these guys are about to head on to lap 7 of 9. Just a handful, less of a handful remaining. There is Ellis, though, just making their way towards Druid for the time being. And then quickly coming into view is going to be this great battle. This is Jack Dunamy having a good old scrap out and start with a 44 of green. Jack Dunamy onto the green himself and then nearly off the circuit, somehow remaining on 2 wheels. Meanwhile, though, McKay continuing to pile on the pressure. Rose leading the way for the time being, but for how long? It was 78 thousandths of a second over the line last time around. I mean, it was sensational racing in race 2 and race 3, the final race of the weekend. It looks like it's going to go all the way to the wire. McKay's hungry for this one. He's searching left, he's searching right. He's unable to find the way through just yet. Is the move going to arrive at Stirland? He does have a look, but not quite. Just not quite close enough to get it, well, really to try and launch it first, let alone get it confirmed. They'll be going on to the penultimate lap very, very shortly. And still in the tracks of the number 6 is McKay. Still cannot find a way through just yet. And time is ticking, time is running out. He wants that second win this weekend. So does Rose to the inside. Goes McKay, that's a lovely move on the brakes at Paddock Hill Bend. But Rose tried to get back underneath and couldn't quite find it. Will try it at Druids though. Is it too deep? Is it too late? There's Lewis Smart. What's going on with Rose and McKay as we follow the 32 round? And there Rose has gone back through. So Rose was able to get it slowed down enough as they head through Graham Hills. And McKay has to do it again. It's not done yet, Lewis. 1.5 laps remaining in this one. A little bit of back markers as well to deal with here. This is going to be brave. This is going to be dramatic, you have to say,
for the final lap, heading down the back straight in a few moments' time, though, here at Brands Hatch. That is one of the stock twin riders. They get through nice and easy. The blue flags, of course, waving out for them, but no troubles as such for our racing leaders for the time being. Smart and Ellis will probably catch as well with about a lap and a half remaining. I mean, the top four incredibly quick in this race. Green and Dunlop also having their own battle. A good scrap there for them for not even last position, or just overall position, because Dunlop, it doesn't really matter too much for him. He's just getting some testing in for the Moto4 season. But Rose, looking at the back wheel of McKay, you're gonna have to think by now number 6 is going to be very, very tired of that back wheel.
Certainly is. These guys aren't the only people that have had phenomenal rides, though. Let's be honest here. So many people on this grid have had brilliant days at the office, but there's one to go, and there can only be one that's going to take 2 wins out of 3 this weekend. What a piece for McKay and Rose, and it will be the 61 of McKay that leads them out of Paddock Hill Bend and up Druids, runs over the curbs. This time Rose can't quite find it to the inside, so they'll stay put. Arrowsmith still, oh, not Arrowsmith, Lewis Smart, should I say, in P3 there. Arrowsmith went down and out of the race some time ago, and McKay's pulled a couple of bike lengths here on the run down into Graham Hill.
Still continuing on the final lap of running here. Who's going to get the win? Who's going to decide that McKay did a grand job so far at piling on the pressure for Rose? Smart, meanwhile, still remaining P3. We haven't seen too much of them over the last lap or so, although Ellis P4 for the time being. Green still ahead of Dunlop out on circuit. The final lap of running here, though, at Brands Hatch. Then they're going to have to pack up the vans and go home for the weekend. It's a sad time for them unless they want to stick around and watch the amazing couple of races that we have left here today. Let's not forget, after this, 3 more races on our schedule. Well, we'll be wrapping things up in 12 hours of Anglesey next time out. Of course, the sprint riders will not be in action until Cadwell Park at the end of July, but I'm sure some of these twin riders, they'll be making their way to the endurance as well, because I mean, what a weekend we've had. This has been an inspired ride from Harrison McKay. The final lap of action, the final corner, the final win goes the way of the 61. He takes victory over Taylor Rose. What a ride it was for himself. Time screen's not quite updated yet, and it seems like maybe a little transponder issue for the 61 of Harrison McKay. Just Smart taking P3. Obviously, we'll wait for the time screens just to update ever so slightly. But Ellis McKay having a great ride. Green as well. Who's going to come out on top of Green and Dunlop? Jack Dunlop trying to ride around the outside of the 44, unable to make it work. A hand in the air. The Moto4 just not enough power. Maybe a little bit of frustration here from Jack, obviously. Trying his best around the corner, thing it swallowed up down straight. But the time is updated. So McKay's winning margin is 4/10 of a second, just under 5/10 of a second, if you want to be more specific about it. Fastest lap of the race on that last lap as well. Sensational, to say the very least, from the number 61. He does take victory here at Brands Hatch. The final race of the weekend does go his way. Rose Smart rounds out a podium with Ellis and Sam Green rounding out the top 5. Dunlop, of course, in HC class does get P6. While John on the 118 does win in the Supertwin category. Martin McKenzie takes P8, while Wilson Marcuso rounds out the top 10. Further down the order, though, we have the likes of Page taking P11, while Kirk takes P12, Holton P13, Benny in P14 as well, Ian Tune P15, Noah Gilroy winning in the SORN stock twin covered class. We have the likes of Egginson, Lutarco, Bishop, Cox round out the top 20. But a great race there, you have to say. Final couple of finishers as well down this order. Obviously, we did have a crash from Lewis Arrowsmith in that one as well. Over at the final corner, a massive shame for himself. But that will be all she wrote from the twin category. Well, they'll be back in action, of course. Some of the riders will be back in action over at Anglesey now that we have a twin category in the endurance race. But a lot of them, well, they'll have to wait to the end of July at Cadwell Park, where it'll be a sprint-only weekend. It'll be action-packed, and, well, it's one that you're not going to want to miss, that's for sure. Now, though, just looking ahead at our schedule for the rest of the day, the Pirelli Superseries Sport Trophy and the No Limits Premier Cup will be next up on the grid. Nathan Harrison, of course, starting on pole position yet again, getting some running out on his 600 as the pit boards are being slightly prepared. That does look to be Sembianti's pit board, just making sure all numbers are where they should be after a busy weekend of action, to say the least. But pit lane still fairly busy. I mean, maybe not as busy as normal, and that's because with the amount of endurance riders that we had this weekend, it did mean that basically half the garages are shut off today because a lot of them have went home, especially the European Endurance Cup riders. Still, though, plenty of riders will be staying for the remainder of the race in here today, especially riders that are in the inner paddock. But Nathan Harrison, as we mentioned, started from P1. Kieran Sembianti, whose pit board is currently being ready, he goes from second on the front row of the grid as well. We'll give you the full grid rundown once the bikes are actually released onto the circuit. The holding area still being formed. I think there's a little bit of clean-up going on down at the final corner. The leaf floors are out. Maybe some gravels made its way onto the circuit. But nonetheless, no real dramas here at Brands Hatch. It's been smooth sailing, I think it's fair to say, so far on Sunday. Hopefully it remains that way till the end of the day. So 3 races left on the schedule here today before we'll pack up, head home, and reconvene in 2 weeks' time. That's right, we've got 3 rounds in what is essentially 5 or 6 weeks. So a busy period for No Limits Racing. Of course, 9 rounds over the course of the entire year. But as we were speaking about just before racing got underway in the twin category, if you have enjoyed what you've seen, and if you want to get involved, if you're on track, you can head over to the No Limits Racing website, or if you're wanting to get involved trackside and be involved in making these brilliant events run, make sure you email Paul up at marshals@nolimitsracing.co.uk if you fancy joining the Orange Army, as we call them. I mean, without them, we couldn't go racing. The real unsung heroes of motorsport. But nonetheless, the next grid's not too far away from being formed here. A half-filled holding area, if you will. But an awesome battle that we've seen there. And Harrison McCabe coming out on top. And really, it was an interesting race because they were scrapping all the way throughout. But it seemed on that final lap, McKay found something else and was able to stretch a couple bike lengths out.
Maybe just a case of you see the last lap flag, it's the end of a long weekend, you're desperate to go home, or maybe as well just something finally clicks. You know, that can happen sometimes. Sometimes you just try something different, it just suddenly works and you get it after a couple of times of going. So maybe that was the case. But either way, what a race once again, what a performance. They'll, of course, be joining us in a month's time when we head to Cadwell Park. Of course, our next round is the endurance-only round, even though they're, well, I think they're technically both round 4, even though the endurance is round 4, Cadwell's round 5, but because we have the endurance
round 4
only.
for the sprints.
Yeah, 4 and 4 for the endurance. Yeah, so I like it in my head anyway, but you know, maybe it doesn't work. Maybe I just like the fact that, you know, we've got 8 rounds in the season instead of 9, and this makes it a lovely halfway point. I don't know. It works in my head anyway. Obviously, up next, it is the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy and the No Limits Premier Sports Cup. And these guys just waiting for, I think, the recovery van to get out of the way in the paddock. And naturally, there we go, making their way out onto the grid. Now, of course, as always, one sighting lap, and then it will be go for race number 3, the final race of the weekend for these guys. Race number 2, a little bit earlier on, it was unsurprisingly Nathan Harrison that took victory by 14 seconds, but it was an unbelievable battle between the likes of Kieran Sembianti, Aaron Dakin, Matthew Dawes, all throughout the race. Matthew Dawes, of course, was set to take second place before going down with about 3 laps left to run up at Druids. Just dropped the front on the way into the corner, carrying a bit too much speed. He'll be keen to try and come back from that one. He clearly has the pace. Hopefully the bike's okay. Hopefully it hasn't knocked his confidence too much. The number 8 bike, if he is starting this race, which I can see him out on the grid, yes, he'll be starting a little further way back. We are missing a couple of riders by the looks of things. They've either gone home or had enough. Not seeing Matthew Dawes. No, Matthew Dawes isn't there, actually. He's supposed to be starting.
Yeah, he had a crash, obviously, earlier on today over at Druids. I wonder if there's some lasting damage to that machine.
Maybe. I thought I saw him at the back of the grid. I thought he was starting at the back. But no Matthew Dawes, no Taylor Rose in this one either, by the looks of things. And Max, it was a very, very small grid, it must be said. We are missing a fair few, but the ones that we definitely do have, We've got Nathan Harrison on pole, Kieran Sembianti and Aaron Dakin alongside. No Matthew Dawes from P4, so Simon Aldridge and Owen Mellor only on row number 2. No Taylor Rose, so another 2-bike row on row 3. Stephen Thomas and Dylan Mellor, 2 brothers starting behind each other. Interesting down into turn number 1. Then we are supposed to have James Metzeler, Harley Rushton, Aaron Cook, Stephen Miller, Jake Curty, Max Wilson, who I don't think is it either. And then again, from the here point out, I'm not sure who we have and who we don't, but we are supposedly supposed to have Stuart Parker, Finley Page, Eddie Wormald, Blake O'Hare, Matt Waldron, William White, Brandon Wright, Corey Barron, and Alex Mullaney, but we haven't seen the likes of Barron or Mullaney all weekend long. William White, I think probably went home a bit earlier in the day. We've not seen him for a bit either. So it's all to play for. We'll figure out who's there when they come back round to the bridge. But as we wait to see, I was going to be Nathan Harrison again. You'd expect him to be winning this one, let's be honest. Again, a fantastic race number 2 earlier on this roadway at the front. Fresh tyre on as well, probably made it nice and easy. But using all of his roads experience to some use. Of course, he's having a very solid roads campaign so far this season. The real question is who's going to be on in that fight for second. Again, Sembianti, Dakin, Dawes, that huge fight we saw in race number 2. Looks like we're missing Matthew Dawes, but Sembianti and Aaron Dakin surely going to go for it.
Yeah, you would think so. It's gonna be one to remember. I mean, this is, let's not forget, the class which delivered one of the races of the season at Donington Park from round 2. So anything's possible, but Nathan Harrison, he has been a class ahead, certainly in the last race or 2. But, well, we'll wait and see what he can do. He doesn't get much running, he says, on the 600, but you wouldn't be able to tell with the way he's riding it at the moment. Kieran Sembianti, though, he is there on the front row. We definitely do have, right at the back of the grid, the likes of Finn Page and Stuart Parker. So they look like they'll be our final bikes taking the start. Nonetheless, though, we are going to be going racing. Just a little wait on the grid before we can get things underway. And the green flag does indeed wave at the back. The revs are about to rise. It's Sunday afternoon here at Brands Hatch. The red lights are on, red lights off. Who gets the best start? An excellent start, no surprise, from Nathan Harrison. He does take the whole shot, as does Owen Miller. Good start for him anyway. He's up into P4 straight away. Kieran Sembianti chasing behind, and well, Aaron Dakin slotting into 3rd so far. And first, of course, in category, Owen Miller, the launch of the Triumph, down the inside, up into 3rd position for him, so into the podium places. He does go. Well, Nathan Harrison, I mean, what a good start. He's looking cool, he's looking calm, he's looking collected, to say at the very least. Dylan Miller as well, now looking to attack on Aaron Dakin. So it's a Miller sandwich at the moment for your leader in the No Limits Premier Sport Cup, for the time being anyway. Now, though, heading on to the GP section of the circuit. If we're on the Indy, we'll be turning right at this precise moment, but we're not, because we're on the big boy circuit for the time being. Of course, the only club in the UK that runs this configuration of Brands Hatch. Nathan Harrison, hats off for this opening lap. He leads pretty comfortably as Miller sets his sights on Sembianti.
Sembianti could be under a lot of pressure. We'll be seeing Nathan Harrison pulling away, and obviously he knows that Harrison has that experience and all of that, and he is just a very, very good rider. There's no need to be worried about that. But at the same time, when you do just see the rider in the lead pulling away from the beat frustrating, you lose focus in a second, that is probably what those behind the home will see if they can pounce coming down into clearways or coming down into Clark Curve. Miller did have a little bit of a look there, couldn't quite find it on that occasion, so they'll push onwards, but still nothing there for them just yet. So it is going to be leading the way onto that number 2, Harrison from Sembianti, from the 130 of Owen Miller. Aaron Dakin in 4th, of course, leads the way in the Premier Sport Cup. Dylan Miller in P5, P2 and P3 in the Premier Sport Cup. Down to 10th and 11th, that is Rushton and Curty. And look at the pressure that Owen Miller is putting onto the back of Kieran Sembianti as it stands. He is all over the back of that number 12 rider, who is normally pretty quick out of the gates, but seemingly maybe just not quite warmed up yet, not quite got into the swing of things in race number 3.
Dylan Miller there, almost onto the grass. I don't know how he didn't manage to go on it. He was past the white line, it looked like. His body, half his body was completely off the bike. He was trying everything he possibly could to keep it upright while leaning it at the same time. So a good job from Dylan there to keep it on 2 wheels. But meanwhile, this is a good fight for him for 2nd position. Sembianti, Miller, and then Aaron Dakin slotting in behind. Miller for the time being, Dylan Miller that is. He also leads the likes of Stephen Thomas, who has had a good day so far. I think it's fair to say on board this time. Some solid results, solid times put on the board as well. And now running P6, he's going to be looking for another one here in race 3. Owen Miller already rolling on lap 2 of 9. Is this a little bit of patience? Yeah, he is a bit, but that also could just be, you know, his youthful flair potentially compared to the stoicness of Kieran Sembianti out there. But we'll wait to see. That being said, the rear is moving around a lot as he gets on the throttle coming out of Clark Curve. And again, it does do that naturally there, just with the move, with how the weight transfer and the bumps and all that. But that was a bit more than usual. So perhaps you are right, Lewis. And perhaps he's getting greedy, getting aggressive already. He's certainly looking to try and send it to the inside into Druids, but he has to jump on the anchors properly to not take out Sembianti, who just sweeps it round and closes that door. That's the first real attack we've seen from the 130. Dakin behind will be watching intently to see what he's doing, because all it takes is to try and make a move, send it way too deep, and Dakin's going to go, thank you very much, don't need 2 invitations. Yeah, exactly. He's not going to need a second invitation, as you said. I mean, Owen Miller, a little bit wide for certain there. He's going to lose some time. And I almost wonder if it's going to be a case of overriding the bike. I mean, it's been such a difficult 2 rounds, and he has lost a lot of ground there. I mean, that is through by double, if not more, and it's allowed Aaron Dakin to latch onto the back of the 130 Triumph. Who's going to come out on top in this one? You can just see Simon Allison right at the back of that pack. He's somewhat in no man's land. I mean, you can see the bike's ahead all this, but he's not exactly making up too much time for the time being. He's had a very, very busy weekend, both in this category and the NL 500. Obviously, he's jumping straight off this onto a 500 as well. So a busy old weekend for him. But Aaron Dakin has not moved yet. The question is, how long can you sit behind someone like Owen Miller without making a move before he gets back into his rhythm again and clears off into the distance with Sembianti? Have to wait and see. Sembianti still holding on to that position. That gap, of course, has extended, but Miller still pushing. Dakin still patiently watching behind. The gap between the race leader and Sembianti, 3.2 now at the line. Last time as they go on to lap 4, you can see him there. Nathan Harrison just heading into Druids. Miller once again looking, but once again way too far back is the 130, so it just has to be a bit patient. Sembianti not doing anything egregious defensively. He's not taking alternative lines. He's just riding where he wants to put the bike and doing his own thing, running his normal lines, hitting his normal marks. But that's more than enough, because Miller doesn't quite have the pace at the moment, doesn't quite have that little extra something to really try a move. And then, of course, when you try the move, you've got to confirm the move as well on top of it. So we'll wait to see as the race unfolds into its second phase, what Dylan has, or Owen should I say, has to offer. Once again, Aaron Dakin sitting very comfortably in P4 overall, and of course leading the way even more comfortably in the Premier Sport Cup. Rushton and GT40 in P3, they are 10th and 12th respectively at the moment. Finn Page, though, in 13th, is right behind there and potentially fighting the podium place. Is not too far away from the 3rd place runner, the 5-3-1. As Harrison makes his way through, and then there we see Sembianti. They're starting to break away actually a little bit from Dakin, so I wonder if he's just happy with where he is. He knows he's going to win this race, quite frankly, to stay on 2 wheels. Just sit back and relax, enjoy a nice Sunday afternoon ride. Yeah, he's just gathering some extra data, of course, ahead of the final couple of roads. As there is Stephen Muller actually pushing his bike at the side of the circuit. The bike a little bit smoke as well coming out of the side of it. That could just be overheating though, or potentially just a water breather going on, a hot exhaust or whatnot. But Owen Miller finally making the move over at Druids. Does he run wide? Not really. It looks like he's going to hold on to that one. Just took 3 attempts, 3 dress rehearsals, but finally Owen Miller has made that move work. Up into 2nd position he goes. Aaron Dakin, he can only sit and watch for the time being. Lovely move there by Owen Miller. How does Sembianti respond though? We know that he is normally pretty quick to get back onto the counter offensive and try to take back moves. Sometimes the best defense is offense, and just getting straight back round the person who's probably still mentally celebrating getting through you, and then you can just mentally crush them by taking it straight back. But for the time being, the 130 does hold on to that 2nd place position. So Sembianti, the hunted, becomes the hunter. Let's see how he adjusts to life in his new role out there in this race. Lap 5 of 9. He's spent about half the race as the rider in 2nd place being chased down by Owen Miller. Will it take him half the
race to get back to Owen Mellor, or is it done and dusted, or will it be quicker for him to get back into second place? Time will tell. With Mellor with a bit of clear out in front of him, looks like he wants to try and extend a bit of a gap and manage from there. He's got a couple of bike lengths to the good on the number 12. Let's see how he does over the next couple of laps.
Yeah, he's not got too much longer to try. I mean, Sembianti, his bike was a fucking Bronco coming out to that final corner. He was fighting away with it on board his R6, but he's not lost too much time with that. There's Nathan Harrison coming through Druids. Here is second and third. The battle for the overall podium, and obviously podium in class. Dylan Miller is managing to defend off the likes of Thomas and Aldridge, but one thing for sure, Thomas sitting behind, he did get through a few laps ago, but Dylan Miller, he's well and truly responding, and now has stretched a nice little margin. Simon, though, is lurking behind. He's caught up to this pair, and now he's on the hunt. Could he potentially finish inside the likes of the top 5? I mean, it's not out of the question just yet.
Wait and see. Simon has definitely been preferring life at Brands Hatch here in the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy compared to the Dunlop NL 500s. Looking to the inside there with Sembianti, couldn't find anything as Mellor slammed the door in his face. And that's the first sign that Sembianti is certainly thinking about a move. That may have been a trial run. See, okay, if I put it here, where can I brake? What's he going to do? Can I try this again next lap? Using his head, riding it smart out there is the number 12 and looking to pick up second place at the end of this one. But not if Owen Mellor has anything to say about it as we look further back once again. There we go, move being made, nice stuff there. Oh, very deep, almost motocrossing it over the grass, got away with that one. Yeah, that was a bit tight, but luckily I'm still okay enough on 2 wheels.
Yeah, Simon Aldridge was trying to make a move there into P6, and well, nearly going completely wrong. And that has lost them both a little bit of time as well to Dylan Miller ahead. Spaced out this trio quite significantly as well. Race 21, of course, of our weekend out to 23. Well, what an event we've had here at Brands Hatch. Owen Miller still defending. He's looking so strong here against Kieran Sembianti. Sembianti trying his best just to hold off the likes of 130. We will continue on this scrap all the way to the checker flag of first taken. He has dropped back even a little bit more. It doesn't look like an overall podium is on the cards, unless, of course, a mechanical issue or these two tangle after trading blows. We're going to have to wait and find out when this one ends, because, well, one thing's for sure in this category, one thing's for sure in this class, you just never know till it's over. Heading through Hawthorne, though, yet again, one of the quickest corners in UK motorsport. So much to lose at this corner, but so much to gain as well. It's so inviting as well to run it deep through here. Then you drop it back down towards the bell before rising up yet to get over by Sheep and then towards Sterling. Everyone's a little bit too far back. You have to make moves this time around, but they could potentially be setting things up and trying to watch out where their quick moves are going.
Certainly will be, but again, time's ticking, so you need to start getting on with it pretty sharpish. Nathan Harrison's about to take us on to lap number 8. Mellor still has a couple of bike lengths advantage as they come onto the front stretch and make it their penultimate lap as well. But great run from Sembianti on the way down into Paddock Hill. Is that going to be an opportunity potentially for the 12? No. Did have a firm look to the inside, but decided to tuck back in and trail Mellor coming through Paddock Hill. And that'll be why, because he's going to try up into Druids, but again, can't quite find it. Just not quite close enough for that number 12 rider. He'll push onwards, but again, after this lap, there's one more tour, and then they're done and dusted, not just for the race, but for the weekend. And he wants to end his weekend where Owen Mellor is, up in second place. But Mellor, what a performance it has been from that young man so far in this race, and it would be amazing to see him hold on to this one.
It would be so good to see him hold on second position. If not, though, I mean, Kieran definitely deserves a P2 as well after this weekend. Both of them have put on a show from start to finish, and that is going to be Stuart Parker retiring. So number 55, a massive shame for him, changing to Suzuki for this year, usually on the Kawasaki, but nonetheless having a few mechanical issues, I think it's fair to say. But into the final sector we go. A couple of corners remaining before we see the last lap flag. The yellow flag with the black cross it's going to mean so much. It pumps a little bit extra adrenaline into your body, and if you're Kieran Sembianti, it gives you a few extra thoughts on where you can make a move, even if maybe it's a little bit optimistic. Nonetheless, though, that was a very, very optimistic move. He's managed to get past Owen Mellor on the entry to clear waves in the braking zone. A job done ahead of the final lap. This is going down to the wire.
And somehow he made it stick as well. Somehow he got the damn thing stopped. Fair play, Kieran Sembianti. But let's see if Owen Mellor can respond. He's going to try to. Up at Druids to the inside goes the 130. How about that, he says. Sembianti looks for the switchback, can't get it. Lovely move there from Owen Mellor to retake second position. But this is not done yet, as the elbows are well and truly out, coming onto this final lap as they head towards Surtees for the final time. Then, of course, the Grand Prix loop awaits them. There's your race leader in Nathan Harrison. A huge advantage to him. He's going to sweep this weekend, unsurprisingly, given his experience, given his pace, and given the support from the team that he has. But coming down in at 2 Hawthorns for the final time this weekend. Mellor ahead of Sembianti. Dakin wants a piece of the action as well. He wants that overall podium, even though he's still well and truly set for the Premier Sports Cup victory. His nearest rival rushed him down in 10th place overall. Can Sembianti find a way through Mellor? Can Dakin upset the apple cart as they come through Sheens and into Sterling's for the final time? The 130 still just about holding on. A tighter exit from Mellor as they bring it down towards clearways. Sembianti's going to try something miraculous once again. Nathan Harrison takes the checkered flag and wins. Who comes home in second place, though? We wait to see. We wait to see. It's going to be a photo finish. Who got it? Who got it at the line? It was Kieran Sembianti by 3 thousandths of a second. We are talking millimeters out there. Millimeters that Kieran Sembianti has just snatched the second step of the podium away from Owen Mellor. Talk about leaving it late. What a fight, what a battle between Sembianti and Mellor. Fantastic riding from both of them, and great respect shown between the pair as well, as Aaron Dakin does indeed finish in 4th and take the Premier Sport Cup victory. It is Nathan Harrison that wins, unsurprisingly, here on the Honda. But Kieran Sembianti and Owen Mellor separated at the line in a 3 thousandths of a second photo finish. Aaron Dakin is 4th with the Premier Sport Cup win. Dylan Mellor, Owen's brother, down in P5. Then it's Simon Aldridge, Stephen Thomas, James Metzeler, Aaron Cook, Harley Rushton, P10 is 2nd in the Premier Sport Cup. 11th is 3rd in the Premier Sport Cup. That's Jake Corty. 12th is 4th in the Premier Sport Cup. That's Finn Page. Our final finisher in 13th place was Max Wilson. We unfortunately lost Stuart Parker and Stephen Muller, both to mechanical-related issues. Oh, talk about a hard-in-your-mouth moment there at the end in that fight for second place. Kieran Sembianti, that is certainly one of the closest finishes I've ever seen. Down to Lewis Rae, though, to catch the words of our riders.
Down here now, post-race, and we'll go speak first of all to our race winner. Of course, Nathan Harrison, 3 out of 3 for you this weekend. Has this been what you've expected going into it on the 600?
Yeah, like you said, I just wanted to come and have some fun in the sun and get some more bike miles. And it's been great, and the bike didn't miss a beat. So it was great fun out there. And big thanks to all the No Limits team and all the marshals around the course for a great weekend.
Yeah, unsung heroes. And bike's going well, you're going well. Well done, and best luck for the Summer 100.
Cheers, thank you very much.
And we'll head back around quickly because the CBs are just beginning to load up. Now then, Kieran, great ride for yourself, an awesome battle between yourself and Owen.
Yeah, that was unreal. That was probably the best battle I've ever had on this, so really happy with that. And to come away with second, I didn't think I'd get it with that battle, so yeah, really happy. Thank you.
Massive congrats, well done.
Thank you very much.
And I think we have a little bit of time here, so I'm going to chance my luck and head to Owen Mellor. Owen, great battle, as we were saying there, between yourself and Kieran. How is it from your side coming out P3?
Honestly, I'm not even bothered at this point. I've had such a bad weekend, and this race just made up for all of it. I'm so happy with that. Fast times, and I finally got a decent result.
Fast time, you look confident out there, and some pretty inventive moves, I think it was fair to say.
Definitely, yeah.
Well done.
Thank you.
And, well, we'll head finally now down here to Aaron Dakin, who's patiently waiting as always. Aaron, a good weekend for yourself. Winning class, of course, most importantly, but you weren't quite able to latch on to the podium fight in the latter stages there.
No, I kind of was struggling at the end. I had a issue with my shifter from third to second. It kept jumping. So every time I was going into Druids, I was missing my apexes. So I still matched my lap time from earlier and I still won. So to be in the top 5 overall was good, but hopefully we can push on next round.
Nonetheless, a positive weekend. Well done yet again.
Yeah, and I'd just like to say thanks to ISL Workwear, my title sponsor. They've been supporting me all year, so thanks to them.
There we go then, both for class winners and the top 3 overall. Ross, back up to you in the commentary box, because the next race is already on track.
Haven't quite started yet, Lewis, but yes, the riders are making their way out to the circuit, onto the grid, and getting ready for their sighting lap. It is, of course, the Dunlop NL 500s, your CV 500 action for the penultimate race of the day. It has been pretty exciting. All 3 classes have been mixing and matching across the weekend. Race number 2, though, Max Bartel winning by over 14 seconds from his brother George. Carl Freeth holding on to that 3rd place, though, with a mighty fine ride. And, of course, taking the senior victory as well. They do start 1, 2 and 3 on the grid. And then 4th place as well was our leading freshman rider, who also starts... no, he doesn't start in P4, actually. He starts a little bit further back, I think. But Paul Beard with a great ride up into 4th place overall. And, of course, taking the freshman victory as well. So very well deserved. Kudos to him and all of that. Looks like Tim Patterson starting in P4 there behind George Bartel. We are ready for our sighting lap, a 9-lap race as they have all been so far here today. Let's run you through the grid. Coming into the final race of the weekend for our Honda riders. Max Bartel, George Bartel and Simon Aldridge apparently starting on the front row. I thought it was going to be Carl Freeth. Well, I certainly thought I saw Carl Freeth, but... we'll say it's Simon Aldridge for the time being anyway. Tim Patterson does start 4th, though, with John Hunt and Felix Hunt alongside. Row 3, Liam Sullivan, Paul Beard and Ian Keeble. And then Jack C. Mann is in P10. Carl Freeth apparently in P11. I must just be mixing the numbers up with Ryan at Brinkat in P12. Gary Wilson is 13th on the double 7 alongside Danny Dawson and Casey Griffiths. Then it's the 47 of Max Clofton with Adam Rostron and Leo Wilson alongside row 7. Roy Wilson, Phil Stimman and Alexander Solis. Steve Clowes in 22nd, then Duncan Appleby and Lucy Smart in 24th place. Then it's apparently Adam Rostron as well, starting in 25th. Not sure how that works, but okay. Then 26th and then 27th. Carl Bayliss and Dave Collins. I think there may have been a little bit of an admin error somewhere on the grid sheet. That's come through from TSL, unfortunately. Of course, a big thank you to our time partner, TSL. 99 times out of 100, absolutely performance. This seems to be that one time something's been included, somewhere wrong on the grid sheet. But of course, you can follow along our final 2 races of the day here at Brandfixx. Be you at home watching us on NLR TV or here alongside with us trackside. Head over to TSL live timing, go to the 90-minute section, click the live timing button. It is as simple as that. We do hope you have enjoyed your day, though, either with us or watching along with us on our TV. As I said, 2 races left to run in this one, Lewis Rae. First up, your Hondas. Max Bartel, pretty dominant in race number 1. You'd expect something similar today, but if George can get the jump on him, coming down into turn number 1, could be a different story. Carl Freeth as well. He's been getting quicker and quicker. He wants to try and get up into 2nd place overall.
Yeah, I mean, George is a super quick starter. We know that. But race 2, maybe not what we expected. We knew Max was quick, but 10 seconds ahead of his brother quick, we didn't quite know. So this time around, it's going to be back to level playing field, of course, starting all on the front row. Simon Aldridge actually joining them for company. And you have to go all the way back down the grid to P11 for Carl Freeth. So Carl Freeth, he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to get on the overall podium. But of course, class win, class podium, definitely on the cards. Now though, the green flag does wave at the back, meaning we're nearly ready to get going. Max Bartel just putting the bike into gear where the revs then will rise as the red lights come on now. And then we are racing. It's a great start from Simon Aldridge. George Bartel, not the start he would have hoped for at all. He has a chance being swallowed up by the pack here. And the 111 launches a move down the inside. Thinks better of it, though. It's going to be Max Bartel who comes out on top. George Bartel lucky to only lose 1 position
in all of that. Everyone through turn 1, nice and clean so far, but this is where it bunches up. This is Druids, of course, turn 2, and we'll leave the lap for this one. It was scheduled to be 11 laps at the start of the weekend. Slight change schedule for X races put in on Sunday, but we don't mind because it just means riders have to go even more furious, even more moves made on the opening couple laps because it matters so much more. The top 3 breaking the way already. Super impressive stuff from them. 28, a little bit behind in P4. That's, of course, being John Hunt. Nonetheless, though, down the back straight. CB500s tucking into Slipstream, tucking in your elbows, tucking in absolutely anything you can think of because obviously there's no front fairing on these machines. Down towards Hawthorns, any moves made between top 3? Not quite yet.
Simon Aldridge, of course, jumping straight on the Honda from the last race in the Pirelli Series Supersport Trophy. And most of this weekend, he's simply been preferring the 600 over the Honda and been struggling a little bit for performance in the Dunlop NL 500s. This time, though, straight up to second and very much keeping George Bartle at bay. And at the moment, anyway, very much keeping in the tracks of Max Bartle up in front, although Max is starting to push ahead and George is starting to look for opportunities to see if he can try and work his way around and up into second. We'll wait and see, coming towards Clearways and Clark Curve though, and bringing ourselves towards the end of lap number 1. And it will be Max Bartle that leads the way. It looks like George Bartle tried to launch a move to the outside of Aldridge, didn't quite get it, does get the run, does get the toes, he tucks himself in and then some on the way into Paddock Hill Bend, should get it done, does get it done. Nice move there from George Bartle. The 21 is back up into second place after a bit of a messy start. Let's see if he can hunt down his brother now, or maybe Simon Aldridge will respond on the brakes. No, not quite, a little bit too far back up into Druids, but it shows, even though he's lost the position, still feeling confident in the racing.
Yeah, I still feel like he wants to make a move. Free wide on the exit of Druids there, further down the order. Carl Freeth right at the back of this group, and he looks like he had no clue where he actually wanted to go. Gary Wilson also involved in this scrap. A couple riders out on the green as well. Really getting dicey in the middle of this field, and that is the scary thing about starting P11 on the grid. Suddenly you're in the mid-pack. It's very dangerous out there, especially the opening couple of laps. There's plenty of riders trying different lines in their own race, racing for class positions, or just racing in multi-class positions as well. So plenty of riders get stuck into, plenty of different abilities as well out there in circuit. So Carl Freeth, he needs to be careful in these opening couple of laps.
Does indeed, but we'll wait to see how the race is going to unfold. We know he's got the pace certainly to be fighting up at the front. Just slowly, calmly work his way through, he should be okay. Just needs to avoid any rash moves by any of the other riders out there on the circuit here on lap number 2 of 9. Max Bartle, George Bartle, Simon Aldridge, your top 3. It is Hunt that leads the way in at the seniors. Carl Freeth and P9 is second, goes out to 7. He's second though. Wilson, 77 in P10. He's P3 in Christian Category. Paul Beard, unsurprisingly, leads the way from Hearn and Tim Patterson. 8th and 9th are second and third in that one. That's how the top 3 are in all 3 of our classes at the moment. We'd like to see if that's going to change. We move on to lap number 3. Max Bartle's advantage now up to 2.5 seconds. Simon Aldridge, though, still very much keeping pace with George Bartle for second place.
Yeah, doing a good job so far, just latching onto the back of the 21 for the time being. Carl Freeth, meanwhile, looking up the inside here on the way to Druid. Looking up the inside of the 178 of Paul Beard. Thinking better over though, and actually losing out maybe 1, maybe 2 positions, attempting an overtake, and that is the issue. It's either overtake or be overtaked. I mean, there's no in between. It's either you lose the position or gain the position, and even if you're trying to gain the position, suddenly you've lost 2 or 3 in one corner. Nonetheless, though, heading up Surtees yet again. Simon Aldridge, he is keeping Bartle on this here. George Bartle, that is, of course, because Max is already a 2.5 second advantage. I don't know if he's going to be able to stretch it to 10 seconds here, but yeah, certainly an impressive start.
He did in race 2, so you never know. He could try, or maybe wants to sit back and just enjoy the ride. As there we see move being made. Paul Beard gets through. Hunt's only 28, so up into 5th place now. And give himself a bit of buffer from his other freshman riders, and Hearn and Patterson just behind. Nice stuff then from the 178 rider who has had such an impressive weekend here at Brands Hatch. He's been riding superbly. Some of the guys trying to go side by side through Dingledale once again. Hardly a surprise in the Hondas. That's what they enjoy doing, I guess. Hunt's actually dropped a couple of places. In fact, his senior race leader is actually now in the clutches potentially of Carl Freak, and again started well out of position. 28. He's just dropped behind all of the freshman riders, and suddenly Carl Freak could be looking at yet another senior race win here. A little bit of luck in his side potentially, but that's how you need to win races sometimes. You can't do good in sports without a bit of luck shining down upon you.
Yeah, you need a little bit of luck no matter how good you are in this sport sometimes. John Hunt as well in the senior category, currently leading in class. He's dropped quite a few positions last time around, all the way down to P8. Luckily for him, still ahead of Carl Freak, but nonetheless, 2 positions lost in the last circuit. Not looking over for at all, and well, Carl Freak is hot on his tail, to say the very least, glued to the back of that CB 500. Obviously, this being the penultimate race of the entire weekend here at No Limits. This has, of course, been the 4th round of 2026. An incredible calendar, an incredible season, as we see Simon Aldridge going a little bit wide there over at Surtees. Not what he'd be hoping for at all, losing a little bit of ground as well, as Lucy Smart enters pit lane, and that is her weekend over.
Real shame for Lucy Smart. It's been not a great weekend for her, unfortunately. But again, still, she has recovered from the thumb injury she sustained at Stetson, but still it takes time building back that confidence, especially when you are a novice rider with an orange bib. But she's still out there, still giving it her best. She might rejoin the race potentially. We'll wait to see if it is a bike who was able to fix and produce the mechanics down a bit there. Just having a look to see if they can work out what is going wrong. Yeah, real shame for her. Hopefully, moving forward, coming back to Cowboy Park, it's a start to be a step back into the right direction for Lucy. Back to the action out on track mode. You can see that being under pressure still from her, the 969, desperate to try and get himself a freshman class victory towards the end of this one. Max Bartle has completely checked out. He's got a huge advantage now, as we're still waiting for George Bartle to cross the line, which he will do so around about now, with gap already up to 7.5 seconds. Simon Aldridge still very much with George Bartle though, so that battle for second place still raging on. Then the 261 of Sylvain just behind, holding on to that 4th place. And then that battle, well, we've got 2 battles really going on. But, we've got to get battles for both race leads in the freshman and the senior classes. Paul Beard is holding off Hurd, and then John Hunt holding off Carl Freak, P5, 6, and 7, 8 respectively.
Second half of the race so far, and well, no surprise, but Max Bartle has just set the fastest lap of the race. An impressive time from him, a 1:45.4 yet again, taking it down for himself. And well, meanwhile, his brother George setting him around the 1:47 bracket. So 2 seconds slower for him, a 7.4 second gap between the two of them, and still 4 laps remaining. I think, Ross, it might be a 10-second win, if not more, at this rate. I'll eat my words with this one for sure, because what an impressive middle part of the race Max Bartle is having right now. Fastest lap after fastest lap. He's just riding with supreme confidence at the moment, and I think it's safe to say, heading forwards into the second half of the season, especially as well, when his championship rival is not here this weekend. Max Bartle will be looking at going back-to-back titles. So you certainly think he's a favourite going forward anyway. Still a little way off. Again, it is only the halfway mark of the year for the sprint riders this one, but we'll wait to see what's going to happen going forward. He is riding so well at the moment, though. It's Max Bartle going to be certainly searching for another title. 2026, lap 6 now of 9. Does the number 1 rider make it? There we see George Bartle just ahead of Simon Aldridge, just ahead of Sylvain actually. That gap has closed up between Aldridge and Sylvain. So could potentially be seeing a 3-way fight for the final podium places within the overall and indeed the elite category. Paul Beard is still holding off her, and Carl Freak has got past Hunt for the race lead in the senior category. So a bit of a shake up there. But Freak has had to work for that one at least. It's not been smooth sailing as it has been in races 1 and 2 earlier in the weekend for the 72 rider. Yeah, not been smooth sailing for him for the time being anyway. I mean, there's still a chance to recover a result from this weekend, of course, but Gary Wilson at the moment, P10 for himself out on circuit. To watch this fight for what's going to be second position out on circuit. There's not been too many moves between them over the last couple of laps, but still time to be made really at the moment. Nice to Simon Aldridge. As I say that, looking up the inside, that is finally a move made between the two of them. Can he make it stick? Because George Bartle rides all the way around the outside of him. I mean,
simply sensational from the 21. A great job at defending so far. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure Max is simply bragging at the end of the day, although he is a very cool, calm and collected character in partner with his crew. You wouldn't think he's just won a race by 10 seconds, but nonetheless, I think George will have completely forgotten about sibling rivalry that we have going on between the two of them, and right now to be thinking about the likes of Aldrin and Sylvain behind him.
Sylvain was looking like he was going to be trying to get through Simon Aldridge. He's made a mistake somewhere, hasn't he? So he's dropped off big time coming through Dingledale and Sheens. So problems there for the 261. He has got a couple of laps to try and get back onto the tail end of this battle if he possibly can. So, but yeah, he's dropped about 10, 15 bike lengths back from the triple one. Meanwhile behind, everyone's tripping over each other a little bit further back. You'll see them coming up to Paddock Hill in just a short moment's time. Paul Beard from Hearn, from Freed from Hunt, those guys are separated by around about half a tenth of a second, and then Patterson just behind as well, and then Wilson as well. It's all very close in the battles for the race leads within the seniors and the freshmen as well. So we'll keep our eyes firmly peeled on P5, 6, 7 and on P8. Up the front though, it is still George Bartle that holds on. A little look to the inside from Simon Aldridge. Couldn't get it done on this occasion. Maybe this time they'll reverse the roles. He'll try and get a run down into Hawthorne.
Personal best last time around from George Bartle and Simon Aldridge. A great last lap for them. Not quite matching the pace of Max Bartle just yet. Now, this is where Aldridge made the move last time around. Didn't get stuck, but he definitely showed a front wheel. Not on this occasion, though, as we head closer and closer to lap 8 of 9, the penultimate lap, the penultimate tour. I mean, we're not too far away from being able to get going. I mean, seriously impressive stuff so far from them. Let's not forget as well, more races going on in this one. The freshman category, Paul Beard continues to lead in class. Heron in second, and third, you have to go all the way down to P9 for Patterson. Freeth continues to lead the senior category as well. As we look at this big gaggle of riders, there is Carl Freeth, your leader of the senior class. Doing a good job so far. He's still wearing those T. Nelson reminiscent levers of his Tag Honda days. So he's a spot on the circuit for sure. As George Bartle heads towards start finish straight yet again. And, well, what a great ride we've had so far from him. Simon Aldridge, he's not going to give up on this one, but it seems George Bartle has every single defensive skill in his locker.
Yeah, George Bartle really showing us his worth and showing that, just like his brother, although maybe not at the same ability right now, certainly could be in the future. Aldridge looks to the inside, but Bartle sweeps it round. Full commitment from the 21, and Sylvain back in this conversation for the podium places as well. So this one could get a bit tasty over the last 2 laps here at Brandfixx in the Dunlop No Limits 500 Championships. Aldridge this time does not look for a move at the inside at 30. So he is definitely trying to set something up into Hawthorne's using that toe this time. We'll wait to see them emerge at Pilgrim's Drop and see who is going to be where. In fact, Aldridge looks like he's trying to go the long way around. No, he's going to the inside and is already drawn alongside and will surely get it. No, once again, George Bartle sweeping around the outside. He is not taking no for an answer, is he?
Not taking no for an answer for sure. I mean, so impressive. Let's not forget, George Bartle was racing in the newcomer, what is now the freshman class, literally last year, and now already he's fighting away at the front in the elite category. So impressive how quick his riders came on. I'm sure Max has given him some pointers, some tips on how to race an NL 500 machine, how to race a CB 500. As the 261 looks up the inside, Sylvain thinks better of it, and Simon Aldridge slams the door in his face. This is going to be a freeway fight in this final lap.
It certainly will be. It's going to be tight though. Max Bartle once again, he's just started his final lap now. He's basically got this one all wrapped up. He's got a huge advantage over his brother, over Simon Aldridge, over Sylvain just behind. Sylvain dropping back a little bit once again on this lap. Is there anything into Paddock Hill for Simon Aldridge? He's certainly going to think about it and try, but George Bartle once again sweeping it around the outside. Oh, what a ride, what a race that boy is having. But it's not done yet. Aldridge looking to the outside this time, but he might get sat up. That could invite Sylvain into the conversation, and that has cost Aldridge time. That is crucial breathing room. Gets a bit of pressure off the back of the 21.
Puts a little bit of pressure on him on this final lap. I mean, George Bartle, he's soaked up the pressure this entire race. I don't think he understands what the word pressure actually means with how confident he's looking on board that bike. I mean, P2 still for the moment. The gap between himself and his leader brother is 12.5 seconds for the time being. So it does look like it's going to be more than 5 seconds of an advantage between himself and Max Bartel at the end of this race. Nonetheless, though, this battle for second is going to go all the way to the checker flag up the inside. Sylvain thinks better of it, though. So he slots back in behind. Now, we do have a rider down. So a big shame for them, of course. Final lap of racing, not what you want at all. Looks to be number 28 that's ran into some issues. So hopefully they can get that sorted for the next round. And the red flag has came out. So red flag out, that is going to be a stop to the race, and with it being the final lap of action, you would suggest that would be declared a result. So that'll be all she wrote for the NL 500s. And well, Max Bartel is awkwardly just missed the area that you'd want. He's not too far away from the flag, but that crash there just on the approach to Surtees. So the rider picking it up there. So now we'll wait to see who is where in the finishing order. Obviously, Max Bartel, definitely your race winner, I think it's fair to say, after such an impressive ride. And now we're going to have to wait for the number one to make his way back into the holding area. He might have some difficulty unless they've been kind enough just to slip through the garage. So the 178 it was. That was our follower that brought out the red flag. And that was indeed Paul Beard. I was looking at Paul Beard thinking he came through the second point, but a big shame for him. It ends what's been a fantastic weekend as well for Paul Beard, both racing in the 600s and on the NL 500 class as well. But nonetheless, hopefully all is okay with them. You can see though, the holding area, soon Ross should be down there. We'll have a quick chat with our race winner, hopefully, if Max Bartel's managed to actually make it back to the holding area here at Brands Hatch. Impressive ride from Max Bartel. Obviously, results being provisional for the time being. But nonetheless, Max Bartel, provisional victor over George Bartel. Simon Aldridge, P3. Sylvain, P4. Paul Beard, who will not be classified, you wouldn't imagine, after crashing when the red flag was shown, but of course we'll wait for confirmation on that. Heron Freeth, Patterson, Wilson, and Brink Casserole behind. Carl Freeth, most importantly, will be your senior winner, you would imagine. Freshman still up for debate, of course. You can see the rest of the order as well. Keeble is finishing P11. Dawson finishing inside the top 15 overall, so a good ride for himself. John Hunt's rounding out the top 20, obviously. All provisional results for the time being. TSL will eventually release official results. You see some non-finishers as well here. Sterman, Wilson, and of course Lucy Smart, who we've seen retire to the pit lane. But nonetheless, that was the final NL 500 race of the weekend. An incredible race, an incredible ride once more from Max Bartel. The number one was once again P1, but it shouldn't be too long for this recovery to take place. I'm sure there's a couple of bikes being collected anyway around the circuit, so we could be waiting just a few more minutes before we have the next race and the final race of the weekend on to the grid. Nonetheless, though, what a weekend we've had at Brands Hatch. A slightly cooler day, I think it's fair to say. A little bit of wind that came out today, but it's made things more comfortable for us up here in the commentary box and down in Park Ferme, which I'm sure Ross will be at in a few moments. Nonetheless, it's been a great weekend of action. 23 races, 22 completed, still one to go. Air temp sitting at around 24 degrees for the time being, but we're not too long before we can hear from our race winner. Obviously, Max Bartel was P1 in the final race of the weekend, and he is 12 and a bit seconds ahead. But nonetheless, let's head down to Park Ferme, where Ross is with our winner.
Well, unfortunate end to that one there. Hopefully everyone is all okay. But while we're down here and just waiting for the delay, we may as well speak to a couple of our riders. We'll, of course, start off with Max Bartel, who, once again, putting in a dominant ride at the end of that one. Max, similar to race 2 earlier on today, just hit the front, started running away with it, and went from there.
Yeah, to be honest, I ain't got much to say, but yeah, like I keep saying, one good lap, I can get away from these lots, so yeah.
No, it's fair enough. Again, we do speak to you quite a lot, so you've probably run out of things to say to us. But still, looking forward. Cadwell Park in a month's time. You're putting yourself in a really good position going forward to that one. You're looking forward to it?
Yeah, I am looking forward to it. I don't mind Cadwell. It is a tough track, so we'll see how we go.
Awesome stuff. Well, once again, congratulations, Max, on an awesome weekend.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We may as well speak to his brother George, who's up here, and we'll speak to Simon as well after a great battle between the pair of them. George, a really, really solid weekend from yourself. Some great riding, a great battle out there with Simon as well today. Must be pretty happy.
Yeah, really happy with this weekend. P2 on the grid for every race and second in every race, so I don't think it can get much better. Well, it could. I could have won and I could have been on pole, but no, there's no way I'm beating him.
Well, you know, still, given, you know, the fact of your lack of experience in comparison, the fact you're doing this well and, you know, especially compared to the start of the season, you're starting from second every race, you're finishing second every race, that's not bad at all. So going forward over the rest of the season, the only way is up, mate.
Yeah, hopefully, just keep as we are, keep chipping away as per usual, and see how it goes.
Awesome stuff. You looking forward to Cadwell as well, or are you a little bit worried maybe?
Yeah, really looking forward to Cadwell. It's my local track, I'm only 45 minutes, so yeah, really looking forward to it.
Oh, so it's going to be you two running up the front again, by any chance, is it?
Well, probably him winning up, but probably not me.
We'll wait to see. George, great job this weekend. Thanks a lot, mate.
Perfect. I'd like to say a big thank you to QML as well for the support this year. Really appreciate it.
Awesome stuff. Thanks a lot, George. We may as well slide through to speak to the 111 Simon Aldridge, who must be absolutely knackered, having just done 2 races back-to-back and done it the whole weekend as well.
Yes, it's hard work. I'm hoping they're going to change the timetable a little bit and give us a break. At least the race between will be nice.
Well, I'm not the person to take that up with, unfortunately. But still, awesome race number 3 for you, that one there. Really fighting with George the whole way through. We were trying to get through him a couple of times. He was defending well, but it must have been a lot of fun in the battle.
It was a great battle, yeah. He's really good. Off the back straight, I thought I'd levelled him a couple of times. I thought I got it done, and fair play to him. Right the outside, and yeah. It was sort of following him, but it brought me along. So getting me out of trouble from behind as well, I think. So, yeah, I'm glad of it. Good result.
Awesome stuff, and again, puts you in good stead for Cadwell as well, for both classes as well. You've been riding really well, again, jumping from a 600 onto the 500. It's a bit of a step, but you've handled it really well.
Yeah, it's definitely a different animal to try and jump onto after doing a 600 race, but yeah, we're getting the hang of it now. So, yeah, it's going in the right direction. It's all good.
Awesome stuff. Well, Simon, thanks for talking to us. Great performance all across the weekend. Well done.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Well, that was our top 3 overall, and of course in the elite class as well at the end of that one. We'll jump back up to you in the commentary box, Lewis, because hopefully we're making some progress and not too far away from our final race of the day.
Thanks for that, Ross. Always wanted to hear from our race winners. Well, we're not going too far away, I don't think, until we get to the next race underway. The bike's just making their way from the outer paddock now. We're heading to the holding area in a moment's time. It's been a long weekend for the marshals, for the officials, for everyone, especially with the heat. But nonetheless, we've enjoyed every single second of it. Finally, the best, I would say, probably left till last. It's going to be the Pirelli Super Series Power Cup and as well the Dark Motorsport Power Trophy. But of course, we'll get into that in a few moments' time. We'll begin our build-up in a few moments once we have some bikes on the circuit. Because they've obviously had 2 races so far this weekend. And after this one, we're going to have a short little break before Anglesey. It's basically enough time just to breathe, just to mentally reset, and then suddenly the paddock reconvenes in Wales. Well, I say the paddock, partially the paddock, and that is because it's going to be the endurance-only round, and that will be taking place on the 10th and 11th of July over in the north of Wales. Nonetheless, make sure you join us for that. 12 hours of non-stop motorcycle action takes place there. It's one that you certainly do not want to miss. And if you're not joining us for that round, if you're just a sprint rider, you don't fancy being on a bike for multiple hours on it, well, make sure you join us on NLR TV, where we'll be broadcasting the entire race live and free on social media on multiple platforms and multiple channels as well. NLR TV. Now though, we head out onto circuit. We're getting ready for a busy final race. The Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy and the Dark Motorsport Premier Power Cup is now on track. 32 riders or so should be taking the start to this one, with it being the last race of the day and with there being
quite a few HC riders. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few riders that have already headed home. Honestly, a busy weekend for them. Some riders and some of the teams, I imagine, it's quite a long drive to Brands Hatch, and they want to get back at a decent hour for Monday morning. Ash Barnes, no sight of him, so maybe Ash Barnes has been one of the riders that packed up and headed home. Certainly though, Tom Ward is there, and well, he's got Sam Cox for company, and no better company than Sam Cox, obviously the Pirelli winner last time out. Daniel Stamper as well, he'll be starting P4. Jack Benrick and Tommy Fielding for company on row 2. You can just see the bright yellow helmet of Daniel Stamper behind Tom Ward there. So Tom Ward, number 21, World Championship endurance experience, plenty of British Championship experience as well. A rider's not known for throwing it down the road, making them perfect for this sort of trip. So Ash Barnes, a no-show for this one. He should be starting the ball now. It's going to be Tom Ward, who's effectively inherited it. So he starts P2, effectively P1. Sam Cox, though, joins him for company on row 1. Daniel Stamper, Jack Benrick, and Tommy Fielding take up row 2, while Tom Norton, Lucas Jens, and Nathan Harrison start P3. Tom Winfield rounds out the top 10. Time rounds out the top 11. Stephen Duncan starts with P12, while Jones, Boyce, and Turco round out the top 15 in row 5. Scott Stone, Burbage, and Shea Stewart round out row 6, while Paul Charman and Simon Preston round out row 20. P21, that goes away of James Crow, while David Williams doesn't look like he's going to be taking the start. Maybe he will, we'll have to wait and find out. But I did see him packing some things away in his lorry. If he does take time, he's starting to alongside Andy and Brendan Penty, of course, ran into some issues earlier on. And all things being well, we should have roughly 30 bikes or so to take at the start of this Brendan Penty retiring from race 2. He'll be looking for redemption after winning race 1 in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup class. But nonetheless, Ross McIntyre and Lewis Rae bring you through the final race of today. Well, Ross, I think there's no better way to end our Brands Hatch weekend, to end our round 4 weekend, than with the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy class. No, there absolutely is not. It is, of course, our Premier classes here. It's Superbike racing at its best, isn't it? And it should be a fun one, this one as well. Ash Barnes from pole. It's been 2 wins out of 2 today. Of course, all 3 races for these guys today due to delays on Saturday. Going to Tom Ward. Can Ash Barnes upset that apple cart? 1 race left to go here in Kent at the historic Brands Hatch circuit, celebrating 100 years of motorsport. And what a way to end it here with the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy and the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. And it looks like Ash Barnes isn't actually there. So it'll be Tom Ward going from pole position once again then. Second on the grid alongside Sam Cox on the 23. So a real shame that Ash Barnes unable to take part in this one, but we are ready for the final time this weekend. It'll be red lights on and we are going racing. Great launch there from the 91 of Jack Benrick. He absolutely rocketed away but held up big time as he almost ran into the back of other riders. And it's going to be a clean run down into turn 1 for Tom Ward. He gets the whole shot and will try to break away on the run up to Paddock, or Druids, should I say, as the rest of the riders all just trying to figure out their spot on the racetrack. But look at that, what a start it was for the number 21. Is that Tommy Fielding up to second place? I believe it was. So good start there from the championship leader in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy. And he'll continue to push onwards. Of course, got to remember, a lot of riders in this race are non-classified. So Tommy Fielding likely leading the way in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy. This weekend is the first race weekend he has not won a race yet. In fact, coming into this weekend, he won every race so far this season. Maybe it's time for him to get back on top after, by his standards, it's been an off weekend.
Yeah, Tommy Fielding, he's going to want to take victory this time around. A great position that he's in on track, and obviously no surprise here in the result sheet. But having the ability to latch on to Tom Ward in these early stages could be key for him to take victory this time around. Tom Norton as well and truly got himself up the order. P3 overall, ahead of Sam Cox too. So now we'll be the final race of the weekend. The likes of Tom Ward is not going to want to throw it down the road. He's here for fun this weekend. Is he going to go 100%? You would hope so.
but nonetheless, Tommy Fielding hopefully can learn something either way. Jack Benderich goes side by side with Sam Cox. Jack Benderich a little bit further back than expected, but that's because at the start, I mean, I have no clue how there was no contact there. 3 riders bunched up into one, Jack Benderich in the middle of them, and having to go off the throttle ever so slightly to avoid contact. And then over at Graham Hill Ben getting tight as well. I mean, he's done well to even make it out that first lap running. Never mind inside the top 10 and the top 5 there or thereabouts. Sam Cox as well, let's not keep in mind, he was our Pirelli winner last time out, but now he's all the way down in P6. A bad start for him in his case, and a little bit of work to do.
Certainly is. Tom Norton got a great start on the Aprilia, though. He is up into 2nd place in the Pirelli class and 3rd overall. Tommy Fielding putting pressure onto Ward for the overall race lead again. 556 is leading in the Super Series Power Trophy. In the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup, and Steve Duncan, the 78 in 10th place in leads. Ralph Paterco, the 45 in P12 is 2nd. Jamie Boyce, the 144 in P14, currently holds on to P3. But he's got Petty, Burbage, Crow all pretty close to him at the moment, so he could be under a lot of pressure as it currently stands. Shortly heading on to lap number 3 as Ward leads them through Clark Curve and through on to the main straight. There we do see Tom Norton 3rd on the road, 2nd in class, under huge pressure from Dan Stamper, and Stamper is going to get right alongside him onto the run into Paddock Hill Ben, following through as well is the 23 of Cox. Couldn't quite get it done, but Cox will go in front of Luca Jennings, I believe that was, and now Cox trying to get more moves on Tom Norton, can't quite find it. Luca Jennings probably scratching his head and wondering where on earth did he come from. He got a great run down into Paddock Hill.
A great run and a great good fight this one. I mean, a lot of riders bunching together now. 5 rider group. Nathan Harrison, the 6th, if he was able to latch onto it. I mean, the way these front 5 are fighting, I'm sure Nathan Harrison's going to be able to get himself into the mix very, very quickly, because they are trading blows, they are trading paint, they are banging elbows out there. It's exactly what we want to see, but it was a good move by Sam Cox over by turn 1. And it's a great ride still from Tommy Fielding. I mean, Tommy Fielding, he's still latched onto the back of Tom Ward here out on circuit. If you compare the lap times last time around, the 128.1 in the last race from Tom Ward, while 8 tips slower was Tommy Fielding. Now Tommy Fielding setting the fastest lap of the race. This is a brilliant, brilliant ride.
Yeah, Fielding is absolutely flying at the moment and wants the overall win again. Had a 9-race win streak coming into here at Brandfixx, and it's not been bad at all. It's been podiums, it's been solid finishes, but it's not been the wins we've always come to expect from the 556 rider, and he wants to get back onto the top step of that podium. He wants to return to winning ways, but what a response that is from Tom Ward as he then sets the fastest lap. A 128.355 goes half a tenth quicker to re-extend the gap as Fielding goes a couple tenths slower on that tour as well. Cox still not quite close enough to Stamper to make a move. Luca Jennings is certainly thinking about it on Tom Norton though. Jack Bednarek right there with them, of course. That will not matter for championship points though. Bednarek as one of our non-classified riders, our wildcard riders in this race, and he's also someone who was probably hoping to be a little bit further up at the front of the pack. Is another rider with an awkward start. Lap 4 of 9. We are about to reach the last half of the last race of the weekend here at Brands Hatch. Luca Jennings is still trying to, or Sam Cox should I say, looking very similar out there with the bikes, it must be said. But Sam Cox is still trying to put the pressure on Dan Stamper as rider down or having issues.
Yeah, having some issues there. And that looks like it could be Brandon Petty at the side of the circuit.
Yeah, he's dropped down.
So Brandon Petty, P21, so a big shame there for him. Obviously, one race won in the darts class, and then race 2, sadly, it was a DNF, and now a second DNF.
Real shame for Brandon Petty. He just clearly got some mechanical trouble at the moment. That does he on that BMW, so hopefully that's something he can look at and get sorted. Now this is definitely Sam Cox. Whoa, look at the rear moving all over the place on the throttle as they bomb their way down the main straight. Sam Cox is still trying to put the pressure on Dan Stamper. This is the second in class, 3rd overall. Both of them starting to pull away from Jennings behind Tom Norton. I think Jennings has just got through Tom Norton. In fact, Jack Bednarek just alongside with them. Tommy Fielding still just about 8 tenths of a second away from Tom Ward up the front of the pack. Stamper though sitting pretty in second place at the moment, And doing a good job there is 21, that is your race leader in Ward Fielding going through. That is coming through there. That is Jack Benderick, number 91, who's got through, it would seem, on somebody. Just trying to figure out, is that Tom Norton he's got past? It may well have been. Oh, it's Tom Norton's, no, I'm getting confused. Yes, it is. So it is Tom Norton who's got through. So problems then for the 70 Aprilia on this lap.
Yeah, Tom Norton struggling away, of course. Final race of the weekend for him. It was a great start initially from Tom Norton, but maybe not quite got the pace. And talking about the pace in this race, it's Tommy Fielding that is well and truly dropped into the hands of Dan Stamper. I mean, what has happened here? 8/10 of a second to get between Ward and Fielding last time around. Much more this time.
2.5 seconds off in sector 2, he's made a mistake.
Yeah, and the fastest lap of the race also got the way of Cox last time around, who now makes the move on Dan Stamper. So Dan Stamper pushed back yet another position, and Fielding, if he wants any hope of even holding on to second position, he's going to need to have the ride of his life here, because the rider who's just set the fastest lap of the race is right in his tail.
And of course, that is the class lead in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy as well, our premier category here at No Limits Racing. And Tommy Fielding, again, even though the results have been very, very solid, an off weekend for him. He came in having won every single race this season. He's now gone 2 races winless, should I say, was desperate to get one in the third, return to form. But now, with a mistake on the previous tour, Cox and Stamper maybe trying to upset the apple cart and have Tommy Fielding maybe start to have a bit of doubt creep in as we've reached the halfway mark of the Sprint Riders seasons. Of course, there are 9 rounds across the 2026 No Limits Racing season. One of the next one, and we'll see the 12-hour, that's endurance only. And then as well, there's a little look there from Luca Jennings, or Dan Stamper, Brendan from Luca Jennings even. And after that, Cowboy Park is Sprint Riders, so technically 2 8-round seasons available, as that is Petty we saw there at the side of the racetrack. So he's come to a stop down in Dingwall. We saw that a little while ago. Mechanical issues for him. Shame. That's going on to lap 7 very, very shortly though. Ward has still got a very comfortable lead. Behind though, the likes of Fielding, Cox, Stamper still very close, and then behind them, Jennings and Benderick right there as well.
Credit where credit's due, though. I mean, a good place to get the bike stopped on the inside of the circuit, out of harm's way, and no need really to get that recovered until the day of racing is completed. Because of course, this is the final race of the day. As we continue to look over at Stirling's for the time being. And there is Tommy Fielding, as you see actually, that is a rider down in the gravel trap. The bike there, no rider in sight for the time being. And Tom Ward, with his hand up in the air, our race leader, running into technical issues. The number 21 is dropping down the order. You would imagine he's going to pull in to the middle of the circuit here. In the space of 30 seconds, this race has been turned on its head. What a shame for Tom Ward, and what a gift for Tommy Fielding.
Unbelievable. 2 more laps. That's all that 21 bike had to manage. All that Fireblade had to do, and it's given up the ghost right at the death. And Tommy Fielding now leads overall, not just in class, but back on top of his throne. Can he change anything? Yellow flags, of course, coming through Sheens. Hopefully everyone's okay, and it stays local yellows. We'll push onwards for the time being. See down there in the paddock there is the 2 of Nathan Harrison, making his way through. He's promoted up into 7th place as a result. That's P6 in class. 2 laps to go though for Tommy Fielding, who has gone winless so far this weekend, and again an off weekend for him. He seemed a little bit off pace, but now the 5.56 is back where he potentially belongs. Dan Stamper is looking for a way through on Cox. Can't quite find it though just yet. In fact, we've got a red flag out. We do have a red flag. That's going to be that. That will be that. The red flag is flown here at Brands Hatch on a lap ahead of 9. There is no way that we are going to be restarting that one. What a shame to end the weekend with a race stoppage. And hopefully everybody is okay. I assume it's possibly due to that incident up by Sheen Curve. And of course, these results, as such, are provisional. We do not know that these are the final results. We'll wait to see what race control have to say. But the king has returned to his throne. Tommy Fielding, after 2 races on the podium, takes his 10th win of the season here at Brands Hatch. It will be Sam Cox in 2nd place, Dan Stamper finishes in P3. But again, we wait to see what's going on, because the likes of Tom Ward, who was in the process of retiring on that last tour, may well be promoted up from P8, which is where he was when the red flag was thrown. A lot of riders weren't able to get to the line. So the provisional results at the moment, it's Tommy Fielding from Sam Cox, from Dan Stampy, the top three. Jack Bednarek is fourth as a non-classified rider. Then it's Luca Jennings, Tom Norton, Nathan Harrison, Tom Ward, who again was in the process of retiring, so he may well be booted out of the standings. Stephen Duncan set to take victory in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. Liam Murta rounding out the top 10. Then it's Scott Stone, Tommy Jones, Jamie Boyce and Ralph Turco round out the Premier Power Cup podium. Then it's James Crowe, Shea Stewart, Andy Buchanan, Kieran Nicholson, Phil Abel and Tom Burbage on the Kawasaki. And then our final couple of riders, or our final one rider, in fact, of course, is Brandon Petty, who we saw retire a little while ago. Hopefully, Burbage is okay after that incident. And we'll let you know as soon as we know what is going on. But unfortunately, that is how we are going to end the weekend's racing here at Brandfixx, with a red flag, and we're hoping that everyone is A-OK. On the plus side, an hour ahead of curfew time. We have smashed through it today. Well done, team, despite the fact we did have 2 extra races as well. It has been an amazing weekend here at Brandfixx, it must be said. Of course, had a great race yesterday in our Bike Alloys Brandfixx Centenary, although it was shortened to 3 hours. The Brandfixx Centenary celebrating 100 years of Brandfixx action. But that's all we've got time for in the commentary box. Lewis Rae, let's head down to you and hear from our riders.
Down here in the winners enclosure for the time being, and we'll jump in quickly with Tommy Fielding, who right now provisional race winner, you would have to say. And well, Tommy, it's not been the weekend maybe you would have expected or wanted, but a great way to end it.
Yeah, I don't know how much the TV cameras picked up in that race. I managed to get a good start from 6th and sat behind Tom, and because he was quicker, he was able to show me some things. But about 5 laps in, maybe, there was a lot of some kind of fluid came from his bike, and I backed right off, and I think I had a bit of a gap to the guys behind me. Tom had obviously dragged me away. So I'd really slowed down and was panicking, thinking I was going to crash on someone's fluid, but then it kind of went away, and then obviously Tom had realised his bike was overheating, so then he pulled in, and then once he was off the track, then I thought, right, just relax, you know, do your thing, and good enough to, I think, win the race, so really pleased.
Yeah, 25 points for yourself, massive congratulations, and now on to the next round of the championship.
Yeah, credit to everyone who we've been racing with this weekend. The racing's been really good. It was nice to have some faster riders in to drag us all on and put the rocket up our arse a little bit. Dan's been really fast all weekend. Luca's on his way through. Tom might be a little bit off colour this weekend, but I think the championship is spicing up going into the final round. Even if I've got a points lead, everyone's getting closer together, I think.
Yeah, it's certainly spicy. Well done yet again.
Thank you to everyone watching, all my sponsors, XSI, my wife behind there, who I couldn't do it without her, so thank you very much to everybody.
Well done.
Cheers.
And, well, I see you actually, we can quickly grab in with Sam Cox, because I know you're just trying to get away from us here,
yeah,
but...
the bike's overheating,
just quickly, how was that race for you? Massive congratulations yet again, and still a great return to racing.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I was here, the last time I raced was here. I broke my leg, brake failure into Hawthorns. Mentally, it's hard to get over, so it's just great to get back to enjoy my racing. These guys are really, really quick. It's great. They pulled me along. I think I was just reeling Tommy in towards the end, and obviously the red flag came out, but I think he had a bit in the tank as well. But it was a great race, and really enjoyed racing with these boys.
Heroic ride, well done.
Cheers, dude. Appreciate it.
Right, well, let's his bike get away and for overheats anymore. Dan Stamper, next up, of course, a smile on his face anyway, and well, no wonder. It's been a good weekend for yourself, and now finish it yet again with another podium, anyway, it looks like, but not the win.
No, yeah. I'll be honest, it took me a couple of laps to get going then, and then the red flag came out, and it kind of dampened the day. But I think I went faster. I think we're going in the right direction with the bike. It's still in the second round, I rode this, so it's just, let's see what we can do at Cadwell.
Yeah, I mean, you've adapted to this Honda really well. I mean, there's no questions about that. But what's been the biggest thing you've had to change going from the R6 last year to, well, this beast, frankly?
It's riding style. I keep falling into the same trap. You try to carry the corner speed, but you just need to get the bike in and get on the throttle as soon as you can and just drive out. I fell into that trap a few times this weekend, and I just need to get it in my head not to do that.
Yeah, exactly. And well, you're fast out there in circuit. You've already took a race winning class. Now onwards, not much for the rest of your. Well done.
Cheers, mate.
And well, we'll head first of all to Jamie, who we were hoping to speak to earlier on, but a couple of technical gremlins stopped us from that. But still, race winning class yet again, and now we actually get a chance to speak to you. So well done. How was that for yourself?
It was good. I mean, I'm out of breath. I'm tired. These boys done really well beside me here. I've never been here before. I just said I wanted to get in and get out, take some points if I can. Whatever happens, happens, and just get on to the next one for me. So yeah, I'm happy with it. Well done to Steve for winning, and yeah, he done well. So yeah, fair play.
Yeah, well done.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
And yeah, we'll have a quick chat as well with Stephen Duncan over here. And well, Stephen, how was the weekend for yourself? Obviously, a lovely looking bike for yourself, and well, quite a travel down here to Brands Hatch.
Yeah, exactly. 10-hour drive on Thursday. Great weekend though. First time I've actually ridden the GP circuit. So 3 podiums. Got a great start there. Tagged on the back of Liam Murtaugh. I know he's quick around here. Yeah, got past him into Parrickhill Bend and just held on the lead. So yeah, really pleased.
Yeah, and I mean, the home round for you this year as well, going to Knockhill in August. Yeah. Are you looking forward to that one? Obviously, still a lot of work to do before then.
Yeah, I'm unfortunately going to miss Cadwell because of my work rotation, but I'll be back home for Knockhill, so yeah, looking forward to that and the local support as well.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get probably the same weather as this weekend as well. Well done.
Well, maybe not quite as hot. I hope not anyway.
Congrats. And well, actually, Ralph Woodturk here as well. Why not just jump in for a quick chat? Ending off this weekend, obviously, a lot of support for you this weekend, to put it lightly. Try not to drop the helmet, but how is that for yourself? Obviously, a great results from you and also your son Enzo.
Yeah, I mean, this is just icing the cake for us because Enzo's been doing greatly throughout the season, and I've been like just chipping away, just getting back into my pace and my rhythm and everything. And I said to my wife this week, I said, look, Brands is our local round. I have to go all in or nothing. And it paid off. I think, you know, it's just getting there. 3 podiums on the weekend is a good result for us.
Yeah, it paid off, and you were having some good battles all the way throughout the weekend. It looks like some good fun out there.
Oh, definitely. It was great. I mean, the boys are flying. I mean, the pace that they are doing here, come on. Even when I was in BSB, I wasn't doing the lap times they were doing now. 28, 29. It's unbelievable. But I'm happy. I'm just about one second off my PB around here. So, yeah, I think it was a great weekend overall. And I have all my friends, family here. They all cheering us out. So it's just lovely. Love to be in the box again.
Yeah, it was nice to see the amount of support you got this weekend as well. I mean, you can see whether it be the Luturco Racing shirts or whether it be the Brazilian shirts in general. It's lovely to see it going about the paddock, and congratulations yet again.
Thank you very much. No, it's lovely to be here. Thanks for Tracks. Thanks everyone at One Leather. So I gotta say thanks to Bumps Away and all my sponsors, everybody that's been here, my family, my wife, and my kids. Enzo, you know, he's one of my biggest supporters in racing, so I am to him. So yeah, thanks.
Yeah, without sponsors it can't happen. Well done.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Thank you guys. Thank you all.
And well, that wraps up everything. It's no bikes right now in the Holden area for the first time this entire weekend, but what there is in the Holden area now is Ross McIntyre. And well, Ross, rounded off the weekend for the time being. Everyone's in good spirits, I think it's fair to say. What an excellent weekend we've had at Brands Hatch. We've got all 23 races completed, and of course the 3-hour endurance race yesterday as well, which had to be slightly shortened, but nonetheless still an epic day of racing. And today, everything, although it was a increased schedule to what we're expecting, everything got completed.
Yeah, and we're ahead of schedule as well, which is amazing. It's been a tough weekend for everybody, to be really honest, not just the riders, but you know, us in the commentary box, the whole media team, you know, the whole No Limits crew, people on the spanners, people on the pit wall. It's been hot, it's been brutal. Yep. Everyone's tired, everyone wants to go home, but that's not to take away from what an amazing experience we've had here at Brands Hatch for round 4 of 2026. The racing has been excellent, the spirit's been high despite the weather, despite just the brutality of this weekend, and it's been a real honour. Of course, we've got 2 more rounds to look forward to next month as well, the big one coming up next. So it's all eyes forward for the rest of the summer. But yeah, what a weekend it's been. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure indeed. And well, with any hope, we might be home by 6 o'clock this evening. But yeah, nonetheless, as you're saying, a busy month coming up. The 12-hour race first up, and then an entire round of sprint racing like we had today. What are you looking forward to? I'm sure it's for completely different reasons as the Luturco family.
and friends celebrate after a very, very successful weekend for them. But with obviously Anglesey coming up and Cadwell coming up, what are you looking forward to most? Is it going to be racing until 9 p.m. in the evening, or is it going to be a blockbuster weekend of sprint racing?
I think to throw a cliche in, it's a bit of both, to be honest. Obviously, Anglesey is going to be our biggest event ever, and everyone's excited. Obviously, we'd love to speak to Mark Ney, but he's getting ready, prepping for that. It's only 2 weeks away, so he's not here, unfortunately, this weekend. But that's going to be huge, and of course, we're expecting a huge grid, 12 hours. It's the biggest event ever, and of course, if it goes well, it's probably the start of bigger and better things in the future. I think we all know what that means. But that's going to be amazing. But Cadwell, I mean, what a track that is. And again, just a weekend of action-packed, front-to-finish sprint racing. That's going to be a lot of fun. And as well, we are now at the halfway point in the championship as well. So technically 2 different round 5s to look forward to. So things could very much change. But again, we're starting to get a real championship picture. We're starting to see what we think is going to shape and what's going to happen. But again, there's 2 rounds to look forward to the next month. Yes, 1 endurance, 1 sprint, but they're 2 big rounds. Obviously, the 12 hours big. Cadwell's a big circuit, very unforgiving, very, very tricky as well. So there's going to be a lot of twists and turns ahead over July.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 9-round season overall, but as we said, 8 rounds are going to have sprints, 8 rounds are going to have endurance, 1 of them just featuring just 1 of the classes. But nonetheless, Ross, looking back on this weekend, just before we wrap up the show, what has been your standout moment of the weekend? I know there's so many moments. I know there's been some great racing as well. But if you had to pinpoint either 1 or 2 things, what's been the standout moments of Brands Hatch?
Can you give me 5 minutes to think? You've really put me on the spot here. I mean, we've had some phenomenal races. The Interservices race, for a start, was absolutely incredible today. Of course, it being UK Armed Forces Day yesterday as well, that was always going to be a bit of a special one for those guys. And not having them with us at Croft as well, it was great to have them back. They really put on a show. Dean Turner taking the first RAF win of the season.
On their special weekend as well.
On their special weekend as well. And of course, Dean Turner in general having a really solid weekend as well. That was great to see. Again, the Brandfixx Club Power Cup and the Old School 1K Trophy. What a treat that was to see the old school guys up there fighting for the front. And just some crazy racing that as well. Yeah. I would probably have to say just the entire weekend from the Brandfixx Club Power Cup and the Old School 1K Trophy. And similarly, the entire weekends in the Twins and the Sportbikes as well, because what a trio of races we had in that one. 2 riders just going all out, all the way from the lights out in race 1 to the checkered flag in race 3 today.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't need to be the biggest battles to create some of the best, and that's what we learned this weekend. And we also learned that we need to keep it pretty cool. Wherever we can get some shade at that. But we say that we've had air conditioning the entire weekend, so we actually haven't had it too bad. The riders, though, and the marshals have done an incredible job this weekend. Of course, if you do want to get involved with marshalling with us here at No Limits, head over, speak to Paula, head over to the No Limits Racing website as well if you do want to get involved, even on track on a motorcycle as well. But Ross, any final thoughts before we look forward to 12 hours of non-stop racing at Anglesey?
It's been brilliant. I'm ready to sleep until the Friday of Anglesey. And then, we go for 12 hours, set for Mega. And again, July, it's a big month. 2 rounds to look forward to. Again, the 12-hour, our biggest ever event. And then Cadwell Park, obviously a huge weekend for the sprint riders. We're now at the halfway point in the season, so we know roughly what we're looking forward to. But as I said, twists and turns ahead, I'm sure. It's going to be a huge July, and I cannot wait. Again, after some sleep.
Yeah, after some sleep, and that is all we have time for. So make sure you join us for the start of the No Limits Racing Summer Blockbuster. 2 rounds in 1 month, a 12-hour race, and an entire weekend of sprint racing. You can see everyone heading home. Everyone's done an incredible job, whether it be the marshals, the officials, the riders putting on a great show. But, well, it's time to pack up, head home, and as Ross said, get some sleep. So make sure you join us. Keep in mind, it's Anglesey. It's a Friday, Saturday meeting. And, well, if you can't be trackside, join us on LR TV. Until then, it is goodbye. See you soon.
No Limits Racing. No Limits Racing. No Limits.